The night had settled in comfortably over the suburban landscape. A gentle blanket of stars spread across the sky as the peaceful hum of crickets resonated through the neighborhood. To any passerby, the house at the corner of Willow Lane seemed just as ordinary as the others, with its tidy garden and welcoming porch light. Inside, the normalcy continued. The Johnson family was finishing dinner, the clatter of cutlery and the murmur of familiar conversations filling the air. Billy, the youngest, had excused himself early, claiming fatigue, and retreated to his small bedroom at the top of the stairs. Billy's room was his sanctuary, filled with the comforting clutter of boyhood. Model airplanes suspended from the ceiling, stacks of comic books in precarious towers, and a poster of the latest superhero movie taped haphazardly against the wall. It was a safe cocoon where the world's chaos could be kept at bay. After changing into his pajamas, Billy climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. He let out a contented sigh, his eyelids heavy with the promise of sleep. The soft glow of the nightlight in the corner bathed the room in a warm amber hue, just enough to keep the shadows at bay. Billy's mind drifted as he recounted the events of the day, the mundanity lulling him into a state of drowsiness. But as the final tendrils of consciousness began to slip away, he heard it. A voice, soft and indistinct, like a whisper caught on the wind. His eyes snapped open. The room was unchanged, silent except for the occasional creak of the house settling. Billy strained to listen, holding his breath, but heard nothing more. Convinced it was merely a trick of his imagination, he settled back into his pillow and closed his eyes. Sleep came swiftly, and with it, the comforting oblivion of dreams. The following day unfolded without incident. At breakfast, the family engaged in their usual routine, the clinking of cereal bowls and the cheerful banter of familiar backdrop. Billy was quieter than usual, but his parents, preoccupied with their own morning tasks, didn't notice. He kept the memory of the voice to himself, dismissing it as a product of an overactive imagination. As the day passed and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across Billy's room, he found himself feeling a twinge of unease. It was a strange sensation, as if something was lurking just beyond his perception, waiting for the lights to dim. That night, as Billy lay in bed, the whispering came again. This time, it was more distinct, a gentle murmur that seemed to drift from the darkest corner of the room. Billy sat up, his heart thumping against his chest. He glanced around, but everything appeared as it should. The familiar shapes of his toys, casting long shadows under the nightlight's glow. "Hello?" he called softly, his voice trembling. The whispering ceased immediately, as if startled into silence. Billy's skin prickled with a fear he couldn't articulate. He waited, breath bated, but the room remained quiet. Eventually, exhaustion overtook his frayed nerves, and he fell into a fitful sleep. Over the next few days, the whispering grew bolder, its presence in the room an increasingly unwelcome intrusion. During the day, Billy tried to ignore it, throwing himself into his schoolwork and games with a desperate intensity. But each night, as he lay in bed, the voice would return, more insistent and clear. It wasn't long before the whispers began to form words. Simple phrases at first, like strands of fog in his mind. "Billy," the voice would say, the sound curling around his name like smoke. "Come play. Come find me." Billy's parents noticed the change in him, the way he seemed more withdrawn, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. They attributed it to typical childhood troubles, the sort that would resolve themselves with time. "Billy, you okay, champ?" his father asked one morning, ruffling his hair with affectionate concern. Billy forced a smile, nodding. "Yeah, Dad. Just tired, I guess." Despite his assurances, the whispers continued their nightly visitation. They became a sinister lullaby that coaxed him to the edge of sleep before jolting him awake. Fear became a constant companion, wrapping itself around Billy like a cold shroud. He took to leaving a lamp on at night, its light a poor substitute for the safety he craved. One night, unable to bear it any longer, Billy decided to confront the voice. As the whispers began, he sat up in bed, a determination rising within him like bile. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice a fragile echo in the room. "What do you want?" There was a pause, a silence so deep it pressed against his eardrums painfully. Then the whispering resumed, clearer than ever before. "I'm here, Billy," it said, the words as soft as a lover's caress. "I'm part of you, always have been." A cold dread settled over him, an understanding blooming in the darkest recesses of his mind. The voice wasn't coming from the corner of the room, nor from outside the window. It was inside him, nestled deep within the confines of his own mind. Billy tried to shake off the realization, but the voice persisted, growing louder, more insistent. It was like a parasite, burrowing into his thoughts, threading through his dreams. It spoke of things he couldn't remember, of a past shrouded in shadow. The escalation was swift and overwhelming. Billy found himself drifting through his days in a haze, the voice a constant murmur in the background. It whispered of secrets, of hidden truths buried in his subconscious. It spoke of darkness, of a monster lurking within. Fear gnawed at him like a feral beast, and Billy struggled to maintain a semblance of normalcy. He avoided his parents, his friends, terrified they might hear the voice, see the change in him. He felt like a stranger in his own skin, a marionette controlled by unseen strings. As the days turned to weeks, the voice began to demand more from him. It urged him to act, to embrace the darkness within. Billy resisted, clinging desperately to his innocence, but the voice was relentless. One night, as the whispering reached a fever pitch, Billy snapped. He leapt from his bed, the fury of desperation propelling him forward. He grabbed the nearest object, a heavy model airplane, and hurled it across the room with a primal scream. The airplane shattered against the wall, pieces raining down like tears. Billy stood panting, his chest heaving with exertion, the adrenaline coursing through his veins like fire. "Leave me alone," he shouted, his voice cracking with the weight of his fear and anger. "I don't want this." The silence that followed was oppressive, the room holding its breath in anticipation. Then slowly, the whispering began anew, its tone softer, almost tender. "You can't get rid of me, Billy," it crooned. "I'm you. I'm your shadow. The words wrapped around Billy like a vice, squeezing the air from his lungs. He sank to the floor, tears spilling down his cheeks, his resolve crumbling under the weight of an incomprehensible truth. The climax came not with a bang, but with a realization, a moment of clarity in a storm of confusion. Billy understood that the voice was a part of him, a reflection of hidden fears and desires. It was the monster within, the darkness that everyone harbors, but few acknowledge. In the days that followed, Billy learned to coexist with the voice. It became a whispering companion, a reminder of the complexities that lay beneath the surface. He no longer feared it, but listened, trying to understand the messages woven into its murmurings. His parents were relieved to see the change in him, mistaking his newfound calmness for a return to normalcy. They never knew of the battles waged within the confines of their son's mind. But for Billy, the fear lingered, an ever-present shadow at the edge of his consciousness. He learned to live with it, accepting its place in the tapestry of his life. The voice was no longer an enemy, but a part of him that demanded acknowledgement. In the quiet moments when the world grew still and the whispering began anew, Billy would listen, a silent dialogue between the boy and the darkness. And though the fear never truly left him, it became a familiar companion, a reminder that the monsters we fear most are often those we carry within. The room was painted in soft shades of blue and white, a gentle oasis meant to cradle the innocence of a child's dreams. The walls, adorned with stenciled stars and moons, glowed faintly under the tender embrace of a nightlight shaped like a smiling turtle. Its soft, warm light spilled across the room, casting elongated shadows that danced quietly around the edges of furniture. A small bed, the centerpiece of the room, was covered with a patchwork quilt of bright colors and patterns. Stuffed animals sat in an orderly row at its foot, guardians of the little boy who slept in its comforting embrace. This was my son's room, and every night I would tuck him in, smoothing the quilt over his tiny form as he snuggled against his favorite stuffed rabbit. Adam, with his tousled blonde hair and wide, trusting eyes, was my world. The ritual of bedtime, with its whispered stories and tender goodnights, was sacred. As I closed the door each night, I took comfort in the rhythmic rise and fall of his breathing, a metronome of peace and normalcy in our lives. But life, as it often does, has a way of shifting beneath your feet just when you begin to trust its steady cadence. It started so subtly that, at first, I dismissed it as the overactive imagination of a child. Adam began to speak of shadows in his room, of whispers that seeped from beneath his bed once the lights were out. At first, I chalked it up to nightmares, the ordinary fears of the dark that every child must face and overcome. With gentle reassurances, I would check beneath his bed, showing him that there was nothing there but dust and the occasional stray toy. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, these stories took on a more insistent tone. Adam's descriptions became more detailed, more vivid. He spoke of the monster under the bed with an unsettling clarity, describing its long skeletal fingers and eyes like glowing embers. I listened, my heart caught between skepticism and a creeping unease that I couldn't quite shake. His fear was palpable, a thick fog that clung to us both in the dim light of his bedtime. One night, after a particularly vivid recounting that left Adam shaking and inconsolable, I decided to take more decisive action. I placed a small bell on the handle of his door, a charm of sorts, a comforting rattle that would signal any nighttime wanderings. I told him about it, hoping to dispel his fears with this token of security. The first night with the bell was quiet. The silence, first a relief, soon became heavy, pressing against my senses like a tangible thing. I felt as if the house itself were holding its breath, waiting for something I couldn't name. Adam slept fitfully, his small body twisting and turning beneath the quilt, murmuring in his sleep about shadows and eyes that watched. I began to feel the weight of unease settle into my bones, an ever-present shadow that followed me throughout the day. I found myself glancing at Adam's door more often, the cheerful bell now a haunting presence in its silence. My sleep grew restless, filled with fragmented dreams and half-heard whispers that faded with the dawn. When the bell finally rang, its sound was sharp and jarring in the stillness of night. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding in my chest, my mind a frantic jumble of thoughts. Every instinct screamed at me to rush to Adam, to protect him from whatever had stirred him from sleep. Yet, for a moment, I was frozen, paralyzed by the weight of an inexplicable fear that gripped me tighter than any nightmare. I forced myself to move, to shake off the fear like a heavy cloak. My feet found the floor, and I pushed the door open to the dim hallway beyond. The nightlight in Adam's room glowed softly, a beacon in the darkness. As I approached, I noticed the door was slightly ajar, the bell swinging gently, its chime fading into the ether. Inside, Adam was sitting up in bed, eyes wide and filled with a mixture of terror and relief. He reached out to me, his small hands trembling. I gathered him into my arms, feeling the rapid thud of his heart against my chest. "It was here," he whispered, the words a mere breath against my ear. "The monster was here." I wanted to dismiss it, to soothe him with calming words and gentle reassurances, but something in his eyes stopped me cold, a flicker of something real, something undeniable that quelled the doubts I clung to. The following nights brought no respite. The bell became a regular intrusion into the quiet hours, its chime pulling me from the depths of sleep with ruthless efficiency. Each time, I would find Adam awake, his fear as tangible as the quilt he clutched. The stories of the monster became more detailed, more chilling in their specificity. It was always under the bed, he said, watching and waiting, its presence a dark constant beneath the surface of his everyday life. Desperation drove me to seek answers, to find some explanation for the terror that had taken root in my son's life. I scoured books on child psychology, consulted with his teachers, even spoke to other parents, hoping to find some thread of common experience. But none of the usual explanations, stress, anxiety, a cry for attention, seemed to fit. Adam was a happy child, loved and secure, his life devoid of the upheavals that might breed such deep-seated fear. As my own sleep deteriorated, my waking hours became a blur of uncertainty and doubt. I found myself scrutinizing shadows, listening for whispers in the night, searching for some clue that would unlock the mystery of the monster beneath the bed. My skepticism began to erode, worn away by each restless night and Adam's unwavering conviction. I began to wonder if perhaps there was more to his stories, if perhaps there were things that lurked in the shadows, unseen and unexplained. And then, one night, I heard it. It was a low, murmuring whisper, barely audible, yet unmistakable in its intent. I had left Adam's room after tucking him in, standing for a moment in the hallway to ensure he settled. As I turned to leave, the whisper drifted up to me from beneath the bed, a sibilant sound like dry leaves rustling in an autumn breeze. I froze, the sound prickling across my skin like an unseen breath. My rational mind fought to assert control, to dismiss it as imagination, a trick of tired senses. But the whisper persisted, wrapping around me, insinuating itself into the silence that followed. With a courage born of desperation, I stepped back into the room. The nightlight cast its soothing glow, but the shadows seemed deeper, more pronounced. Adam slept fitfully, his brow furrowed, lips moving in a silent dialogue with whatever dwelt beneath the bed. I approached the bed with deliberate slowness, each step a battle against the rising tide of fear that threatened to drown me. Kneeling down, I hesitated, the edge of the quilt a boundary between the known and unknown. Summoning every ounce of resolve, I lifted the quilt and peered into the dark abyss beneath the bed. Initially, there was nothing but shadow, an inky void, devoid of shape or form. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw them, 2 pinpoints of light, glowing softly in the depths, watching me with an intensity that chilled me to my core. I jerked back, the quilt falling from my grasp, my heart hammering wildly. The eyes blinked out of existence, leaving only the reassuringly mundane sight of a few forgotten toys and dust. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling, struggling to reconcile what I had glimpsed with any rational explanation. The eyes were gone, but their presence lingered, an indelible mark on my consciousness. In the days that followed, my world shifted, the boundaries of reality and imagination blurring in ways I had never thought possible. Adam continued to speak of the monster, his fear undiminished by the daylight that played gently across his room. I too felt its presence, a weight pressing down on us both, distorting the fabric of our lives. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, a constant undercurrent that threaded through our days and nights. I tried to ignore them, to push them back into the shadows where they belonged, but they refused to be silenced. They carried with them a sense of malevolence, a creeping dread that seeped into every corner of my mind. I found myself jumping at shadows, questioning every creak of the house, every sigh of the wind. The monster once confined to Adam's bedtime stories had insinuated itself into the very fabric of our home. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling outside like a banshee. The bell rang repeatedly, a frantic clamor that pulled me from a restless doze. I threw myself from the bed, driven by a mix of fear and determination. Adam's cries echoed down the hallway, a raw, unfiltered sound that tore at my heart. I burst into his room, the door slamming into the wall with a resounding crash. The nightlight flickered, its glow wavering as if in sympathy with the storm outside. Adam was standing on his bed, eyes wide and staring, fixed on something beneath the bed. The whispers were a cacophony now, a chorus of voices tangled together in a language I couldn't understand. They rose and fell like waves, each one battering against my consciousness with relentless force. In that moment, I knew I had to act. I lunged forward, pulling Adam into my arms, shielding him from whatever darkness lurked beneath. He clung to me, his small body trembling with fear and cold. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, then abruptly ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. The room felt different, lighter somehow, as if a presence had lifted, leaving the air clear and still. Adam's sobs subsided into hiccuping breaths, his grip on me slowly loosening as the fear ebbed away. I held him close, whispering reassurances, promising that the monster was gone, that it wouldn't return. But in my heart, I knew the truth. The monster might have retreated, but its presence lingered, an indelible scar on the fabric of our lives. The whispers and shadows had left their mark, a reminder of the unseen forces that lurked just beyond the edges of our understanding. As the days passed, the whispers faded, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Adam spoke less of the monster, his nightmares receding into memory. The bell, once a harbinger of fear, now collected dust on its hook, its chime silent and forgotten. Yet, the experience had changed us both. I found myself more attuned to the subtle shifts in light and shadow, more aware of the spaces between what we know and what we believe. The monster under the bed had opened a door to something deeper, something I could not fully comprehend. Even now, as I stand in the doorway of Adam's room, watching him sleep peacefully beneath the patchwork quilt, I feel its presence. Not as a threat, but as a reminder of the mysteries that exist just beyond the edges of our perception. The monster under the bed may have vanished, but the fear it inspired remains. A lingering shadow that will never entirely fade. It has become a part of us, woven into the tapestry of our lives, a reminder that some things are not meant to be understood, only acknowledged and respected in the quiet spaces of the night. In the heart of a quaint suburban neighborhood, where every lawn was meticulously trimmed and every mailbox freshly painted, I lived with my son, Ethan. Our street, Maple Lane, was the kind of place where neighbors waved at each other from across driveways, and children played freely in the cul-de-sacs. It was a world so normal, so wonderfully mundane, that any hint of the extraordinary seemed impossible. Ethan was the light of my life. At 10 years old, he had a smile that could melt the iciest of hearts, and an imagination so vivid it painted our home with a constant sense of wonder. Our days were filled with routine, breakfast at 7, school drop-offs, and evening stories before bedtime. Each moment spent with him was a gift, wrapped in the safe blanket of normalcy that Maple Lane promised. The first disturbance came in the form of a conversation overheard, as such unsettling things often do. I was trimming the hedge when Mrs. Collins, our neighbor from 2 doors down, mentioned a new family moving in. "They seem nice enough," she said, her voice carrying over the hum of my electric trimmer. "But there's something peculiar about them." I paused, curiosity piqued. Peculiar was not a word often associated with Maple Lane, and it hung in the air, tangling with the scent of freshly cut grass. Mrs. Collins continued, speaking of how the family kept to themselves, the father rarely seen outside, the mother only spotted on brisk walks around the block. Their child, a boy around Ethan's age, was homeschooled and rarely ventured into the neighborhood. As the days passed, I found myself inexplicably drawn to their story. Perhaps it was the protective parent in me, wary of anything that might disturb the delicate equilibrium of our lives, or perhaps it was simply the allure of mystery in a place where mysteries were rare. I began to notice little things, curtains that never opened, a garden that remained untended, and a mailbox that never seemed to be emptied. Ethan, blissfully unaware of my growing unease, continued to explore the world with the innocence only a child could possess. His laughter was a balm, soothing my churning thoughts. Yet, a seed of worry had been planted, and it grew, gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. One afternoon, while I watched Ethan play from our front porch, I saw the boy from the new family for the first time. He was standing at the edge of their yard, watching Ethan with an intensity that belied his age. I felt a shiver despite the warmth of the sun. There was something in his gaze, an unsettling depth that made my skin prickle. I called Ethan over, watching the boy retreat into the shadows of his home as if on cue. Ethan seemed unfazed, chattering about a new game he'd invented. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, scrutinized in a way that made my instincts flare with protective urgency. As the weeks passed, the sense of unease escalated. I found myself watching the house more often, noticing the subtle signs of life within. The flicker of lights at odd hours, the silhouette of the father in the window, a fleeting glimpse of the mother through the curtains. The boy, however, remained an enigma, seen only in brief, unsettling flashes. Ethan began to mention him, too. "I saw the boy today, Mom," he'd say casually, as if discussing the weather. He was staring again. Each mention sent a chill down my spine, yet I kept my fears to myself, not wanting to burden my son with my anxieties. Then came the night that changed everything. Ethan had been restless, his sleep disturbed by nightmares he couldn't remember. As I sat by his bedside, soothing him back to slumber, I heard a noise, a soft, persistent tapping at the window. My heart leaped into my throat. I crossed the room, every instinct screaming to protect my child. The curtains, heavy and reassuring, parted beneath my fingers, and there he was, the boy, pale as moonlight, standing in our garden, his eyes locked onto mine. Fear collided with anger, and I stormed outside, determined to confront the source of my unease. But he was gone, vanished into the night as if he had never been. I stood alone in the garden, the wind rustling the leaves, whispering secrets I couldn't decipher. The night felt alive, the shadows too deep, too dark. I hurried back inside, locking every door, checking on Ethan with a heart pounding so loudly I feared it might wake him. The following days were a blur of heightened vigilance. I escorted Ethan everywhere, no longer trusting the safety of our once idyllic neighborhood. My eyes constantly flickered to the windows, the doorways, searching for a glimpse of that haunting gaze. Then came the climax, a culmination of fear and resolve. It was a crisp autumn evening, the air filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Ethan had been restless all day, a sense of unease clouding his usual cheerfulness. As we sat for dinner, the doorbell rang, a sound that shouldn't have been out of place, but in that moment felt ominous. My heart stuttered as I approached the door, a whisper of dread threading through my veins. I opened it slowly, the creak of hinges echoing my apprehension. The boy stood on the doorstep, eyes wide, a silent plea etched across his face. Before I could react, his parents appeared, flanking him with an intensity that felt suffocating. They apologized profusely, explaining that their son had become fascinated with Ethan, drawn to his laughter and light. It was a harmless curiosity, they insisted, a child's admiration misunderstood. But their eyes held a darkness, a depth that belied their words. I wanted to believe them, to brush it off as a misunderstanding, yet the unease lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate. I thanked them, ushering Ethan inside with a gentle urgency, the door closing with an ominous finality. In the days that followed, life resumed its deceptive normalcy. The new family remained distant, their presence a quiet echo at the edge of our lives. But something had shifted, an intangible change that left me restless, searching the shadows for hidden threats, the lingering fear, a companion I couldn't shake, whispered incessantly in my ear. I became hyper-aware of every sound, every movement, the ordinary transformed into potential danger. Ethan, sweet and innocent, continued to play, his laughter a fragile shield against the darkness I felt encroaching. One evening, as I tucked Ethan into bed, he asked about the boy. "Why does he watch us, Mom?" His voice was soft, curious rather than fearful, and it shattered something within me. I hesitated, searching for the right words, the truth tangled with my protective instincts. "Some people," I said finally, "are drawn to the light in others. They see something they want to understand, something they might not have themselves." It was a simple explanation, one that seemed to satisfy him, but it left me hollow, the truth too complex for words. As I watched him drift into sleep, I vowed to protect him, to shield him from the shadows lurking at the edges of our world. Yet, in the silence of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that our lives had been irreversibly altered, that the specter of fear would forever linger, a ghost in the corners of our home. In the end, I realized that being a good person, a good parent, meant living with that fear, embracing it as a part of the tapestry of life. It was a sobering truth, one that settled deep in my bones, a constant reminder that, in a world where nothing was ever truly safe, love was both a shield and a vulnerability. As I sat in the darkness, listening to Ethan's slow, even breaths, I understood that the shadows would always be there, lurking just out of sight. But for now, in this moment, we were safe, and that perhaps was enough. I always believed that our home was a place of warmth and safety, a sanctuary from the world's chaos and noise. Nestled in a quiet suburb, surrounded by familiar faces and routines, it seemed impervious to the dark whispers of the unknown. Our lives unfolded in predictable patterns, marked by mundane rituals that brought comfort and stability. I relished the tranquil mornings, with the sun filtering through the kitchen window, the scent of brewing coffee mingling with the soft sounds of our son, Ethan, clattering his spoon against his cereal bowl. He was our pride and joy, a bright-eyed 6-year-old with an imagination as vast as the universe. Ethan had a penchant for storytelling, spinning wild tales about knights and dragons, spaceships and aliens. We encouraged his creativity, marveled at his boundless energy and joy. His laughter was infectious, echoing through the house, filling every corner with happiness. As parents, we shared in his world of make-believe, often losing ourselves in the innocence and wonder of childhood that he so effortlessly embodied. But life, as it often does, has a way of unraveling the tapestry of normalcy when you least expect it. It started with small things, so insignificant that at first I dismissed them entirely. Ethan began talking about an imaginary friend named Cleo. This didn't alarm me. Many children invent playmates, companions to share their adventures. I found it endearing, a testament to his lively imagination. He would describe Cleo in elaborate detail, a little girl with curly hair wearing a yellow dress who liked to play hide and seek. I would often find Ethan in his room, whispering to Cleo, or so he claimed, giggling as if sharing a delightful secret. However, as days turned into weeks, Ethan's stories about Cleo grew increasingly vivid. He insisted she was real. He talked about her as though she lived in our house, commenting on her likes and dislikes, her favorite hiding spots. One evening, while tucking him into bed, he asked if Cleo could sleep over. I smiled, indulging his fantasy, and told him Cleo was always welcome. But a chill ran down my spine when he responded, "She says she likes it here. She doesn't want to leave." I began to notice subtle changes in Ethan. He became withdrawn, often lost in thought, as if caught in a world unseen to us. His bright eyes would cloud over, and his laughter, once so abundant, became rare. He spoke less of his knights and dragons, and more of Cleo. He seemed preoccupied, as though carrying a weight too heavy for his small shoulders. I attributed it to a phase, convinced myself it would pass. Children, I reasoned, are strange little creatures, their imaginations boundless and uncharted. Yet, the sense of unease continued to grow. I found myself waking in the middle of the night, heart pounding, certain I had heard whispers echoing from Ethan's room. On more than one occasion, I would tiptoe to his door, only to find him sleeping soundly. his chest rising and falling in peaceful slumber. I told myself it was merely the wind, the settling of the old house, reassuring myself with logic that seemed increasingly fragile. The real turning point came one afternoon when Ethan came home from school with a drawing. He thrust it into my hands with a shy smile, eyes wide with expectation. It was a picture of our family, myself, my husband, Ethan, and Cleo. We stood in front of our house, all smiles, but there was something unsettling about the way Cleo was drawn. Her eyes were much too large, her smile unnaturally wide, her hands clasped in a way that suggested possession rather than companionship. My husband laughed it off, admired Ethan's artistic skill, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. I questioned Ethan gently about Cleo, but he grew defensive, insisting that she was real and that I simply didn't understand. His words haunted me, sowed seeds of doubt in my mind. Was I the one failing to grasp reality, or was Ethan's world spiraling into something beyond my control? As the days wore on, my grip on reality seemed to slip further. I started to notice strange occurrences around the house. Objects would move from their usual places, only to reappear in odd locations. The television would flicker on by itself, the channels changing as if guided by an invisible hand. I once found all of Ethan's toys lined up in a perfect row across the living room, a procession of plastic soldiers and animals, with their eyes fixed on me, accusing and silent. My husband remained unperturbed, brushing off my concerns with rational explanations. "You're just tired," he said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. Stress can do strange things to the mind. But his words offered little comfort. The house felt different, as though a veil had been drawn over it, hiding something sinister beneath the surface. I felt watched, scrutinized by an unseen presence that seemed to revel in my growing paranoia. The climax came one stormy night. The rain lashed against the windows, a relentless symphony that mirrored the turmoil within me. I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning under the sheets. A sense of impending doom gripped me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I rose, compelled by an unseen force, and made my way to Ethan's room. I found him sitting up in bed, eyes wide open, staring at something only he could see. The air was thick, charged with an energy that pressed down on me. I asked him what was wrong, my voice barely a whisper. He turned to me, eyes glassy and distant, and said, in a voice that wasn't his, "Mommy, Cleo wants to stay." Terror clawed at my throat. I reached for him, desperate to pull him back from whatever abyss he teetered on. But as I touched his shoulder, the air changed. A cold breeze swept through the room, carrying with it the faint scent of lavender, Cleo's supposed favorite flower. Ethan's expression softened, and he blinked, as if waking from a dream. "Mommy," he said, voice small and frightened. "I don't feel well." I held him close, heart pounding, whispering soothing words I scarcely believed myself. The storm raged outside, but within the walls of our home, a quiet battle was waged, one I felt hopelessly ill-equipped to fight. I clung to Ethan, my mind racing with questions and fears, unsure of what to do next. In the days that followed, I sought answers, desperate to understand what was happening to my son, to our family. I spoke to teachers, doctors, anyone who might shed light on the strange events unfolding in our lives. But each inquiry led to more confusion, more doubt. Ethan's behavior fluctuated wildly. One moment, he was the playful child I knew. The next, a stranger with a gaze that seemed ancient and knowing. My husband, ever the voice of reason, suggested therapy, believing it might help Ethan work through whatever was troubling him. I reluctantly agreed, hoping for a resolution, for some semblance of normalcy to return. But deep down, I feared that the problem ran deeper, that Cleo was not just a figment of Ethan's imagination, but something far more insidious. The therapy sessions began, and for a time, they seemed to help. Ethan spoke less of Cleo, his laughter returning, though it never quite reached the same joyful heights. I allowed myself to hope, to believe that we were turning a corner. But the sense of unease never fully left me. I found myself constantly on edge, hyper aware of every creak and shadow, every whispered word. One evening, as I tucked Ethan into bed, he looked up at me with eyes that seemed far too wise for his years. "Mommy," he said, "Cleo says she's sorry." A chill raced down my spine. "Sorry for what, sweetie?" I asked, voice trembling. "She says she's sorry for scaring you," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "She just wanted a friend." I forced a smile, kissed his forehead, and whispered goodnight. As I left his room, I couldn't shake the feeling that while Cleo might have been sorry, she was not gone. Her presence lingered, woven into the very fabric of our lives, an indelible mark left on the tapestry of our existence. In time, Ethan's obsession with Cleo faded, replaced by new interests and adventures. The house, too, seemed to breathe easier, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as if a storm had passed. Yet, I remained vigilant, ever watchful, acutely aware of the thin line between reality and the unknown. I had seen the world through Ethan's eyes, glimpsed the shadows that danced just beyond the edge of reason. And though life returned to a semblance of normalcy, a lingering fear remained, a whisper at the back of my mind that spoke of things unseen. I had learned to live with it, to accept that the world was not always as it seemed, that sometimes, in the quiet corners of our lives, we are not alone. I had always thought of our neighborhood as a serene enclave, nestled comfortably between sleepy woods and the gentle hum of a distant highway, mere miles from the bustling heart of a city, yet it felt like a world apart. Our house, a modest two-story affair, sat at the curve of a quiet cul-de-sac. It was here that my wife, Emily, and I chose to raise our son, Joshua. Joshua was a quiet child, with an introspective nature that belied his young age. He was the sort to sit in the corner of the room, flipping through picture books, content with the solitude that seemed to wrap around him like a favorite blanket. His eyes, a striking shade of green, often held a depth that unsettled me, though I could never place why. Emily always said he was an old soul, but I could never quite shake the feeling that there was something more to it. Life carried on in comfortable normalcy. The neighborhood children often congregated in our backyard, their laughter and shouts of joy echoing into the waning afternoon light. Emily would sit on the porch, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she sipped lemonade, basking in the warmth of the sun. Joshua would join them occasionally, though more often than not, he preferred to be on the periphery, observing rather than participating. It was on one such afternoon that the first disturbance occurred. I was in the garage, tooling away at some long-neglected project, when Emily called me inside with a curious tone. I found her in the kitchen, standing by the window overlooking the backyard. Her face was an unreadable mix of confusion and concern. She gestured for me to join her. I followed her gaze and saw the children, including Joshua, gathered in a tight circle around something on the ground. As I approached, I realized they were looking at a small bird, a sparrow, lying motionless on the grass. Its tiny body was untouched, yet it was unmistakably lifeless. Joshua stood slightly apart from the other children, his eyes fixed on the bird with an intensity that seemed unnatural. I called out to him, and he turned, the shadows of the trees cutting across his face in sharp contrast. "Did you find it like this, Josh?" I asked gently. He nodded but said nothing, his eyes flicking back to the bird. One of the neighborhood kids piped up, "I think it fell from the sky, Mr. Thompson. We just saw it lying there." Though unsettling, I reasoned it away as an unfortunate accident, a momentary upset in the natural order of things. Birds fell from the sky on occasion. It was not unheard of. Yet, as I glanced at Joshua standing quietly, a chill that refused to be dismissed crept into my bones. In the days that followed, more such incidents occurred. A neighbor's cat was found motionless on the sidewalk, its playful spirit stilled in the night. A cluster of bees, vibrant and buzzing days earlier, lay scattered like discarded petals on our lawn. Each time, Joshua was nearby, a silent observer, his expression enigmatic and unreadable. Emily noticed it too, though she was quick to dismiss it as mere coincidence. "He's just a curious child," she would say, brushing aside my concerns with a wave of her hand. But the unease planted in my mind grew, tendrils of doubt and fear winding tighter around my thoughts. I began to pay closer attention to Joshua. The way his gaze lingered on things, the way animals seemed to grow quiet in his presence, as if sensing something unseen. I caught him once, standing on the edge of the woods at dusk, watching the shadows lengthen and merge into the gathering darkness. He seemed to be listening to something just beyond the range of human hearing, a secret whispered by the night itself. The escalation was subtle at first, a creeping disquiet that infiltrated the mundane rhythms of our lives. One evening, as we sat down to dinner, the lights flickered ominously, plunging the room into a brief yet profound darkness. When the lights returned, I saw Joshua looking up, his eyes locked on a spot just above our heads, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Did you see that?" Emily asked, her voice breaking the silence. I nodded, my gaze fixed on Joshua. "What is it, buddy?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "What are you looking at?" He blinked, as if coming out of a trance, and shrugged. "Nothing, Dad. Just a shadow." His nonchalance did little to quell the growing dread that coiled in my stomach. It felt as though our home, once a haven, was slowly being enveloped by an unseen force, a presence that lingered in the corners and whispered in the silence. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling like a pack of distant wolves. Emily had gone to bed early, exhausted from a week of restless sleep. I sat in the living room, a book open on my lap, though my eyes skimmed the words without comprehension. Joshua was at the window, watching the storm with a fascination that bordered on reverence. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, casting stark shadows against the walls. In that brief burst of light, I saw Joshua's reflection in the window, and it was not the face of my son. It was something other, something ancient and knowing. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal fear gripping me with icy fingers. "Joshua," I called, my voice trembling. He turned, and the reflection was gone, replaced by the familiar countenance of my boy. But his eyes, those green eyes, held an intensity that rooted me in place. "Do you hear it, Dad?" he asked, his voice soft and distant. "Do you hear the whispers?" I swallowed hard, every instinct screaming at me to run. "What whispers, Joshua?" "The ones in the storm," he replied simply, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. I forced myself to move, to step towards him. "Let's get you to bed, buddy. It's late." As I tucked him in, I tried to shake off the feeling of impending doom that shadowed my every step. He lay there, eyes fluttering shut, a serene smile on his lips. I could almost convince myself that it was all in my mind, that the strange occurrences were nothing more than the fancies of an overactive imagination. Yet, as I turned off the light and closed the door, I couldn't ignore the sensation that something watched from the darkness, something that had claimed my son as its own. The lingering fear clung to me in the days that followed, a constant companion that hovered at the edge of my consciousness. The neighborhood, once a familiar and comforting place, felt altered, as if seen through a distorted lens. The children no longer gathered in our yard, their laughter replaced by a pervasive silence. Even the birds seemed to avoid our house, their songs a distant memory. Emily family remained oblivious, her faith in normalcy unshakable. "It's just a phase," she would insist, brushing off my concerns with a tired smile. But I knew better. There was something wrong, something fundamentally changed in Joshua, and it terrified me. I began to dread the nights when shadows crept closer and silence settled like a thick fog. Joshua, too, seemed to change, retreating further into himself. He would sit by the window, watching the world with those inscrutable eyes, as if waiting for something to emerge from the depths of the night. One evening, I found him in the backyard, his hands splayed on the earth, eyes closed as if communing with the very ground beneath him. A cold wind swept through the trees, and I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. "What are you doing, Joshua?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He opened his eyes, fixing me with a gaze so piercing it seemed to see right through me. "Listening, Dad," he said simply. "They're always talking. You just have to listen." The profound simplicity of his words chilled me to the core. I backed away, my mind reeling, desperate to rationalize what was happening. But deep down, I knew that whatever was whispering to Joshua, whatever had ensnared him in its grasp, was beyond my comprehension. I sought answers in the quiet moments, sifting through memories for signs I might have missed, for clues to explain the inexorable shift in my son. But there were none. Only the cold, unyielding truth that something had changed, something that defied understanding. The neighborhood carried on, a facade of normalcy masking the tension that lay beneath. I watched the other parents, the other children, moving through their lives, oblivious to the darkness that had settled over mine. It was as if a veil had been drawn between us, separating our world from theirs. As the days turned to weeks, I found myself wondering if I was losing my mind. Perhaps it was all a series of coincidences, a string of unrelated events that my mind had woven into a tapestry of horror. But then I would see Joshua, standing at the edge of the woods, listening to the whispers that only he could hear, and I knew that the truth was far more sinister. The sense of powerlessness was overwhelming. I was left to watch and wait, hoping against hope that whatever had taken root in our lives would release its hold. But hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of reality. Even now, as I sit here, pen in hand, trying to capture the essence of this nightmare on paper, I feel the presence of something unseen, watching from the shadows. The whispers are there, just beyond the edge of hearing, a constant murmur that fills the silence. Joshua is out on the porch, his silhouette framed against the dying light of day. I know that he is listening, always listening, to the secrets carried on the wind. And I, too, listen, straining to hear what eludes me, caught in a web of fear and uncertainty from which there is no escape. In the quiet moments, when the house is still and the world seems to hold its breath, I find myself wondering if I will ever know peace again, or if the whispers, the shadows, and the unsettling presence that has enveloped our lives will linger, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface. Growing up, My life had been filled with the quiet, repetitive rhythms that only a small-town upbringing can provide. The lull of distant church bells, schoolyard laughter, and the dull hum of traffic from the lone highway that skirted the edge of our community formed the soundtrack to my childhood. Our family home, a modest two-story house, perched at the end of a cul-de-sac, was as unremarkable as any other on our street. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business, or at least thought they did. The first 10 years of my life passed by in a haze of baseball games, bike rides, and homework assignments. I was just like any other kid, tucked safely into the predictable cocoon of family life. My father worked at the local hardware store, and my mother spent her days volunteering at the school library. We were a close-knit unit, each of us playing our respective roles without much deviation. It was during the summer of my 10th year that things began to change. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly at first. As summer waned and I prepared to return to school, a peculiar sensation began to weave itself into my consciousness. I dismissed it initially as the vestiges of overactive imagination, the kind that flares up in the idleness of summer. One evening, as the shadows stretched long and lean across our backyard, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the attic. I had rarely ventured there, mostly because it was off limits, a dusty repository for forgotten family relics. Yet, on that particular evening, a sense of curiosity, tinged with something I couldn't quite place, beckoned me. The attic was a dimly lit space, cluttered with old furniture, boxes of photographs, and items that had long since outlived their usefulness. As I sifted through them, a feeling of unease began to creep over me. It was as though the air itself had grown heavier, pressing against my skin with an unfamiliar weight. Amidst the clutter, I found an old, ornate mirror. Its surface was tarnished, but there was something in its frame that caught my eye. I leaned closer, wiping away years of accumulated dust with my sleeve. My reflection wavered in the dull glass, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw another figure standing behind me. A tall, shadowy silhouette with unnaturally elongated limbs. I blinked, and the figure was gone. Only my own wide eyes stared back at me. A trick of the light, I told myself. But from that night on, the image of that figure haunted my dreams. I called him Berkshire Daddy Longlegs, a name that seemed to fit the unsettling elegance of his presence. At first, I tried to banish him to the recesses of my mind, but he persisted, lurking just beyond the edges of sleep, watching with those unseen eyes. As autumn unfolded and school resumed, I found it increasingly difficult to shake the feeling that I was being followed. I would catch glimpses of tall shadows in the corners of my vision, feel an inexplicable chill on the back of my neck. My grades began to slip, and my parents grew concerned, attributing my restlessness to the pressures of school. I tried to explain, tried to convey the sense of foreboding that clung to me like a second skin, but my words fell flat, dismissed as the overactive imagination of a child who had spent too much time in the attic. My mother would tousle my hair, assuring me that there was nothing to fear, while my father suggested I focus more on my studies. But remember, Daddy Longlegs was not content to remain a figment of my imagination. His presence began to manifest in more tangible ways. It started with small, innocuous occurrences. Doors left ajar, despite my having closed them, lights flickering without reason. Then there were the whispers, barely audible, like a distant breeze rustling through leaves, yet undeniably there. I tried to rationalize it all, to convince myself that there was a logical explanation. But deep down, I knew that something was amiss, that the house itself had become a vessel for something beyond my understanding. The sensation of being watched grew, an omnipresent gaze that seemed to pierce through walls and darkness alike. It was on a particularly stormy night, when the world outside was consumed by the howling wind and lashing rain, that the situation escalated. As I lay in bed, the sensation of those elongated limbs wrapping around my consciousness became unbearable. I turned on the lamp beside my bed, casting a pool of light that did little to dispel the shadows. The mirror in my room fogged up inexplicably, and I watched, transfixed, as a handprint appeared on its surface. Stretching long and slender, like the legs of a spider, I stumbled backward, a cry caught in my throat, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Outside, the wind howled louder, as if echoing the scream that I could not release. I fled my room, seeking refuge in the familiar warmth of my parents' presence. They were in the living room, their expressions masked by the flickering illumination of the television. My mother looked up, eyes widened with concern as I stumbled into the room, breathless and wide-eyed. "What's wrong, dear?" she asked, the calmness in her voice a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. I struggled to find the words, to convey the terror that had taken root within my home. But before I could speak, a crash echoed from upstairs. My parents exchanged a glance, and my father rose, crossing the room to investigate. I followed hesitantly, each step heavy with dread. In my room, we found the mirror shattered on the floor, shards glistening like malevolent diamonds in the dim light. My father cursed under his breath, and my mother pulled me close, her arms wrapping around me in a gesture of comfort that did little to ease my fear. The weeks that followed were a haze of anxiety and sleepless nights. I began to dread the mere act of returning home. The place that had once been a sanctuary, now transformed into a theater of unease. The presence of Mr. Daddy Longlegs grew stronger, his shadowy form more distinct in the periphery of my vision. At school, my teachers noted my distraction, my inability to focus. They suggested counseling, convinced that I was struggling with some unspoken trauma. But how could I explain that the source of my distress was not rooted in the tangible world, that it defied logic and reason? I tried to find solace in the company of my friends, but even there, Mr. Daddy Longlegs followed, his presence a constant reminder of the darkness that had infiltrated my life. It was as though he had woven himself into the very fabric of my existence, an inescapable specter that thrived on my fear. The final confrontation came one cold winter night, the air outside crisp and biting. I lay in bed, the blankets pulled up to my chin, when I felt a presence in the room, I did not turn on the light this time, knowing instinctively that it would do little to dispel the darkness. Instead, I sat up, my eyes adjusting to the gloom. There he was, standing at the foot of my bed, his form indistinct but undeniably there. I could feel his gaze upon me, an oppressive weight that threatened to crush my spirit. "Why?" I whispered, the word a fragile breath that hung in the air. In response, he moved, his limbs extending with a grace that was both mesmerizing and horrifying. I was frozen, unable to look away as he leaned forward, his face coming into view. It was not monstrous as I had imagined, but eerily familiar, a distorted reflection of my own features. In that moment, I understood. Mr. Daddy Longlegs was not a separate entity, but a manifestation of something deep within me, a part of myself that I had long denied, a shadow born from fear and unacknowledged pain. He was my fears personified, the embodiment of everything I had tried to shut away. As this realization dawned, the world shifted, the shadows receding. The room grew lighter, the oppressive weight lifting from my chest. I blinked, and Mr. Daddy Longlegs was gone, leaving only a lingering sense of unease, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within. In the days that followed, I began to piece my life back together. I spoke to my parents, seeking their understanding and support. I confided in a counselor, working to untangle the web of emotions that had ensnared me. Slowly, the shadows that had haunted my existence began to dissipate, leaving behind a cautious hope. Yet even as I moved forward, there remained a part of me that could not forget. The fear, though diminished, lingered at the edges of my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that had once consumed me. I understood now that Mr. Daddy Longlegs had not been a foe, but a harbinger, urging me to confront the fears I had buried deep within. And so, life continued, the rhythms of normalcy gradually resuming their hold. But I knew that I would never be the same, that the encounter had changed me in ways I was still learning to understand. Somewhere within, Mr. Daddy Longlegs remained, a shadow cast by the light, waiting and watching. The city never seemed to sleep, and neither did I. My life had settled into a strangely comforting routine in my small apartment downtown. The streets below were always buzzing with activity, the sounds of cars honking and people chattering a constant soundtrack to my days and nights. I had chosen this place for its vibrancy, for the life that thrummed just outside my window. It was a far cry from the quiet suburb where I grew up, but the chaos soothed me, made me feel less alone. I had always been drawn to the energy of the city, the way it seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. My apartment, though modest, was my sanctuary. It was an eclectic mix of the old and the new, much like the city itself. Flea market finds coexisted with sleek modern furniture, creating a space that was uniquely mine. Every item had a story, a history, and I cherished the sense of continuity they provided. I often found myself reflecting on the past, wondering at the lives these objects had touched before they found their way to me. Everything was routine, predictable, until the day he appeared. I first saw him from my window, a lone figure standing across the street, staring up at my building. There was nothing particularly unusual about him at first glance. He was dressed in a nondescript suit, his hair neatly combed, his demeanor calm. But there was something about the way he stood there, so still amidst the moving sea of people, that caught my attention. I told myself he was an ordinary man waiting for someone, but a chill slithered down my spine nonetheless. Days went by, and he was there again, and then again, always at the same spot, always looking up, always when I was there to notice. It became a pattern, one that unsettled me with its quiet persistence. I tried to rationalize it, convincing myself that it was nothing more than a coincidence. Yet, every time I looked out and saw him, my heart would quicken. Then one night as I lay in bed, the radio playing softly in the background, a knock came at my door. It was a gentle sound, almost tentative, but in the silence of the night, it seemed to reverberate through the entire apartment. I hesitated, my mind racing with possibilities. Perhaps it was a neighbor, or maybe someone had the wrong door. Still, a part of me whispered warnings, urging caution. When I opened the door, he was standing there, the man from the street. Up close, his features were sharper, his eyes a curious shade of gray that seemed to shift in the dim light of the hallway. He introduced himself as Mr. Morrow, gesturing politely as he did so. There was a warmth in his voice that belied the coldness of his gaze, and I found myself instinctively stepping back, allowing him to enter. He spoke with an ease that suggested familiarity, as if we were old friends, meeting after a long absence. His words flowed smoothly, weaving tales of the neighborhood, of the people I had yet to meet. Yet, beneath the surface of our conversation, there was an undercurrent of something darker, a shadow that flickered behind his eyes. I couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was an intrusion, a disruption of the delicate balance I had cultivated in my life. After he left, the apartment felt different, as if he had taken something intangible with him. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more profound. I found myself double-checking the locks, glancing over my shoulder at every sound, each creak of the floorboards setting my nerves on edge. Days stretched into weeks, and Mr. Morrow became a fixture in my life. His visits were frequent, always unannounced, always unexpected. Each time he arrived, I felt a strange compulsion to let him in, to listen to his stories, even as a part of me screamed to shut him out. There was a magnetism about him, an allure that was hard to resist. But with each visit, the atmosphere in the apartment grew heavier, more oppressive. It was as if his very presence was warping the air around us, bending it to his will. Objects began to move, ever so slightly, when I wasn't looking. A cup shifted an inch across the table, a book found on the floor instead of the shelf. And then there were the whispers, soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakably there, curling around the edges of my consciousness. I started seeing things, fleeting shadows darting from the corner of my eye, faces forming in the patterns on the wallpaper, eyes watching from within the reflection of mirrors. Sleep became elusive, my dreams plagued by visions of Mr. Morrow, his eyes now a burning white, his mouth stretching into an impossibly wide grin. One evening, as I sat alone, the radio murmuring a familiar tune, I felt a chill creep through the room. The temperature dropped noticeably, the air turning brittle and thin. I knew he was near even before the knock sounded. This time, I hesitated longer before opening the door. But when I did, he stood there as expected. There was something different about him, a subtle shift in his demeanor, the warmth in his voice replaced by something colder, more menacing. As he stepped inside, the shadows seemed to lengthen, pooling around him like a living thing. He spoke of things I didn't understand, of places I'd never been, events that hadn't happened. His words were sharp, edged with a malice that was palpable, cutting through the air like a knife. I realized with a start that I was no longer in control. The apartment, once my refuge, had turned against me, and I was trapped within its walls with a creature that thrived on fear and deception. Desperation clawed at my chest as I searched for a way out, a means of escape. But every door I tried was locked, every window sealed tight. It was in that moment of panic that I saw it. Mr. Morrow's reflection cast in the cracked mirror hanging on the wall. His true form, a grotesque mockery of humanity, eyes glowing with malevolent glee, his mouth distorting into a rictus of madness. The sight sent a jolt of terror through me, and I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. I knew then that I couldn't fight him, not directly, but I could resist. As he spoke, his words weaving a web of confusion and dread, I focused on grounding myself, on remembering what was real. I recited to myself the names of the objects in my apartment, their histories, their stories. I clung to these memories as a drowning man clings to a lifeline, using them to anchor myself in reality. Mr. Morrow seemed to sense my defiance, his gaze narrowing, his smile faltering. The shadows around him writhed, as if agitated by my resistance. I felt a surge of determination, a fierce resolve to reclaim my life, to expel the darkness that had taken root in my home. Drawing on reserves of strength I didn't know I possessed, I confronted him, my voice steady, unwavering. I demanded he leave, to release the hold he had over my mind, my surroundings. For a moment, the air crackled with tension, the shadows coiling around us in a dance of light and dark. And then, with an agonizing slowness, he began to fade, his form dissolving back into the ether from whence he came. As he vanished, the oppressive weight lifted, the apartment returning to its familiar state. The objects settled, the whispers ceased, and the temperature rose to a comforting warmth once more. I felt an overwhelming relief, tempered by the knowledge that the battle was won, but the war was far from over. In the days that followed, I found myself constantly on edge, the specter of Mr. Morrow lingering at the fringes of my awareness. I took steps to protect myself, to ward off any further intrusions from the darkness. I researched ancient rites, symbols of protection, surrounding myself with talismans and charms. Yet, despite my efforts, there remained a part of me that questioned my sanity, that wondered if it had all been a figment of an overactive imagination, a manifestation of stress and isolation. But deep down, I knew the truth. Haley's apartment was no longer just a place of shelter. It had become a battleground, a place where the veil between worlds had thinned, allowing things that should not exist to slip through. I became more vigilant, more attuned to the subtleties of the world around me. Every creak, every shadow was scrutinized, every stranger eyed with suspicion. The city, once a vibrant symphony, now felt like a cacophony of danger and threat. Despite the fear, I found solace in the knowledge that I had faced the darkness and emerged with my sense of self intact. I was not powerless, not entirely. There was a strength within me, one that had been forged in the crucible of fear and forged anew with every confrontation. And so, life continued, the routine re-established, albeit with a new awareness of the hidden dangers that lurk in the corners of our reality. I carried on, knowing that the world was not as it seemed, that beneath the veneer of normalcy lay a deeper, darker truth. But always, in the quiet moments, when the city's noise faded to a distant hum and the shadows began to stretch long and thin, I felt it. The lingering fear, the knowledge that one day Mr. Morrow might return. And when he did, I would be ready. The city was a tangled web of streets and buildings, a testament to human ingenuity and chaos. It was a place where the mundane often concealed the peculiar, and where the ordinary had a habit of twisting into the extraordinary. I had lived here all my life, a silent observer to the ebb and flow of its existence. And like anyone else, I appreciated the familiar routine of normalcy. From my apartment window, I often watched the world go by, its inhabitants like actors in an ever-repeating play. My days were spent in a small clinic, tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. As a counselor, I often found myself listening to the stories of others, each one a thread in the tapestry of human experience. People came to me with their troubles, their fears, and their secrets. I listened, offered advice, and sent them back into the world, lighter for having unburdened their souls. It was fulfilling work, and though the stories varied, there was a comforting predictability to the process. Until her. She arrived one rainy afternoon, the sky a mottled gray, casting a muted light through the clinic's wide windows. Her presence was unremarkable at first, a slender, quiet woman with an air of fragility about her. She moved like a shadow, her eyes downcast, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She introduced herself as Mary, her voice a mere whisper, as though speaking any louder might shatter the delicate silence that enveloped her. Mary's story was not unlike many I had heard before, a history of misfortune, a life marred by a series of unfortunate events that seemed to follow her like a dark cloud. She spoke of loss, of loneliness, but there was something in her words, an undercurrent of despair that was different. It was as though she carried something within her, something old and heavy that defied understanding. The first disturbance came not long after. I sat in my office, reviewing notes, when a peculiar sensation washed over me. It was a feeling of being watched, though I was alone. I glanced up, half expecting to find someone staring through the window, but there was nothing. Just the rain, soft and persistent against the glass. I shook it off as a trick of the mind, a momentary lapse in concentration, but the feeling persisted, a shadowy presence that lingered at the edge of my awareness. It followed me home that evening, and for the first time, I found myself pausing in the hallway outside my apartment, hesitant to enter. The sensation of eyes upon me was unnerving, yet I was alone. I flicked on the lights, half expecting to catch a glimpse of something slipping out of view. Nothing. In the days that followed, the city seemed to shift around me. I noticed things I hadn't before, small inconsistencies that nagged at the edges of my perception. The sky was often overcast, casting the streets in a perpetual twilight. People moved with an unusual haste, their faces drawn and tense. It was as if the city itself had taken on a new, darker character. Mary continued to visit the clinic, and with each session, the feeling of unease grew. She spoke more of the notion of evil, not as an abstract concept, but as a tangible force, something insidious that seeped into the cracks of the world. Her eyes, once downcast and timid, now held an intensity that was unsettling. They seemed to see beyond the surface, into places I could not fathom. Our conversations turned philosophical, delving into the nature of good and evil. Mary spoke of an ancient malevolence, an incomprehensible force that existed beyond human understanding. It was a specter that moved among us, invisible yet ever present. Her words were chilling, reverberating in my mind long after she had left. I began to see it, or perhaps I convinced myself I did. Little signs, small disturbances that hinted at something more. A shadow flitting across the wall, a whisper that echoed through empty rooms, a fleeting glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. They were subtle, almost imperceptible, yet they coalesced into a creeping dread that gnawed at my sanity. The escalation was subtle, but relentless. My dreams became a cacophony of disjointed images, half-formed figures lurking in the periphery. I awoke each morning with a sense of foreboding, the remnants of my dreams clinging to me like cobwebs. The city, once a place of comfort, had transformed into a landscape of unease, each street and alley a potential hiding place for the unseen. One evening, in a bid to escape the oppressive atmosphere, I drove to the beach. The sea was a place of solace, its rhythmic waves a balm to the troubled mind. As I walked along the shore, the wind tugging at my clothes, I felt a momentary release from the tension that had gripped me. But it was short-lived. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sand, I became aware of a presence beside me. At first, I thought it to be another evening walker, but as I turned, I saw nothing. Yet the feeling persisted, a sense of something walking alongside me, matching my pace, its presence as palpable as the wind. I quickened my step, heart pounding, until I was almost running. The sensation intensified, a weight that pressed down on my chest, until I finally broke into a sprint, the sand shifting beneath my feet. I reached my car, breathless and shaken, the night air thick with unease. As I drove back to the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been pursued, that whatever had haunted my steps on the beach had followed me home. The lights of the city flickered on the horizon, a beacon of familiarity in the encroaching darkness. Back at the clinic, I found myself drawn to the seniors' home on the outskirts of town, a place I had visited often in my volunteer work. The residents there were a wealth of stories and wisdom, their lives a testament to resilience. But now, there was a change. The atmosphere was heavy, the usual warmth replaced by a cold detachment. The residents spoke in hushed tones, their conversations punctuated with furtive glances and nervous laughter. One woman, Mrs. Thompson, took my hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "Do you feel it?" she whispered, eyes wide with fear. "It's here, among us, watching, waiting." Her words sent a shiver through me, echoing Mary's warnings of an unseen force. As I left, the shadows seemed to stretch longer, the corridors darker, as though the very walls were complicit in some hidden conspiracy. The climax came unexpectedly, a convergence of the seen and unseen that shattered the fragile barrier between reality and nightmare. I was at a local school, having been invited to speak to a group of students about mental health. The day was bright, the kind of day that promised normalcy, yet there was an undercurrent of tension, the air charged with anticipation. As I spoke, I noticed a child in the back of the room, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on me. There was something unsettling in his gaze, an intensity that belied his age. His presence was unnerving, yet I continued, unwilling to break the fragile illusion of control. As the session ended and the students filed out, the boy lingered, his eyes never leaving mine. I approached him, intending to offer a word of comfort or reassurance, but as I drew near, the room seemed to shift. The light dimmed, the air heavy and oppressive. The boy smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that sent a chill coursing through me. There was malice in that smile, an ancient malevolence that defied comprehension. For a moment, I was rooted to the spot, caught in the web of his gaze. And then, like a shadow, he was gone, leaving behind an echo of laughter that lingered long after. The experience left me shaken, the boundaries of my world blurred and uncertain. I returned to the clinic, seeking solace in the familiar, yet it offered none. Mary's sessions became an anchor, her presence a reminder that I was not alone in sensing the shift. Together we pieced together the fragments of our experiences, constructing a narrative that defied reason, yet felt undeniably real. In our final meeting, Mary spoke of a farmhouse on the outskirts of the city, a place she claimed held the key to understanding the nature of the force that haunted us. Her eyes burned with a fervor that was both inspiring and terrifying. There was no hesitation in her voice, only a certainty that was infectious. Desperation forced my hand, and together we made our way to the farmhouse, a relic of a bygone era, its timbers weathered and gray. The place was silent, an eerie stillness hanging in the air. As we approached, the feeling of being watched intensified until it was almost unbearable. Inside, the house was a labyrinth of shadows, each room a testament to decay and neglect. Yet there was something else, something that hummed beneath the surface, a pulse that thrummed in the walls. In the heart of the house, we found it. a room that seemed untouched by time, its air heavy with the scent of age. At its center stood an object, a figure carved from some unidentifiable material, its form twisted and grotesque. It exuded a palpable sense of dread, a malevolence that reached out and gripped my soul. Mary stepped forward, her hand outstretched as though in supplication. Her voice was a murmur, a litany of words that seemed to resonate with the object. As she spoke, the air shimmered, the walls bending and warping around us. Panic surged through me, yet I found myself unable to look away, caught in the thrall of the dark force that swirled around us. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The house fell silent, the object inert once more. Mary stood before me, her expression unreadable, yet there was a light in her eyes that spoke of triumph. We left the farmhouse, the city awaiting us, unchanged, yet irrevocably altered. The lingering fear settled in the days that followed. The city returned to its routine, the people unaware of the currents that lay beneath the surface. But for me, the world had shifted. The presence of that ancient evil was no longer a whisper on the wind. It was a constant, a dark specter that watched from the shadows. I saw it in the eyes of strangers, in the flicker of streetlights, in the darkness that pooled in alleyways. It was there, among us, a reminder of the incomprehensible nature of evil, a force that could not be understood, only endured. And as I walked the familiar streets of my city, I knew that it would never leave me, that its presence was as much a part of my world as the air I breathed. The nature of evil was not in its actions, but in its existence, a shadow that would forever linger at the edge of my reality. The town of Willow Creek had always nestled comfortably in the mundane embrace of suburban normalcy. It was a place where the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of freshly cut grass, and the sun seemed to linger a little longer in the evenings, just to watch over the routine comings and goings of its people. I was a teacher at the local elementary school and had lived here for most of my life. I knew the faces of my neighbors like the back of my hand, exchanged polite nods with them as we passed each other on morning walks, and could set my clock by the times their children left for school. The children of Willow Creek were a boisterous bunch, their laughter often echoing through the cul-de-sacs, serving as a cheerful soundtrack to the otherwise quiet town. It was their normalcy, their innocence that made what happened all the more unsettling. It began subtly. I noticed it first during recess. I was on duty that day, watching over the children as they played. The usual screams of mirth were oddly muted. The children, instead of their usual chaotic games, were standing in small groups, as if in conference. Their voices were low, their movements unnaturally synchronized. Even as I approached them, they seemed to sense my presence without looking up, and the conversations halted abruptly. They gazed at me with eyes that were vacant, yet intense, as if assessing something I couldn't fathom. I shook off the odd feeling, attributing it to nothing more than childish imagination at play. But as days passed, it became increasingly difficult to dismiss. I started noticing more peculiarities. During classes, the children were unusually quiet, their attention unnervingly focused, even for the most mundane of lessons. Homework was completed with an uncharacteristic precision. There was a stark absence of the usual childish doodles and spelling errors. It was as if their youthful essence was slowly being siphoned away, replaced by something cold and mechanical. One evening, as I sat at my kitchen table grading papers, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My eyes drifted towards the window, and there they were, a group of children standing in the dim light of a street lamp, staring directly at my house. They stood motionless, their figures barely stirring in the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but when I looked again, they were gone. I convinced myself that it was a trick of the light, perhaps the shadows playing games with my overworked mind. But the sightings continued. They began to appear at various times and places, on my walks to the grocery store, at the park, even when I drove to the next town over. Always at a distance, always watching. It was as if they were tracking my movements, and each time, their silent presence sent a chill crawling down my spine. I shared my concerns with my friend and fellow teacher Sarah. She listened patiently, her brow furrowed in thought. "Maybe you need some time off," she suggested gently. "It could just be stress. This is a busy time of year for you." Her words made sense, yet they did little to quell the growing unease that had settled in my bones. I tried to take her advice to heart, attempting to distract myself with other activities. But the children were always there, just at the edge of my awareness, their presence an ever-looming shadow. One night, I decided to follow them. It was a decision born out of desperation, a need to understand what was happening in the hopes that doing so might dispel the fear that had taken root in my mind. The night was quiet, the air thick with an unsettling stillness as I trailed the small group of children through the streets of Willow Creek. They moved silently, their steps barely a whisper against the pavement. I kept a safe distance, careful not to draw their attention. The children led me to the edge of town, where the suburban sprawl gave way to patches of undeveloped woodland. There, amid the trees that stood like silent sentinels, they stopped. I watched, hidden behind a large oak, as they formed a circle, their forms barely discernible in the moonlit clearing. Then they began to hum, a low, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the air. It was a haunting melody, devoid of words, yet filled with an eerie harmony. The ground felt alive beneath my feet, thrumming in response to their song. I felt a pull towards them, an insidious lure that tugged at the edges of my consciousness, urging me to step out of the shadows and join them. I fought the compulsion, gripping the rough bark of the tree as an anchor. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic rhythm that matched the pulse of the earth. The humming grew louder, more insistent, and I clamped my hands over my ears in a futile attempt to block it out. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, a void that seemed to swallow all sound. The children stood unmoving, eyes closed, as if in a trance. I dared not breathe, fearing that even the smallest sound would shatter the fragile quiet and draw their attention to me. Minutes stretched into eternity before they began to move again. Their eyes opened, now a uniform shade of deep, unsettling black. They turned in unison, moving back towards the town, leaving the clearing empty, but for the lingering echo of their song. I waited until I was certain they were gone, before I dared to move. The clearing felt different now, charged with a latent energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I stumbled back towards my house, the shadows of the trees stretching across the ground like grasping hands. Sleep eluded me that night, my mind a storm of questions with no answers. Who or what was controlling the children? What was the purpose of the strange gatherings? Each question only deepened my sense of dread, feeding the gnawing fear that something far more sinister than I could imagine was at play. In the days that followed, the children appeared more frequently. Their presence was no longer confined to the periphery of my vision. They were bold, their dark eyes meeting mine with an intensity that made my skin crawl. It was as if they knew that I had seen them, that I was aware of their secret. The realization that I was being watched, not just observed, but monitored, grew too overwhelming to ignore. I began to feel their presence even in my home, the walls closing in on me with a claustrophobic menace that left me gasping for breath. It was as if the very air I breathed was tainted with their influence, seeping into my thoughts and dreams. Desperate for answers, I turned to the town's archives, hoping that perhaps the past held clues to the present mystery. Despite my trepidation, I found myself in the musty basement of the town's library, poring over old newspapers and town records. The task was grueling, the dim light and dust-filled air adding to my growing sense of unease. It was there, buried beneath decades of forgotten history, that I found something. An old article, yellowed with age, detailing a series of unexplained occurrences, eerily similar to what I was experiencing now. The article spoke of a group of children from Willow Creek who had gone missing for several days, only to return with no memory of where they had been. Their behavior had changed, becoming detached and unemotional, much like the children of today. The article mentioned a man, an outsider, who had been seen in the town around the same time. He was described as charismatic and charming, his presence unsettling, yet captivating. Some speculated that he had been involved in the children's disappearance, but no evidence was ever found to support the claim. As I read, I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, as if someone or something was watching me even now. I closed the article, the implications weighing heavily on my mind. Was this man the sinister leader behind the children's strange behavior? And if so, what was his purpose? The answers eluded me, dancing just out of reach like shadows in the night. I felt the fear settling deeper, an insidious knot in the pit of my stomach that refused to unravel. As I left the library, the shadows seemed to lengthen, following me as I made my way home. The nights grew longer, the children's presence more oppressive. The melody they hummed haunted my dreams, a siren song pulling me into a darkness I feared I would never escape. My every waking moment was consumed by their silent, watchful eyes, and I felt myself slowly unraveling under the weight of their gaze. I knew I had to confront whatever force was controlling them, but the thought filled me with a terror I couldn't shake. I was just a teacher, an ordinary person caught in an extraordinary nightmare with no clear way out. Yet, the thought of doing nothing, of allowing their influence to spread unchecked, was even more terrifying. And so, one fateful night, I found myself once more in the woods at the edge of town. The children were there, as I knew they would be, their figures silhouetted against the moonlit sky. The air was electric with anticipation, the ground humming beneath my feet as they began their song. This time, I stepped into the clearing, my heart a thunderous drum in my chest. The children turned to face me, their eyes a black void, unblinking and devoid of any recognition. Somewhere within those depths, I sensed a flicker of awareness, a spark of the children they once were, trapped and pleading for release. The leader was there too, a presence that materialized from the shadows with an unsettling grace. He was everything the article had described, charming, magnetic, yet exuding a menace that sent shivers down my spine. His eyes locked onto mine, and I felt the pull of his will, a seductive promise of power and understanding, if only I would submit. But I refused to be drawn in. I focused on the children, calling out to them, my voice a desperate plea to break free from the chains that bound them. My words seemed to resonate, cutting through the fog of their minds, and for a brief moment, I saw their eyes flicker with something akin to recognition. The leader's expression shifted from curiosity to anger. The ground trembled, the air crackling with power, as he turned his gaze upon me, a force like a tidal wave crashing against my mind. I was losing, the darkness threatening to consume me, but I clung to the memory of their laughter, their innocence, a lifeline in the storm. In that moment, something shifted. The children stirred, their voices joining mine, a chorus of defiance against the darkness. The leader's grip faltered, his form flickering as if struggling to maintain its hold. He cried out, a sound of frustration and rage, before dissolving into the shadows, leaving nothing but the echo of his presence behind. The children collapsed to the ground, unconscious but free. The clearing was silent once more. The hum of power faded into the stillness of the night. I knelt beside them, relief flooding through me as I checked each one, reassuring myself that they were safe. In the days that followed, the children slowly returned to normal. Their laughter filled the air once more, a balm to the wounds left by the ordeal. Yet, the memory of their silent vigil, of the leader's dark influence, lingered like a shadow on the edges of my mind. The town of Willow Creek resumed its mundane rhythm, but I knew that beneath its surface lay a current of unease, a fear that what had happened could happen again. The leader's absence was temporary, I was certain of that. His presence, though physically gone, remained a haunting specter, lurking in the corners of my thoughts. And so I watched, vigilant and wary, guarding against the return of the darkness. The children might have been freed, but the fear remained, a reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, the extraordinary could lie in wait, ready to disturb the fragile balance of normalcy. It started off as any other day in our quiet suburban neighborhood. The sun rose lazily over the neatly trimmed lawns, casting long shadows across asphalt that had absorbed years of children's laughter and the distant hum of lawnmowers. I reveled in these mornings, sipping my coffee while gazing out the kitchen window, a panorama of tranquility unfolding before me. The neighborhood was always alive with the sounds of children, echoes of innocence bouncing between the modest two-story houses that lined our street. There was an underlying rhythm to it, a comforting predictability that reminded me why I chose to live here. On any given day, the air was filled with the chatter of kids, their conversations floating through open windows, like a symphony of youthful exuberance. It was around mid-autumn when I first noticed the oddity. Returning from the grocery store, I saw them. 3 kids standing by the old oak tree at the corner of my street. They were the usual kids, the same faces I'd seen riding bikes or playing hide and seek. Yet now they stood still, too still, their small eyes tracking my car with an intensity that made the hairs on my arms prickle. I told myself it was nothing. Perhaps they were just curious, or lost in a game that demanded such eerie quietness. But as I carried my groceries inside, the unease lingered like an unwanted guest, refusing to leave even as I busied myself with mundane tasks. Over the next few days, it became impossible to ignore. The number of children seemed to grow. They were always there, standing in small clusters or sometimes alone, always watching. I'd step outside to collect the mail, and there they'd be, eyes fixed on me. Even the sound of their laughter had changed. What once was joyous now carried an edge that scraped against my nerves with each haunting chuckle. The first real disturbance came one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of burnt orange and deep purple. I was returning from a late shift at work, the neighborhood wrapped in the soft quiet of dusk. As I turned the corner, the headlights of my car swept over a scene that was becoming all too familiar. A dozen or so children stood in a semicircle on the street, their backs to me, facing something I could not see. I slowed the car, curiosity pulling me closer. They didn't move, didn't flinch as my engine murmured past them. I parked in the driveway and stepped out, hesitating, caught between the safety of my home and the magnetic pull of the strange tableau. I called out to them, feeling foolish as my voice broke the heavy silence. "Is everything okay?" I asked. They turned then, and the movement was synchronized, almost mechanical. Their eyes met mine, and something in their gazes chilled me to the bone. There was an emptiness there, a void where the spark of childhood should have been. I retreated inside, the door closing with a resounding thud that echoed in the stillness. From the safety of my living room, I watched them through the window. They remained for a few minutes more before dispersing, vanishing into the growing darkness as if they were never there. Sleep was elusive that night. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the scene, until exhaustion finally pulled me under. The next morning, with the sun's reassuring glow filtering through the curtains, the events of the night before seemed distant, like a half-remembered dream. But the children didn't vanish with the dawn. They were there, every day, and their numbers seemed to swell with each passing hour. Their presence wormed its way into my routines, a constant weight that pressed down on the normalcy I had taken for granted. Conversations with neighbors yielded little comfort. They acknowledged the children were acting differently, but dismissed it as a phase, perhaps an elaborate game or a trick of the imagination. I wanted desperately to believe them, to write it off as collective hysteria. Still, the sense of wrongness persisted, an itch that gnawed at the back of my mind. The escalation was subtle, a creeping dread that infused itself into the very fabric of my existence. I began to dread leaving the house, knowing they would be there, watching. My friends would laugh at my paranoia, assuring me it was all in my head. But they didn't see the looks, those blank, penetrating stares that seemed to strip away layers of my sanity until all that remained were nerves stretched thin. I tried to avoid them, altering my routines, taking different paths, but it was no use. Wherever I went, they were there, silent sentinels, shadowing my movements with an unholy precision. Their eyes were everywhere, at the grocery store, in the park, even at my workplace where I would catch glimpses of them through the office windows, standing motionless at the edge of the parking lot. The climax came one night as an autumn storm raged outside. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and rain lashed against the windows with a ferocity that mirrored the turmoil within me. I was in the kitchen when the lights flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness. Heart pounding, I fumbled for my phone, using its light to navigate the shadowy rooms. As I approached the living room, lightning illuminated the front lawn, revealing a sight that turned my blood to ice. The children were gathered there, more than I had ever seen, their forms silhouetted against the flashing sky. I stood frozen, the phone slipping from my trembling hands. The storm raged on, but the children remained unaffected, their stillness incongruous with the chaos that surrounded them. I don't know how long I stood there, trapped between fear and disbelief. Then, as if responding to some unseen signal, they turned in unison, their faces illuminated in the next flash of lightning. And what I saw in their eyes was neither childlike nor human. It was dark and ancient, an abyss that promised nothing but despair. I backed away, stumbling over furniture in my haste. In the kitchen, I found the door to the basement and descended into its depths, seeking refuge in the only place that offered even a semblance of safety. I huddled there, listening to the storm's fury and the persistent tap, tap, tap of raindrops against the small window. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes, before I dared emerge. The storm had subsided, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Tentatively, I crept back up the stairs, my breath held, ears straining for any sound that hinted at their presence. But the children were gone, vanished as if they had never been. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. I knew this wasn't the end. In the days that followed, the neighborhood seemed to shake off its malaise. The children returned to their usual antics, the eerie stillness replaced by the familiar clamor of play. My neighbors and I exchanged relieved smiles, grateful that whatever had gripped us had finally loosened its hold. Yet, the fear lingered. It was a shadow I couldn't shake, an unsettling certainty that what I had witnessed was only the surface of something far more sinister. The children's eyes haunted me, their darkness imprinted on my soul like a stain that refused to fade. Despite the outward peace, I couldn't rid myself of the feeling that they were still watching, waiting. And sometimes, late at night, when the world was asleep and the silence pressed in from all sides, I would sense them again, those eyes, the weight of their gaze, a reminder that the unseen threat had merely retreated into the shadows, biding its time. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient stones of the Padmanabhaswamy temple. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the reverberating chants of the priests, echoing off the elaborately carved walls. Visitors mingled around the temple grounds, their whispers mingling with the breeze as they marveled at the architectural grandeur of this sacred site. It was a place of devotion and history, a repository of stories that spanned centuries. I had come to Thiruvananthapuram with a singular purpose, driven by a curiosity that bordered on obsession. For years, I had read about the mysterious vaults said to house untold treasures beneath the temple floors. Their existence was part of the temple's rich tapestry of legends, whispered about in hushed tones by the residents and visitors alike. Yet, these vaults were sealed, their secrets guarded by myth and mystery. As an anthropologist, my interest was more than mere curiosity. It was a desire to understand the cultural and historical significance of what lay beneath. The tales spoke of immense wealth, of gold and jewels amassed over centuries. But more intriguing than the treasures were the stories of a curse, of an ancient sentinel that protected the vaults from those who dared to disturb them. Many dismissed these as mere folklore, but there was something in these legends that resonated with a deeper truth, something that compelled me to uncover what lay hidden. The first few days of my visit were spent in the company of historians and priests. They were generous with their time, eager to share the official history of the temple. Yet, when the conversation turned to the vaults, their demeanor changed. I sensed a reluctance, a palpable tension that hinted at more than just reverence. It was as if they feared the very mention of what lay beneath, as if speaking of it might awaken something they preferred to remain dormant. Determined to learn more, I sought out locals who might be more candid. In a small tea stall not far from the temple, I met Rajan, an elderly man with eyes that had witnessed a lifetime of stories. He spoke in a low, conspiratorial tone, his voice barely above a whisper. They say the vaults are protected by the serpent god, Ananta, he told me, his eyes darting around as if expecting to see prying ears. Anyone who tries to open them will be met with his wrath. I pressed him for more, but he merely shook his head, his expression somber. Some doors are not meant to be opened, he said. Despite the warnings, my resolve only strengthened. I had come too far to turn back, and the allure of the unknown was too great. It was a compulsion that I could not ignore, a pull that seemed almost supernatural in its intensity. One evening, as the temple began to empty and the tourists dwindled, I found myself drawn to the area where the vaults were rumored to be located. The air was cooler now, and a certain stillness had settled over the temple. As I walked through the shadowed corridors, The silence was punctuated only by the distant chants of the priests, a haunting melody that seemed to reverberate through the very stones. I reached a section of the temple that was less frequented by visitors, a place where the shadows seemed deeper and the air felt heavier. The walls here were adorned with carvings of serpents and deities, their eyes watching silently over the passage of time. It was here that I felt it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a tingling sensation that crept down my spine. I paused, my heart thrumming against my ribcage. It would have been easy to dismiss it as mere nerves, a trick of the mind in a place so steeped in legend. But there was something tangible, something real about the feeling. It was as if the very air around me was alive, aware of my presence. The disturbance was subtle at first, a whisper of movement, a shadow flitting at the edge of my vision. I turned, expecting to find another visitor or a priest, but the corridor was empty. I was alone, or so I thought. As I stood there, peering into the gloom, I felt a shift. It was as if the shadows themselves were thickening, coalescing into something more substantial. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but the darkness seemed to writhe, a mass of shadow and light that defied comprehension. And then I saw it. A serpentine form, massive and coiling, its eyes glinting like molten gold. It moved with a fluid grace, weaving through the air as if it were swimming through water. The sight was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a creature born of myth, yet standing before me in undeniable reality. Panic surged through me, a primal instinct to flee from something so wholly unnatural. But my feet remained rooted to the spot, an invisible force holding me in place. The serpent's gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. In that stillness, I felt a presence, an intelligence that reached out and brushed against my mind. It was not hostile, but neither was it welcoming. It was ancient and powerful, a consciousness that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. "You seek what is not yours," a voice echoed in my mind, deep and resonant, filled with the weight of ages. "These vaults are not for the eyes of the living." My throat tightened, words failing me in the face of such overwhelming power. I could do nothing but stand there, my mind a maelstrom of fear and awe. "You must leave," the voice continued, softer now, almost sad. "There are things that should remain hidden, secrets that are better left undisturbed." The serpent's form began to dissolve, the shadows dispersing like mist in the morning sun. As it vanished, the weight that had held me in place lifted, and I stumbled back, gasping for breath. I left the temple grounds in a daze, the encounter playing over and over in my mind. It was a vision, I told myself, a hallucination, brought on by the stories and the atmosphere of the place. Yet deep down, I knew it was more. The presence of the serpent had been real as the stone beneath my feet and the air in my lungs. In the days that followed, I tried to push the experience aside, to rationalize it as an overactive imagination. But the memory refused to fade, lingering at the edges of my consciousness like a shadow that refused to be banished. The people of Thiruvananthapuram noticed a change in me. I became withdrawn, quiet, my thoughts consumed by what I had seen. Friends and colleagues expressed concern, urging me to return home, to leave the temple and its mysteries behind. But I couldn't bring myself to leave. It was as if the temple had claimed a part of me, binding me to its secrets with invisible chains. As the days turned into weeks, I made frequent visits to the temple, drawn to it like a moth to flame. I never ventured near the vaults again, but I found solace in the temple's presence, in the echoes of its history and the whispers of its legends. And yet, the serpent's warning stayed with me, a constant reminder of the boundaries I had dared to cross. It was a cautionary tale, a lesson in humility and respect for the ancient powers that lay beyond human understanding. The vaults remained sealed, their secrets intact, guarded by the spirit of a serpent god that had seen the passage of time. And I, a mere mortal, was left to ponder the mysteries of a world where myth and reality intertwined, where the forbidden held an allure that was both terrifying and irresistible. Even now, as I sit far from the temple, the memories linger, vivid and undiminished by time. The serpent's gaze haunts my dreams, a reminder of the encounter that changed my life, that opened my eyes to the wonders and dangers of the unseen. I have learned to live with the shadows, to accept that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, some doors not meant to be opened. The temple and its secrets remain, an eternal enigma shrouded in legend, a testament to the power of belief and the enduring mysteries of the human soul. I had never imagined that my fascination with history would lead me to a place where the past and the present blurred in such an eerie fashion. As a researcher of ancient architecture and a historian by passion, my journey to the Padmanabhaswamy Temple in Thiruvananthapuram was meant to be a matter of academic curiosity. Little did I know that it would become a deeply unsettling chapter in my life. The temple, known for its grandeur and the intricate carvings that adorned its walls, had long been a subject of intrigue. Among its many mysteries, the most alluring was the tale of its secret vaults, particularly the enigmatic Vault B. While other vaults had been opened, revealing unimaginable treasures that had lain undisturbed for centuries, Vault B remained resolutely sealed. Legends whispered of a curse that lay in wait behind its doors, a curse that promised doom to those who dared to disturb its slumber. My arrival at Thiruvananthapuram was marked by the humid embrace of the coastal city. The air was thick, carrying the scent of the sea and the bustle of life in equal measure. The temple stood as a silent sentinel, its ancient walls echoing with the prayers of the devout and the footfalls of countless pilgrims. Initially, my days were spent in the pursuit of knowledge, poring over manuscripts and speaking with scholars who had dedicated their lives to unraveling the temple's mysteries. The local lore was rich, wrapped in layers of myth and history, making it hard to distinguish fact from fiction. Yet, it was the tales of Vault B that drew me deeper, like a moth to a flame. It was during one of my study sessions that I first encountered the anomaly. As I sat in the temple library, a musty room filled with the scent of old paper and incense, I noticed a peculiar pattern. In every account of Vault B, there was a period of silence, a gap in the narrative that spanned generations. It was as if knowledge of the vault had been deliberately obscured, or perhaps forgotten. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I decided to delve deeper. I spoke to the temple attendants, old men with skin like parchment and eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the ages. They were reluctant to discuss Vault B, their reticence becoming unnerving. When pressed, they would merely shake their heads, muttering prayers under their breath, as if the very mention of the vault could invoke its wrath. The first disturbance in my otherwise orderly investigation came one night as I wandered the temple grounds, lost in thought. The temple was quiet, the usual crowd of devotees having thinned out as the hour grew late. The air was still, the only sound the distant hum of the city. As I turned a corner, I saw a shadow flit across the stone walls. It was quick, barely more than a flicker at the edge of my vision, but enough to pause my steps. My heart quickened, a cold finger of fear tracing along my spine. I stood there, straining to hear, to see anything that might explain the anomaly. But there was nothing, just the oppressive silence of the temple. Dismissing it as a trick of the mind, I returned to my quarters, only to find an old scroll left on the steps outside my door. It was unlike anything I had seen before, the script unfamiliar, the parchment rough to the touch. As I unfurled it, my eyes widened in disbelief. The scroll detailed a ritual, a series of incantations that were meant to ward off evil. At the bottom, a single line stood out. He who seeks the vault seeks his own end. The next few days were marked by an escalation of unease. My dreams, once peaceful, became restless. I found myself standing before the sealed doors of Vault B, the air around me heavy with an unseen presence. In the dream, I could hear the faint whisper of voices, a language long forgotten, echoing from within the vault. Each time I reached out to touch the door, to push it open, I would awaken, my heart pounding in my chest, my skin clammy with sweat. I tried to shake off the feeling, attributing it to the stress of my research. But the dreams persisted, each more vivid than the last. The temple, once a place of solace, now felt oppressive, its age-old stones seeming to watch my every move. Desperation drove me to seek answers. I reached out to an old colleague, a scholar of ancient languages who had spent years studying the esoteric practices of the region. We met in a small cafe on the outskirts of the city, a place removed from the temple's shadow. Over cups of strong coffee, I recounted my experiences, the dreams, the scroll, the inexplicable sense of dread. He listened intently, his expression grave. When I finished, he leaned back, his eyes fixed on a point beyond me. "There are things," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, "that are not meant to be understood. Vault B is one of them. It's said that the vault holds more than just treasures. There are forces, remnants of a past, that should never be disturbed." Despite his warnings, my resolve hardened. I couldn't simply walk away, not when I was so close to unraveling the mystery that had consumed me. That night, I made my way to the temple, the sky a canopy of stars above. The moon cast an ethereal glow on the temple walls, lending an otherworldly beauty to the scene. The temple was deserted, an unusual quiet descending upon it. With each step, the weight of the air seemed to increase, pressing down on me, urging me to turn back. But I was driven by a compulsion I couldn't quite explain, a need to know. As I approached Vault B, a shiver ran through me. The door loomed large and ominous, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the moonlight. I hesitated, the warnings echoing in my mind. Then, steeling myself, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. In that moment, the air shifted. A low hum began to emanate from the vault, vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. The sound grew, a chorus of voices rising and falling, their cadence hypnotic and terrifying. My heart raced as I stumbled back, the hum reaching a crescendo before abruptly ceasing, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Terrified, I fled, the oppressive stillness of the temple closing in around me. As I retreated to my quarters, the events of the night replayed in my mind, each moment seared into my memory. I knew then that my actions had set something in motion, something that could not be easily undone. In the days that followed, the temple seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Shadows flitted at the edge of my vision, whispers filled the air, and a sense of foreboding lingered in every corner. The locals, once warm and welcoming, now regarded me with suspicion, their eyes filled with an unspoken accusation. The climax came one night when the dreams took on a new intensity. I found myself once again before the doors of Vault B, but this time they were slightly ajar. Cold air poured from the opening, carrying with it the scent of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent. The voices, now clearer than ever, beckoned me forward. As I stepped toward the vault, a figure emerged from the shadows, its form shifting and indistinct. It raised a hand, a silent command that rooted me to the spot. In that moment, I understood. The vault was not merely a repository of treasures, but a prison, holding within it forces that defied comprehension. The curse was real, a sentinel against the folly of man, and I had dared to challenge it. When I awoke, I knew I had to leave. My research had become an obsession, one that threatened to consume me whole. I packed my belongings, my departure marked by a haunting sense of unfinished business. The temple would continue to stand, a monument to the mysteries of the past, and Vault B would remain sealed, its secrets intact. But even now, thousands of miles away, the memories linger. The smell of incense, the feel of the cold metal beneath my fingers, the whisper of voices in the night, they are etched into my mind, a reminder of the line between curiosity and madness. I find myself wondering if one day someone else will stand where I once did, driven by the same insatiable need to know. I shudder at the thought, hoping they will heed the warnings that I so foolishly ignored. The vault, with its dark promises and ancient curse, remains a testament to the dangers of seeking that which is best left undisturbed. The lingering fear stays with me, a shadow that refuses to dissipate, a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. As I write these words, I feel the weight of the temple's secrets pressing down on my soul, a testament to the timeless power of the past. The secrets of the Padmanabhaswamy temple, I realize, will continue to haunt those who dare to seek them, forever bound in a web of history, myth, and the unknown. The sun was setting over the ancient city of Thiruvananthapuram, casting a warm golden glow over the intricate spires of the Padmanabhaswamy temple. I had always found a peculiar comfort in this temple, with its grand corridors and the enigmatic aura that seemed to whisper secrets from times long past. As an archaeologist with a fascination for South Indian temples, I had come here under the guise of conducting research for a scholarly article. The temple, however, held deeper mysteries that had called to me for reasons I could not fully articulate. I was particularly drawn to the legend of the temple's secret vaults. There were 6 vaults, 5 of which had been opened over the years to reveal unimaginable treasures. The 6th vault, however, remained sealed, protected by rumors of curses and divine retribution against those who dared to disturb its sanctity. Locals spoke of it with hushed reverence, calling it Vault B, and claimed that it was guarded by supernatural entities. My curiosity had long been piqued, and the archaeologist in me struggled with the tension between scientific inquiry and the respect for cultural beliefs. During my initial days at the temple, I adhered strictly to my research schedule, studying the temple's architecture, its historical significance, and the stories enshrined within its aged walls. Each day, I would lose myself in these pursuits, the soft chants of the temple priests providing a background score to my explorations. There was an undeniable peace in these routines, a reassuring normalcy that cocooned me from the world outside. One evening, after a particularly engaging discussion with one of the temple historians about the significance of the serpents depicted in the temple carvings, I decided to take a solitary walk along the temple's perimeter. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the distant hum of evening prayers. It was then that I felt it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as though the temple itself had taken a deep breath. I paused, looking around, but saw nothing amiss. Yet, a sense of being watched settled over me, an unsettling tingle that traced its fingers down my spine. Brushing off the feeling as the product of an overactive imagination, I continued my walk, but the sensation clung to me like a shadow. I had heard tales of the temple's patron deity, Vishnu, manifesting to protect the sanctity of the grounds, but I was not a superstitious man. I believed in what could be seen and studied, yet I could not shake the feeling of unseen eyes following my every move. The following days were filled with similar disturbances, objects slightly out of place, drafts of cold air where there should be none, whispers at the edge of my hearing. The logical part of my mind sought explanations. Perhaps I was simply exhausted, or perhaps the stories I had heard were playing on my psyche. Nevertheless, the rationalizations did little to quell the growing unease. It was during one of these unsettling moments that I met Rajan, an elderly temple caretaker who had worked at the temple for over 50 years. His eyes, deep set and wise, seemed to hold the temple's secrets. We spoke of many things, of history, of devotion, and eventually of Vault B. Rajan, with a knowing smile, told me that the vault was protected by more than just its physical locks. He spoke of guardians, not the kind that could be seen, but those that existed beyond human perception. In the days that followed, my resolve to understand the mysteries of Vault B grew stronger. It was no longer just academic curiosity. It had become a need, a compulsion that gnawed at me. I delved deeper into the temple records, seeking any mention of the vault and its contents. My nights were consumed with dreams that were vivid and strange, filled with shadows that moved with purpose, and voices that spoke in languages forgotten by time. The temple, once a place of comfort, now seemed a living entity, watchful and enigmatic. The disturbances became more pronounced, and I found myself questioning my own sanity. Was it possible that something ancient and powerful was indeed watching over the vault, as Rajan had suggested? I wrestled with these thoughts as I continued my work, drawn ever closer to the forbidden vault. One night, unable to sleep, I wandered the temple grounds, the cool air a balm for my troubled mind. The moonlight cast eerie shadows on the temple walls, and I felt a pull toward the eastern corridor, the path that led to Vault B. Before I realized it, I was standing before the massive doors that had remained sealed for centuries. The air here was different, thicker, charged with a palpable energy that seemed to hum beneath the surface. As I stood there, I heard a sound, a deep rumbling that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath my feet. It was as though the temple itself was speaking, urging me to listen. Against my better judgment, I pressed my ear to the cold stone, and the sound grew louder, more insistent. It was not a voice, not exactly, but a presence, an awareness that seeped into my consciousness. A sudden flash of movement caught my eye, and I turned to see a shadow detach itself from the wall, coalescing into a form that defied description. It was as if the darkness itself had taken shape, an entity that flickered at the edges of my vision. My heart pounded in my chest, and I took a step back, unsure whether to flee or remain. The shadow moved, its form shifting with each step it took toward me. I should have been terrified, yet there was a strange calm that settled over me, as if I had been expecting this encounter all along. The entity paused a few feet away, its presence enveloping me in a cocoon of silence. "You seek what is forbidden," a voice echoed within my mind, resonant and ancient. It was neither threatening nor welcoming, merely a statement of fact. I nodded, unsure of how to respond. The entity seemed to understand my hesitation, its form wavering like smoke caught in a breeze. "Knowledge comes at a price," it continued, and I felt a weight settle upon my shoulders, a sense of inevitability that I could not shake. "You must be prepared to accept what you find." With that, the entity dissolved into the shadows once more, leaving me alone with the silence and the unyielding doors of Vault B. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the words echoing in my mind. It was a warning, I realized, but also an invitation, a challenge to uncover the truth that lay beyond the doors. The following days were a blur. My work at the temple continued, but my mind was consumed by the encounter. I kept my distance from the vault, yet I felt its presence, a constant whisper at the edge of my thoughts. The disturbances that had plagued me subsided, replaced by an uneasy peace that was somehow more unsettling. Rajan noticed the change in me, and one evening, as we sat together beneath the banyan tree, he spoke of the temple's history, of the kings and priests who had devoted their lives to its protection. He told me of the vaults and their guardians, and of the balance that must be maintained between the seen and unseen. "You have been chosen," he said, his words both comforting and ominous. "What you seek is not just treasure, but understanding. The temple knows its own, and it has called to you." His words lingered with me long after our conversation ended. I understood then that my quest was not just about opening a vault, but about confronting the mysteries that lay within my own soul. The entity's warning echoed in my mind, a reminder of the price of knowledge. It was only a week later that I found myself once again standing before the doors of Vault B. This time, there was no hesitation, only a quiet resolve. I had prepared myself for this moment, accepting the risks and the uncertainties. The temple was silent, its shadows lengthening in the fading light. As I reached for the lock, a tremor ran through the stone, and I felt the presence of the entity once more. This time, it was not a shadow, but a force that surrounded me, a warmth that seeped into my bones. The doors opened with a sound like the sigh of 1,000 winds, revealing a darkness that seemed to stretch into infinity. I stepped forward, drawn into the void by an unseen hand. The air was cool and still, and as my eyes adjusted, I saw them. The guardians, beings of light and shadow, their forms shifting in the half-light. They watched me with an intensity that was both unnerving and comforting, their voices a symphony of whispers. "You have come," they said in unison, their words resonating within me. "The knowledge you seek is yours, but remember, with understanding comes responsibility." As the words faded, the vault transformed around me, revealing a space not filled with gold or jewels, but with visions of the past, the present, and what could be. It was a library of time itself, a repository of the universe's secrets, and I was its newest custodian. I stood there, awed and humbled, as the guardians faded into the ether, leaving me with the weight of their charge. I understood now that the true treasure of Vault B was not material, but the power to see beyond the veil of reality, to glimpse the threads that wove the fabric of existence. I emerged from the vault as the first light of dawn touched the temple spires, a new understanding etched into my soul. The temple, once a place of mystery, had become a part of me, its secrets intertwined with my own. Yet, as I resumed my work and returned to the routines that had once defined my days, I could not shake the lingering fear that accompanied my newfound knowledge. The world seemed different, its shadows darker, its light more fleeting. I had seen beyond the veil, and while it had gifted me with insight, it had also left me with a burden, a responsibility to guard the knowledge and to ensure that it was used wisely. Each day, as I walked the temple grounds, the presence of the guardians a constant reminder of my pact, I knew that I was not alone. The unseen entities watched over me, guiding and protecting, as they had done for centuries. The temple had chosen me, and in return, I had become its custodian, a keeper of secrets that transcended time and space. The fear remained, a quiet whisper that shadowed my steps, but it was a fear tempered by purpose. For in the heart of that ancient temple, amidst the echoes of its past and the promise of its future, I had found my place, a part of a story that would continue long after I was gone. And so, I remained, a guardian of the secrets that lay within the Padmanabhaswamy temple, forever intertwined with its mysteries, and forever watchful of the unseen beings that dwelled in its sacred halls. The sun had barely dipped below the horizon when I first cast my eyes upon the ancient tower. It stood solemn and silent, a sentinel from a forgotten era, its silhouette a stark contrast against the dusky sky. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, their eyes darting nervously whenever the subject arose. To them, the tower was a relic, a cursed relic, best left undisturbed. But to me, a historian with an insatiable curiosity, it represented a puzzle that begged to be solved. My arrival in the village had been met with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I rented a modest room in a quaint inn, and each evening, as I sipped tea by the fireplace, I would listen to the whispers, the legends of the tower, tales of disappearances, and the occasional ghost sighting. The more I heard, the more determined I became to explore. It wasn't long before I found myself at the base of the tower. The entrance was not barred, no rusted chains or weathered boards to deter the curious. Instead, it seemed that the tower relied on its own aura of foreboding to keep people at bay. I hesitated for a moment, the weight of those warnings pressing upon me, but my resolve held firm. With a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The air within the tower was cool and stale, carrying with it a faint, earthy scent. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim light that filtered through narrow, slit-like windows. The interior was, as I had expected, ancient stone walls, a spiral staircase winding upward, and multiple dark chambers whose contents were obscured by shadows. It was in one of these chambers that I first sensed the disturbance. At first, it was just a whisper, barely there, a soft susurrus that seemed to slither through the air. I paused, straining to catch the words, but they were indistinct, a language lost to time. Shaking off a shiver, I continued my exploration, chalking it up to the wind, or perhaps my mind playing tricks in this eerie setting. As the days turned into weeks, I made the tower my project. Each day brought new discoveries, ancient markings etched into the stone, strange artifacts that defied explanation, and those whispers, persistent and growing ever clearer. I began to feel a connection to the place, as if it were speaking directly to me, revealing secrets meant only for my ears. But as the days wore on, the whispers became more insistent, and with them came dreams, vivid, unsettling dreams. I found myself wandering the tower in my sleep, guided by unseen hands, drawn to parts of the structure I had not yet explored. The waking hours became a blur, my mind consumed by thoughts of the tower, its history, its mysteries. It was during one of these restless nights that the dream took a darker turn. I found myself in a chamber I had never seen before, the air thick with a palpable dread. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a small black stone. It pulsed with an unnatural light, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. I reached out, compelled by an urge I could not resist, and as my fingers closed around the stone, I felt a jolt, like a bolt of lightning shooting through my veins. I awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, my heart racing. The stone was gone, but its presence lingered, an indelible mark on my consciousness. I knew I had to find that chamber, to see if it existed outside my dreams, to prove to myself that I was not losing my mind. The next morning, I ascended the tower with renewed vigor, my steps echoing in the silence. I scoured each chamber, searching for any hint of the room from my dreams. It was then, as I stumbled into yet another nondescript chamber, that I found it, the very pedestal, now empty, surrounded by the same oppressive aura I had felt in my sleep. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. The tower was no longer just a relic. It was alive, a sentient entity with its own intentions, and I had become its chosen interlocutor. With each passing day, my obsession deepened. The whispers, now more like voices, guided me, showing me hidden passageways and secret rooms filled with artifacts that defied explanation. I documented everything, filling my notebook with sketches and notes, a frantic attempt to make sense of the unfolding enigma. But as the tower revealed more of its secrets, a darker presence began to make itself known. At first, it manifested as a feeling of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. Then came shadows that moved when they should not, flickering at the edge of my vision. I tried to convince myself it was just the play of light, but deep down, I knew better. The villagers noticed the change in me. They spoke of my increasingly haggard appearance, the dark circles under my eyes, the way I mumbled to myself, as if holding a conversation with unseen entities. Their concern was palpable, and yet none dared approach the tower, fearing the consequences of its wrath. One evening, as I pored over my notes, a sudden chill swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging me into darkness. I froze, my breath caught in my throat as the whispers rose to a crescendo, a cacophony of voices clamoring for attention. And then, from the shadows, emerged a figure, indistinct and yet terrifyingly real. It moved with a fluid grace, its form shifting and changing, as if it were composed of the very shadows that filled the room. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, trapped in a nightmare made flesh. The figure spoke, its voice a low, resonant hum that reverberated through my bones. It spoke of the tower's history, of the ancient rites and sacrifices that had been performed within its walls, of the power it held and the price it demanded. And as it spoke, I understood that I had crossed a threshold, that I was no longer merely a visitor, but a participant in the tower's dark narrative. It had chosen me, as it had chosen others before me to be its recorder, its storyteller, bound to it by the knowledge I had gained. The vision faded, leaving me alone once more, the whispers receding to a soft murmur. I sat in the darkness, my mind a turbulent sea of fear and fascination. I knew I should leave, abandon my research, flee the village and never look back. But the tower's pull was stronger than ever, an irresistible force that had woven itself into the very fabric of my being. The following days were a blur, a whirlwind of exploration and discovery. I delved deeper into the tower's secrets, uncovering rooms filled with relics of the past, each one a testament to the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. The whispers became my constant companions, guiding me, taunting me, driving me to the brink of madness. It was during one such exploration, deep within the bowels of the tower, that I stumbled upon the final revelation, a hidden chamber, untouched by time, its walls lined with shelves of dusty tomes and ancient scrolls. In the center of the room stood an altar, upon which rested a single, glowing stone, the very stone from my dreams. I approached with trepidation, my heart pounding in my chest, the voices urging me on. As I reached out, the room seemed to warp, the walls closing in, the air growing thick with an oppressive energy. And then, as my fingers brushed the stone, everything changed. The chamber dissolved around me, replaced by a vision of the past, a scene of ancient rites, of hooded figures chanting in a language long forgotten, of the stone's dark power unleashed upon the world. I saw the tower as it once was, a place of worship and sacrifice, a conduit for force beyond comprehension. The vision faded, leaving me breathless and trembling, the weight of the revelation settling upon me. I understood now the true nature of the tower, its purpose, its insatiable hunger for knowledge and power, and I understood my place within it, the role I had been chosen to play. I returned to the village, my mind a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. The villagers avoided me now, their fear palpable, their whispers following me wherever I went. They spoke of the tower's curse, of my descent into madness, of the darkness that had claimed me. But I knew the truth, knew that I had been granted a rare gift, a glimpse into the mysteries of the ancient world. The tower had chosen me, and in doing so, had changed me forever. I spent my remaining days in feverish activity, transcribing my notes, compiling my research, ensuring that the tower's story would not be lost to time. But as the deadline for my departure approached, an unease settled over me, a gnawing fear that I could not shake. The night before I was to leave, I returned to the tower one final time. The whispers welcomed me, their tone almost mournful, as if bidding farewell. I climbed to the highest point, gazing out over the landscape, the village nestled below, the horizon stretching into infinity. As I stood there, the wind whispered through the stones, carrying with it the echoes of the past, the voices of those who had come before, each one a part of the tower's legacy. And I, too, had become a part of that legacy, my story woven into the tapestry of its history. I left the village the next day, my heart heavy with the weight of the knowledge I carried. But the tower's call remained, a constant presence in my mind, a reminder of the secrets I had uncovered, the truths I had unearthed. And though I tried to forget, to move on, the tower haunted my dreams, its whispers growing ever louder, a siren song that beckoned me back. I knew deep down that I would return, drawn once more to the ancient tower, to its dark chambers, and the chilling discovery that awaited within. I had always been fascinated by the ancient tower that loomed at the edge of town, its silhouette cutting sharply against the sky like a dagger through a veil of clouds. Locals spoke of it in hushed whispers, their voices tinged with both reverence and fear. It was a place wrapped in layers of time and mystery, a relic of an era lost to history, its origins obscured by the passage of centuries. To me, it was not merely a structure of stone and wood. It was an enigma waiting to be unraveled. I first saw the tower when I was a child, peeking through the backseat window of my parents' car as we drove past it on our way to the countryside. Even then, its darkened spire seemed to beckon, promising secrets within its walls. As I grew older, my curiosity deepened into an obsession, drawing me closer each year until the day I finally stood at its base, my heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and dread. The entrance was unassuming, a simple wooden door, weathered and warped by time. It groaned on rusted hinges as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the hollow chamber like a reluctant sigh. Inside, the tower was dimly lit, the only illumination seeping in through narrow slits in the stone walls, casting slender beams of light that danced with the dusk. It smelled of aged wood and earth, a scent that seemed to hold the breath of ages. For the first few levels, the tower was devoid of any remarkable features. The rooms were empty, save for the occasional piece of broken furniture or a cobweb-laden tapestry clinging stubbornly to the walls. My footsteps were a lonely symphony in the silence, each creak and groan of the floorboards a reminder that I was alone in a place that had not welcomed visitors for many years. It was on the fourth level that the first disturbance occurred. As I entered the room, I felt a sudden chill, as if the air had thickened with an unseen presence. At first, I dismissed it as a draft, or perhaps the overactive imagination of someone who had read too many ghost stories. But then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping coming from the walls. It was a soft sound, almost like a heartbeat, yet unmistakably deliberate. I stood frozen, straining to locate the source. The tapping continued, growing more insistent, as if it were calling to me. I followed it to the far side of the room where an old tapestry hung, a scene of a stormy sea with waves crashing against jagged rocks. As I reached out to touch it, the tapping ceased, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Beneath the tapestry, I discovered a narrow opening, just wide enough to slip through. Beyond lay a staircase spiraling upwards, its steps carved from stone, each worn smooth by countless feet that had tread upon them long before mine. I hesitated only briefly before beginning my ascent, each step taking me further into the tower's depths. With each floor, the atmosphere grew more oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in around me. Shadows clung to every corner, shifting and twisting with a life of their own. I could feel a presence lurking within them, watching me with eyes unseen. It was an unnerving sensation that set my heart racing, yet I was compelled to continue. It was on the 7th floor that I encountered the mysterious guide, an old man with a stooped back and a face etched with time. He appeared without warning, stepping from the shadows as if he had been waiting for me. "You seek the heart of the tower," he said, his voice a low rumble that resonated through the chamber. "But beware, for the path is fraught with peril." I nodded, too captivated to respond verbally. His eyes were like pools of ink, deep and unfathomable, drawing me in with their intensity. He gestured for me to follow and led me down a corridor I had not noticed before. As we walked, he spoke in cryptic phrases, his words weaving a narrative of the tower's history. It was a tale of power and ambition, of those who had attempted to harness the tower's secrets, only to be consumed by them. He warned of the supernatural entities that dwelt within, beings that twisted fate and bent time to their will. The corridor ended at a heavy wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. The old man paused, his expression grave. "Beyond this door lies the chamber that holds the tower's true secret," he said. "Once you enter, there is no turning back." With a nod of understanding, I steeled myself and pushed the door open. The chamber beyond was vast, its ceiling lost in a haze of shadows. The walls were lined with shelves, each crammed with ancient tomes and peculiar artifacts, whose purposes defied explanation. At the center of the room was a large circular pool, its surface impossibly still, filled not with water, but with a crimson liquid that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. The air was thick, with an oppressive energy that pressed against my skin, a palpable reminder that I had stepped into a realm that defied the natural order. I approached the pool cautiously, its surface reflecting my image back at me, distorted by ripples that should not have been there. It was then that I felt it, a whispering at the edge of my consciousness, a voice not my own, threading its way through my thoughts. It spoke in a language I did not understand, yet its meaning was clear. It offered me knowledge and power beyond my wildest dreams, the promise of secrets long forgotten. But as the voice grew louder, so too did a sense of foreboding. Images flashed before my eyes, those who had come before me, their eyes filled with terror as they realized too late the true cost of their desires. I could see them trapped within the pool, their souls bound to its depths, forever seeking an escape that would never come. I stumbled back, the vision fading as the old man placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. His presence was a tether, anchoring me to reality, reminding me of the choice that lay before me. "The tower tests all who seek its secrets," he said quietly. "It offers much, but takes more." I knew then that the choice was mine alone, to succumb to the lure of the tower's power, or to turn away, preserving my soul from eternal damnation. The weight of the decision bore down on me, a heavy mantle that threatened to crush my resolve. In that moment, I understood the nature of the tower's allure. It was not the power or knowledge it offered, but the temptation of the unknown, the seductive pull of secrets hidden just beyond reach. And with that understanding came clarity. I stepped back from the pool, shaking my head. The room felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted from its ancient stones. The old man nodded, a faint smile creasing his weathered face. "You have chosen wisely," he said, his voice echoing with a strange mix of relief and admiration. "Few ever do." With that, he turned and began walking back towards the door, leaving me to follow. As we descended the spiral staircase, the oppressive atmosphere began to fade, replaced by the familiar scent of aged wood and earth. By the time we reached the ground floor, the tower felt almost ordinary, its mysteries hidden once more behind a veneer of normalcy. The old man paused at the entrance, looking back at me with an expression I could not quite decipher. "The tower will always be here," he said. "Should you ever seek its secrets again, it will welcome you home." I nodded, understanding that the tower's allure would never truly fade. It would remain a part of me, a whisper at the edge of my mind, tempting me to return. But for now, I had made my choice, and with that choice came peace. As I stepped out into the light of day, the sun warm on my skin, I felt a sense of liberation. The tower was behind me, its silhouette stark against the sky, a reminder of the path I had chosen not to take. But deep down, I knew the fear would linger, a shadow at the back of my mind, whispering of what might have been, of the secrets that remained hidden within the tower's ancient walls. The North Atlantic Ocean has always been a place of mystery and danger, an endless expanse of cold, turbulent waters that have swallowed countless ships and claimed the lives of their crews. It was on this vast and merciless sea that I found myself drawn toward an inexplicable destiny. For years, I had sailed these waters, chasing the stories of strange occurrences and hidden secrets that whispered through the fog. My name is Marcus Hill, a seasoned sailor turned investigator of the unknown, and it was on one particularly bleak voyage that I stumbled upon the enigma of the ancient tower. The journey began as any other, the rhythmic slapping of waves against the hull, the wind carrying the scent of salt and seaweed. My ship, the Solstice, a sturdy vessel that had weathered many storms, was my constant companion. The crew consisted of only 3, including myself, a lean but able trio with a taste for the unexplainable. My companions, James and Eleanor, shared in my fascination for the ocean's secrets, their eyes perpetually gleaming with the thrill of discovery. Our departure was uneventful, the sky a rolling gray as we left the harbor behind, destined for a region few dared to navigate. Rumors had reached us of a strange structure rising from the water, glimpsed only in the first light of dawn, before vanishing with the morning fog. The locals spoke of it in hushed tones, calling it a ghostly relic from a time before recorded history, a place best left undisturbed. These tales naturally piqued my curiosity and set the course for our fateful expedition. The journey into the heart of the North Atlantic was one of routine, our days filled with the monotony of nautical life, scanning the horizon for something out of the ordinary. I had not anticipated how quickly the monotony would shatter. It was early on the third day when we saw it, a silhouette against the dim light of dawn, a tower, impossibly ancient, jutting from the sea like a defiant monolith. The structure was unlike anything we had ever seen, comprised of what appeared to be blackened stone, slick with algae and the passage of time. It rose straight from the depths, untouched by human hands, its sides carved with symbols that defied comprehension. From the deck of the Solstice, it looked both solid and spectral, as if it existed only in the boundaries of our perception. We approached with caution, each of us drawn by a compulsion that defied logic. James, whose skepticism usually anchored our more imaginative tendencies, was uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed on the tower with a mixture of awe and dread. Eleanor, ever the fearless explorer, was already preparing the dinghy to take us closer. It was as if the tower had cast a spell over us, weaving an invisible web that pulled us inexorably toward its secrets. Once we had secured the Solstice, we set out in the small boat, the water eerily still around us. The closer we got, the more the tower loomed, its presence growing oppressive and vast. The air felt different here, charged with something indefinable, as if we had crossed into another realm. My heart pounded in my chest with an unfamiliar rhythm, a blend of anticipation and foreboding. Stepping onto the tower's base was like crossing a threshold into another world. The surface was surprisingly smooth, worn by ages of relentless waves. Those cryptic symbols lined the walls, undulating and twisting in patterns that made my head spin if I stared too long. They seemed to pulse with an internal light, a soft glow that was more felt than seen. We walked in silence, the only sounds the slap of water against stone and our own hesitant footsteps. With each step, I felt a growing certainty that we were not alone. A presence lingered here, unseen but palpable, watching our every move. It was this sense of being observed that first unsettled James, his initial fascination with the tower giving way to a mounting unease. As we explored, a chilling wind swept up from the depths, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to echo from the very stones beneath us. Eleanor paused, her head tilted as if listening to words only she could hear. "Can you feel it?" she asked, her voice a low murmur that barely rose above the whispering wind. James and I exchanged a glance, both aware that something was indeed calling out to us, an ancient voice that spoke in riddles. The tower was a labyrinth, its passages twisting and turning, leading us ever deeper into its heart. It was as if the structure itself was alive, shifting to confound our senses, making each turn a disorienting journey. The air grew colder the further we ventured, our breath visible in the dim glow of those accursed symbols. Then, the first real disturbance occurred. Eleanor, who had been leading, suddenly froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. We followed her gaze to see a figure standing just ahead, a silhouette more shadow than form. It was featureless, yet there was an undeniable intelligence behind its presence. The figure made no move, simply observing us with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. "What is it?" James whispered, though none of us had an answer. The figure remained, still as the stone itself, until we dared to take a step forward. With that, it vanished, dissolving into the air as if it had never existed. Eleanor shook her head, trying to dispel the vision, but the encounter had left its mark, a seed of fear taking root in our minds. As we pressed on, the atmosphere grew heavier, an oppressive weight that fouled the air and made each breath a labor. The passage narrowed, forcing us to walk single file, the walls seeming to close in around us. The whispering had grown louder, a constant susurration that filled the space and wormed its way into our minds. It was as if the tower was speaking to us, its language a cacophony of despair and longing. James, ever the pragmatist, began to falter, his resolve crumbling under the relentless assault on his senses. "We need to leave," he insisted, his voice strained and raw. But there was nowhere to go, the path forward our only option. I too felt the crushing weight of the tower's influence, its call now a siren song that beckoned me onward. At last, we emerged into a vast chamber, the heart of the tower. It was here that the symbols converged, spiraling into a dizzying vortex at the center of the floor. The walls were alive with light, the glow pulsating in time with some unseen force. The chamber was both magnificent and terrifying, a place of power and revelation that defied comprehension. We stood transfixed, the weight of our journey culminating in this moment. The air thrummed with energy, a living current that connected us to the tower's ancient consciousness. It was in that instant that I understood. The tower was not merely a structure, but a sentinel, a guardian of secrets long forgotten by the world. The climax of our encounter came without warning. The whispering rose to a crescendo, a symphony of voices that filled the chamber with a deafening roar. Eleanor gasped, clutching her head as if to ward off the cacophony. James stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror, as the vortex at our feet began to spin, a maelstrom of light and shadow. In that moment, I felt the tower reach out to us, its intentions unfathomable. It was not malice that drove it, but a desperate need to be understood, to share its ancient wisdom. I reached out, compelled by a force greater than myself, and in doing so, touched the edge of that swirling vortex. The world exploded into light, a blinding brilliance that consumed everything. I was weightless, adrift in a sea of time and memory, images flashing before me with dizzying speed. I glimpsed civilizations rising and falling, their stories etched into the fabric of the universe. And then, just as abruptly, it was over, the light fading to reveal the chamber once more. We stood in silence, the echoes of that blinding vision lingering in our minds. The tower's whisper had faded, replaced by a profound stillness that settled over us like a shroud. It was Eleanor who spoke first, her voice barely above a whisper. "We should leave. I don't think we were meant to see this." With great reluctance, we retraced our steps, the oppressive weight lifting as we moved away from the tower's heart. The journey back to the solstice was a blur, our minds reeling from the experience. As we pushed off from the tower, I glanced back to see its silhouette against the rising sun, its mysteries hidden once more beneath the veil of fog. The voyage home was a somber one, the thrill of discovery overshadowed by the memories of what we had encountered. James remained silent, lost in his own thoughts, while Eleanor and I exchanged few words, each of us grappling with the implications of our journey. Though we returned to civilization, the tower's influence lingered, a shadow that followed me long after the voyage had ended. In quiet moments, I could still hear its whisper, a reminder of the secrets it held and the knowledge just beyond my grasp. The North Atlantic had claimed another piece of my soul, its mysteries woven into the very fabric of my being. I often wonder what might have been had we stayed longer, had we dared to delve deeper into the tower's enigma. But such thoughts are fleeting, quickly dispelled by the chill of reality. The ancient tower remains, its presence eternal and immutable, a guardian of secrets that will long outlast the fleeting curiosity of men. And so, the memory of that voyage haunts me still, a lingering fear that whispers in the dead of night, calling me back to the edge of the world where the sea and sky meet in a dance of eternal mystery. Yet I know in my heart that some secrets are meant to remain hidden, their truths too vast and terrible for the human mind to bear. And so, I let the tower rest, its ancient vigil unbroken, while I carry its shadow in the quiet recesses of my soul. I had always appreciated the quiet predictability of my life in our little Russian apartment complex. Nestled discreetly at the edge of town, it was the kind of place where the walls carried whispers of decades past, where creaky floors told stories of the lives that had trod upon their worn surfaces. My daily rituals, though monotonous to some, were comforting to me. Watching as the sun filtered through my small west-facing window, painting silent pictures on my kitchen floor, listening to the gentle hum of the world outside, and occasionally exchanging nods with neighbors who seemed as content with their routines as I was with mine. Yet, normalcy, as I later discovered, is fragile. It was a Tuesday when the first disturbance occurred. I had returned from my evening walk around the complex, my mind still replaying the rhythm of my steps on the gravel path, when I noticed the door to my apartment sticking in an unusual way. It was as if the wood had swelled considerably overnight, protesting when I pushed it open. I dismissed it as part of the building's quirks, its old bones settling further into the earth. Inside, the air held a strange tension, a taut expectancy that I could not quite place. My cat, Mishka, typically a reclusive creature himself, skirted around my legs, his usual aloof demeanor replaced by an unusual clinginess. He had taken to watching the entryway with unblinking eyes, a low, constant growl rumbling from his throat whenever there was movement from the hall beyond. I chalked it up to a cat's hypersensitivity to the mundane and settled into my evening routine, though the sense of unease lingered, like the aftertaste of a bitter meal. The following day, the situation escalated. I awoke to the sound of heavy objects being dragged across the floor above me, an echoing scrape that tugged me from a restless sleep. My upstairs neighbors, the Kovalenkos, were an elderly couple who rarely moved their furniture. Concerned, I trudged up the stairs, knocking gently on their door. There was no answer, only the faint sound of something being clawed or scratched. Returning to my apartment, I noticed something strange about the hallways. The usual ambient noises, the hum of conversations, the distant laughter of children, were conspicuously absent. An unnatural silence shrouded the building, each apartment door shut tight, as if the inhabitants were collectively holding their breath. I felt a shiver creep up my spine, the growing awareness that something was distinctly wrong. As days turned into a week, the atmosphere inside our complex began shifting palpably. At night, the noises grew stranger, more unnerving. Muffled thumps and a distant, unsettling scraping sound echoed through the walls. I found myself habitually checking the locks, ensuring my windows were tightly shut each evening as Mishka continued his vigil by the door, his growl now a familiar part of the nocturnal soundscape. The climax of this peculiar episode came one stormy night. I was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream that seemed to resonate from every corner of the building. It was raw, primal, filled with an indescribable terror. I leapt from bed, heart pounding, instinctively grabbing my phone. As I fumbled to dial for help, the lights flickered ominously before plunging into darkness, my apartment swallowed by the shadows of the storm. I stood frozen for what felt like hours, listening intently, my breath held as if releasing it would draw unwanted attention. The scream had subsided into a haunting silence, one that wrapped around me like an oppressive fog. I could hear Mishka hissing at the door, his fur bristled with fear. Mustering courage, I moved cautiously toward the window, peering out through the rain-streaked glass into the building's courtyard. The scene outside was surreal. Flickers of lightning illuminated fleeting glimpses of what seemed like a figure moving erratically in the shadows, its form indistinct, as if cloaked by the storm itself. The rain whipped sideways, reducing visibility to mere shapes and silhouettes. Yet I could sense its presence, something neither animal nor human, yet invoking an innate dread that twisted my insides. It was then that I understood. We were not locked inside with something dangerous. No, it was outside, lurking, prowling amidst the storm, its intentions as opaque as the darkness it inhabited. The building was our reluctant refuge, the thin walls our only shield against whatever unseen entity prowled beyond. When morning came, the storm had passed, leaving a tangible stillness in its wake. The complex was unnaturally hushed, a collective silence shared by neighbors who avoided each other's eyes as they hurried past in the hall. I ventured to speak with Yuri, our building's handyman, hoping to glean some insight or perhaps reassurance that my imagination had simply gotten the better of me. "I don't know what's going on," Yuri admitted, his face drawn with sleeplessness. His eyes darted nervously towards the windows, as if expecting to see something peering back. "Strange things have been happening. People say they've seen something out there, moving in the shadows." His words offered no comfort, only confirmation of what I feared. As dusk fell once more, the tension ratcheted up to an almost unbearable degree. Locking the door felt like an inadequate measure, a futile gesture against a threat that was palpably real, yet maddeningly intangible. Unable to sleep, I found myself drawn to the window again, Mishka by my side. His constant low growl, a soundtrack to the night's silence. I watched, waiting for the first sign of movement, for whatever it was to reveal itself. Hours passed, the world outside obscured by the suffocating embrace of darkness. Then, as if on cue, the figure appeared once more. It moved with an erratic grace, slipping between the shadows with unsettling ease. It paused occasionally, as though sensing my gaze, turning its indistinct form toward my window. And though I could see no eyes, I felt its awareness. The connection was electric, a charge that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I should have felt safe behind my walls, locked away from the danger outside. Yet the knowledge of its presence was a whispering menace, creeping into the edges of my consciousness. I could not look away, trapped in a morbid fascination with whatever it was that held us captive within our own homes. We were prisoners of our own refuge, the unseen creature outside dictating our lives through fear and uncertainty. Each night became a vigil, a test of endurance as we waited for the thing to move on, to release us from its shadowed grip. But it lingered, a permanent stain on our once serene existence, an enigma that defied understanding. As the days wore on, the thought that it might never leave, that it might forever haunt the perimeter of our lives, settled heavily upon me. I found myself scanning the headlines, searching for any mention of our peculiar plight, but there was nothing. Whatever haunted us was our own secret, a silent nightmare we bore alone. And so, life continued under this oppressive veil. The world outside our complex carried on, unaware of the quiet terror that had taken root within our walls. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that we were forever changed, that the unseen creature with its inscrutable watch had left a mark upon us, an indelible scar that would never fade. Each night, as darkness fell and the shadows crept once more, I would sit beside the window, Mishka at my side, waiting with breathless anticipation for a resolution that never came. The lingering fear was our new normal, an unwelcome companion that clung to us like a shadow, whispering its presence in the stillness of the night. Please let me out, I found myself thinking, though I knew better than to voice the thought. For outside, something listened, something waited, something whose intentions remained shrouded in the enigma of its existence. The incident began quietly, almost imperceptibly, like the distant rattle of thunder on a clear day. Our apartment building stood like a stoic monolith on the outskirts of a city that thrived on chaos and constant movement. The residents lived their lives with a sense of detached camaraderie. We exchanged polite nods in the elevator, shared muffled greetings in the hallways. But mostly, we kept to ourselves, each apartment a sealed vault of personal history and routine. My apartment was on the 5th floor, overlooking a small park that the city planners had mercifully spared from development. I often sat by the window, allowing the gentle rustle of leaves to punctuate my evening solitude. Life within these walls was predictable, if not slightly mundane. I took comfort in the repetitive rhythms: early morning coffee, work, dinner, and an occasional book before bed. The building was old, perhaps too old, and it groaned with the wind, its walls whispering stories of past tenants. Then, without warning, the first disturbance occurred. It began with the elevators. One morning, as I prepared for work, I waited for the usual metallic clank announcing its arrival, but it never came. Instead, the lights above the doors flickered erratically, settling on a number that didn't exist. I opted for the stairs, descending past floors lined with dingy carpet and faded wallpaper. As I reached the lobby, our building manager, a kindly but frazzled woman named Mrs. Gibbons, stood by the maintenance room, her brow furrowed with concern. "Elevators out again?" I inquired, trying to keep my tone light. Mrs. Gibbons sighed deeply. "Yes, and there seems to be more to it. Some kind of electrical issue. I've called someone, but it might take a while." I nodded, the inconvenience only a mild perturbation in my day. But as I stepped into the world outside, I felt a strange pull to look back at the building. Its windows stared back, opaque and mysterious, like silent witnesses to unseen events. Days passed, and the elevator remained inoperative. Residents grumbled, but adapted, taking the stairs with mild irritation. It was during one of these climbs that I noticed something unusual. The fifth floor was different. The lighting was dimmer, and the air felt thicker, laden with a musty scent that wasn't there before. I dismissed it as an overactive imagination or poor ventilation, but a seed of unease had been planted. The building's quirks soon escalated. Late one evening, as I sat reading, the lights flickered, plunging my apartment into a brief and unsettling darkness. When illumination returned, the clock on the wall displayed a time that made no sense. I reset it, attributing the glitch to the electrical problems Mrs. Gibbons had mentioned. Yet, the sense of normalcy was slipping, like sand through a sieve. Neighborly chatter in the hallways grew hushed, and a pervasive tension settled over us, an unspoken acknowledgement that something was off. Mrs. Gibbons posted a notice in the lobby, advising residents to report any further anomalies. Her usual cheery demeanor was replaced by a guardedness that mirrored our own growing discomfort. As the days wore on, the disturbances became more pronounced. I awoke one night to a sound that defied description, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. It was as if the building was breathing, exhaling a slow, mournful sigh. I lay still, heart pounding in the oppressive silence that followed. The next morning, the rumors began. An elderly resident had gone missing, his apartment empty, his belongings untouched. Mrs. Gibbons assured us that it was likely a misunderstanding, but her voice lacked conviction. The police were called, their formal inquiries echoing through the corridors like a portentous refrain. It was then that the quarantine was imposed. We were instructed to remain in our apartments, a precautionary measure, they said, due to a potential health hazard. Confined within our walls, the building's atmosphere grew dense with unspoken fear. The normalcy of our lives had been irrevocably altered, boundaries imposed by an unseen menace. From my window, I watched the park, now fenced off and desolate, a stark contrast to the vibrancy it once held. We were isolated, cut off from the world beyond, our only connection. The sporadic updates from Mrs. Gibbons, delivered through slips of paper, slid beneath our doors. We were told to remain calm, to trust that the situation was being handled. But trust was a fragile thing, easily eroded by uncertainty. The building seemed to pulsate with an energy of its own, a malevolent awareness that kept us on edge. Neighbors we barely knew became specters, their presence a reminder of our shared predicament. Occasionally, we would hear footsteps in the hall, shadows passing beneath the threshold, and the inevitable creak of doors closing, each sound a reminder that we were not alone in our unease. Time lost its meaning. Days blurred into nights, and the rhythm of life within the building took on a surreal quality. I found myself drawn to the window, gazing at the park, yearning for the freedom it symbolized. But even as I longed for escape, I couldn't shake the feeling that the outside world was no longer the haven it once seemed. The climax came without warning. It was a night like any other, the oppressive stillness of the apartment, occasionally disrupted by the hum that now seemed to permeate every corner. I lay awake, my mind a turbulent sea of thoughts, when the silence was shattered by a cacophony of noise, shouts, the crash of glass, and a deep, resonant groan that reverberated through the building like a death knell. I leapt from my bed, heart hammering, and rushed to the door. The hallway was a tableau of chaos. A group of residents stood clustered, their faces masks of fear and confusion. From the end of the corridor, I could see Mrs. Gibbons, her hands raised in a futile attempt to restore order. Her voice, usually a beacon of reassurance, was lost amidst the clamor. "What's happening?" I called, my voice joining the discordant chorus. One of the residents, a young man from the floor below, turned, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "The walls," he said, his voice a choked whisper. "Something's in the walls." I felt a chill wash over me, a cold dread that settled in my bones. The building seemed alive, a living organism enveloping us in its dark embrace. The lights flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced mockingly across the walls. Suddenly, the groaning intensified, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air we breathed. I backed away, instinct driving me toward the safety of my apartment. As I retreated, I glanced back, seeing Mrs. Gibbons standing her ground, her expression unreadable, as if resigned to some inevitable fate. I shut the door behind me, the noise outside muffled but persistent. My heart raced, muscles taut with the instinct to flee, yet there was nowhere to run. The building held us captive, its walls a confining labyrinth. I pressed my ear to the wall, listening, straining to catch any hint of what lay beyond the concrete barrier. There was nothing but silence, a heavy, suffocating silence that seemed to mock our fear. As the night wore on, the noise gradually subsided, leaving in its wake a haunting stillness. I sat by the window, watching as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. The park, bathed in the soft morning glow, seemed almost peaceful, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. Eventually, the quarantine was lifted, the authorities declaring the incident resolved. But the resolution brought no solace. only more questions. Residents moved away, some seeking answers, others simply hoping to forget. The building, once a sanctuary, now felt like a mausoleum of memories, each apartment a sepulcher of lingering dread. I remained, unable to shake the feeling that the building held secrets, whispers of a truth just beyond my grasp. Days passed, yet the unease lingered, a persistent shadow that refused to be banished. The park, once a symbol of freedom, now seemed an eerie reminder of our confinement. In time, life resumed its semblance of normalcy, though the specter of the incident hung over us like a storm cloud. We spoke of it rarely, if at all, preferring to lose ourselves in the mundane rituals of daily life. But in moments of solitude, the memories resurfaced, echoing through the corridors of my mind. Even now, as I sit by the window, the rustle of leaves providing a familiar backdrop, I cannot escape the feeling that the building is watching, waiting. The walls, once silent sentinels, now seem to pulse with a life of their own. And as I gaze into the distance, I sense the unseen presence, an ever-watchful eye, a lingering fear that refuses to be forgotten. The night was encased in the kind of chill that only early winter could bring. I wrapped my coat tightly around myself as I made my way to the Parkers' home, a charming suburban house nestled in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. The leaves had long since fallen, leaving bare branches that scratched against the sky like skeletal fingers. I had been babysitting for the Parkers for a couple of months now, and each visit felt as routine as the last. They were a pleasant family. Mr. Parker, a soft-spoken accountant, and Mrs. Parker, an amiable homemaker with a warm smile. Their children, Lily and Tom, were a delight, polite, well-mannered, and obedient, traits that were increasingly rare these days. Upon my arrival, the house stood silent under the dim glow of the porch light. As I approached the door, I could see through the frosted glass panel a blur of warmth. Golden light spilling across the hallway, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. Mrs. Parker greeted me with her usual cheerfulness, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she pulled the door wide open. "Thank you for coming, Anna," she said, ushering me inside. "We shouldn't be too late tonight. There's dinner in the fridge if you get hungry, and the kids should be in bed by 9. "Of course, no problem at all," I replied, smiling at her before looking around for the kids. They were just at the foot of the stairs, peering at me with eager anticipation. "Hi, Anna," chimed Lily, a bright-eyed 7-year-old with an infectious energy that could light up the room. "Anna," echoed Tom, her 5-year-old brother, who always seemed to be in a world of his own, but with an innocence that was endearing. After a brief exchange with their parents, who departed with promises to return by midnight, I settled into the familiar routine. Dinner was uneventful, the children chattering about their day at school and the new games they'd invented on the playground. I listened, nodding and laughing in all the right places, feeling comfort in the rhythm of their voices. Bedtime arrived without fuss, and soon the house was enveloped in a quietude that was both peaceful and slightly unsettling. I found myself in the living room, curled up on the couch with a book in hand, the soft ticking of the clock, a gentle reminder of time's passage. It was around 10 o'clock when the first disturbance occurred. A faint, but noticeable noise echoed from upstairs, like the creak of floorboards under a cautious step. My immediate thought was that one of the kids had gotten out of bed, perhaps to fetch a glass of water or to find a lost toy. I set the book aside and made my way up the stairs, each step deliberate and cautious. The hallway was dimly lit by the nightlight plugged into the socket, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. I peered into Tom's room first, noting how he lay undisturbed, his small form cocooned beneath the covers. Turning my attention to Lily's room, I found her similarly at peace, the gentle rise and fall of her chest, a testament to her slumber. Perplexed, I retreated to the hallway, dismissing the noise as perhaps the house settling or the wind outside playing tricks on my ears. Returning to the living room, I resumed my place on the couch, though with a slight unease now sitting in the pit of my stomach. The next hour passed without incident, and I began to relax once more. However, as the clock edged towards midnight, an inexplicable stillness descended, as though the very air in the house had thickened. I felt an odd sensation, like being watched, though I was alone in the room. Brushing it off as paranoia, I was soon confronted by the sound again, soft, deliberate steps emanating from the upper floor, accompanied this time by a faint whispering that sent chills racing down my spine. Gathering my courage, I ascended the stairs once more, this time with a sense of urgency. The whispering continued, and as I reached the top, it seemed to morph into muted giggles, like a child's mischievous laugh. I followed the sound to the end of the hallway, where a door stood slightly ajar, leading into a room I had never entered before during any of my previous visits. Pushing the door open, I found myself in a small, sparsely furnished room. It was clearly a guest room, with an unremarkable bed, a dresser, and a window that overlooked the backyard. Yet, there was something distinctly off about it, a feeling that the very room was observing me. The whispering had ceased the moment I entered, leaving behind an oppressive silence. I lingered for a moment, scanning the room for any signs of the source, but found nothing out of the ordinary. As I turned to leave, a sudden draft swept through the room, chilling me to the bone. I hurriedly closed the door, retreating back to the relative safety of the hallway. Despite my attempts to return to a state of calm, I found myself on edge, every little noise magnified in the stillness of the night. At last, the Parkers returned home, dispelling the uneasy atmosphere with their presence. I exchanged pleasantries, shared the evening's uneventful highlights, and left with a polite farewell, though the feeling of unease lingered long after I had departed. In the following days, the memory of that night haunted me. The whispers, the footsteps, the inexplicable chill of the guest room. I found myself pondering over it repeatedly, unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss in the Parker household. My curiosity, mingled with an irrational fear, compelled me to return the following week, eager to uncover whatever mystery lurked in the shadows. The next visit began as routinely as the last. The children were their usual lively selves, and the Parkers, as always, were gracious and welcoming. Yet, my mind was preoccupied with the events of the previous visit, and as the evening wore on, I found myself drawn to the guest room once more. After the children had settled into bed, I crept upstairs, each step a crescendo of anticipation and dread. The hallway was bathed in an eerie semi-darkness, the nightlight casting long, wavering shadows along the walls. Once again, I found the guest room door slightly ajar, as though inviting me to step inside. This time, as I entered, the room felt different. The air was heavy, charged with an inexplicable energy. I stood in the center, my senses heightened, attuned to the slightest of sounds. Then it happened, an odd sensation, like a gentle pull, as though the very room was shifting around me. The walls seemed to close in, the ceiling pressing down with a suffocating weight. I stumbled back, dizzy, my sense of scale suddenly distorted. In that moment, the whispers resumed, weaving through the air like a sinister lullaby. I spun around, searching for the source, but there was nothing, only empty air and shadows that seemed to ripple with laughter. Panic surged through me, and I staggered out of the room, slamming the door behind me. I leaned against it, my heart pounding in my chest, struggling to regain composure. The laughter had ceased, but the sensation lingered, an uncanny feeling, as though I had been reduced, diminished somehow. I rushed to the safety of the living room, where I spent the remainder of the night in a state of hyper-awareness, the slightest creak of the house sending shivers down my spine. When the Parkers returned, I feigned normalcy, though a persistent fear gnawed at the edges of my mind. Over the following weeks, I became consumed by a need to understand what was happening within that room. Each visit was marked by a growing tension, a dance with the unknown, as I grappled with the invisible forces at play. I began to notice subtle changes in the house, objects slightly out of place, shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, and the sensation of being watched, an ever-present specter in my periphery. The Parkers, blissfully unaware, continued with their lives, their children carefree and innocent. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that their home harbored a secret, one that grew more sinister with each visit. The guest room, with its oppressive atmosphere, became a focal point of my obsession, a place I simultaneously feared and felt drawn to, like a moth to a flame. In one particularly vivid moment of clarity, I decided to confront the enigma head-on. Armed with resolve and a sense of purpose, I entered the guest room once more, determined to uncover the truth. As I stepped inside, the familiar sensation of vertigo washed over me, the room distorting and shifting like a living entity. For a fleeting instant, I glimpsed something, a shadowy figure, flickering at the edges of my vision, its form indistinct and ephemeral. It was as though the room itself was alive, a sentient presence that watched and waited, its intentions inscrutable. In that moment, I understood. This was a place of power, a nexus where reality frayed at the seams, and I was but a pawn in its game. The room, with its whispers and laughter, held dominion over space and time, bending the very fabric of reality to its will. I fled, my heart a frantic tattoo in my chest, the shadows seeming to mock my terror. Back in the safety of the living room, I pondered the implications of what I had seen. The shrinking curse, as I now believed it to be, was a manifestation of the room's malevolent intent, a means to draw in the curious and ensnare them in its web. Despite the fear, a part of me was exhilarated, caught in the thrall of the unknown. Each visit became a test of courage, a dance with the shadows, as I sought to understand the forces at play. The house, with its suburban charm, concealed a darkness that only I could perceive, a secret that bound me to its walls. The Parkers never suspected, their lives untouched by the sinister undercurrent that flowed beneath the surface. And so, I continued to watch over their children, my presence in their home, a testament to the strange pact I had unwittingly formed with the entity that dwelled in the guest room. Yet, as time wore on, the boundaries of reality blurred further, the whispers growing louder, the room's influence seeping into the very fabric of my being. I found solace in the paradox of my plight, a lingering fear that thrilled and terrified me in equal measure. In the end, the house remained a mystery, its secrets locked away in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the next unwary soul who dared to venture too close. And I, forever marked by my encounters, bore the weight of its legacy, a silent witness to the darkness that lurked within. Living in an unnamed town that appeared so ordinary, with its rows of quaint houses and quiet streets, one could easily be lulled into a sense of security. I was no different, having moved here for a fresh start after years of restless wandering. The town welcomed me with open arms, its inhabitants friendly, its environment serene. It seemed like the perfect place to finally settle down. My new home was a modest two-story house at the end of Maple Street. It had a charming, slightly outdated feel, with creaky wooden floors and a fireplace that had seen better days. I found comfort in its imperfection, the kind only an older house could provide. As the days turned into weeks, I fell into a soothing routine, often spending my evenings by the fire with a good book, or taking leisurely walks through the town's picturesque parks. One evening, as the golden hues of sunset gave way to the deep blues of twilight, I was curled up in my favorite armchair when my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number appeared on the screen, reading simply, "Hello." I dismissed it as a wrong number and returned to my reading, thinking nothing more of it. The messages continued over the next few days, each one more cryptic than the last. They came at different times, morning, noon, and night, always from the same unknown number. They varied in length, sometimes just a single word like stop or listen, other times longer, more puzzling phrases. The walls hear you, or voices in the silence. Despite their oddness, I didn't feel threatened, only mildly annoyed at the persistent intrusion into my otherwise peaceful life. It was during a particularly quiet afternoon, with rain tapping gently against the window panes, that the tone of the messages shifted. "Inside your walls," it said. My eyes darted around the room, tracing the old wallpaper and the shadows it cast. Then another message arrived. "In the house with you." A chill ran down my spine. The notion that someone might be watching me from within my own home was absurd, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. For the first time, I considered contacting the authorities. But what would I tell them? That I was receiving strange text messages? I could imagine their skepticism. Determined to dismiss my rising paranoia, I conducted a thorough search of the house. Room by room, I checked every nook and cranny, even crawling into the attic and the cramped basement. There was nothing unusual, no signs of anyone else being there except for me. The messages continued, each one more insistent. "They can hear you," one read. Another, "Beneath the floorboards." My nights were now restless, filled with dreams that left a lingering sense of dread upon waking. I would lie in bed, listening to the soft creaks of the house settling, each sound amplified in the oppressive silence. One night, just as I was about to drift off, my phone buzzed again. This time, the message was a string of seemingly random numbers. My curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. I copied the numbers onto a piece of paper and spent the next few hours trying to decipher them. After several failed attempts, I realized they were coordinates. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, I entered the coordinates into an online map. They pointed to my location, my house. A sense of urgency gripped me. I could no longer ignore the possibility that something was amiss. Delving into local history, I discovered that my house had once belonged to a reclusive inventor named Elias Gage, who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances nearly a century ago. Rumors of strange experiments and unexplained phenomena swirled around him, but official records were scarce. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to explore my house once more, this time with a focus on the areas that might have been altered or hidden by Gage. My search led me to a small closet on the second floor, its back wall covered by weathered wooden planks. It seemed out of place, and my instincts urged me to investigate further. With some effort, I pried the planks loose, revealing a narrow passage that descended into darkness. A tingling sensation coursed through me, part fear, part anticipation. I hesitated for a moment, then steeled myself and stepped inside. The passage was cramped and dusty, the air thick with the scent of decay. As I descended, the light from my phone flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a small, hidden room. In the center stood an old, dust-covered desk. On it lay a collection of papers, notes scrawled in a hurried hand, and a peculiar device that resembled a radio. As I sifted through the papers, a pattern began to emerge. They spoke of experiments with sound waves and energy fields, attempts to communicate with entities beyond our realm. My heart raced as I realized the implications. What if Elias Gage had succeeded? What if his experiments had opened a doorway to another dimension? My thoughts were interrupted by a low hum. The peculiar device on the desk had sprung to life, its dials glowing faintly. Transfixed, I watched as the hum grew into a cacophony of whispers, overlapping voices that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I staggered back, my mind reeling. In that moment, the world seemed to tilt, and I was caught in a whirlwind of sound and light. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if pleading for release. I could feel their desperation, their longing to be heard. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon me. The messages were not a threat, but a warning. The voices were trapped, unable to find peace, and they were reaching out to me, the current inhabitant of this house. to set them free. Driven by a newfound resolve, I returned to the surface, emerging from the passage with a sense of purpose. I knew what I had to do. Over the next few days, I carefully dismantled the device, piece by piece, and buried it in the garden, along with Elias Gage's notes. As the weeks passed, the messages ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over the house began to lift. I could feel the change, subtle yet profound, as if the house itself had released a long-held breath. Life returned to normal, the echoes of the past fading into memory. Yet, a lingering fear remained, a reminder of how thin the veil between our world and the unknown truly was. It was a fear tempered by understanding, a respect for the mysteries that lay beyond our comprehension. Though the house was now quiet, I often found myself listening to the silence, attuned to the subtle shifts and murmurs of the old walls. I had been given a glimpse into the beyond, a fleeting connection to a world both fascinating and terrifying. It was an experience I would carry with me always, a reminder of the inexplicable forces that move through our lives, unseen and often unacknowledged. In the end, the town remained unchanged, its charm undiminished. Yet, for me, it would forever hold an aura of the uncanny, a place where the past had momentarily brushed against the present, leaving a trace in the form of whispers in the walls. As the seasons turned and life went on, I remained in my modest home at the end of Maple Street, a witness to the strange and wondrous dance between reality and the unknown. Life in rural Nebraska has always been a quiet affair. My days begin with the soft glow of dawn, kissing the endless cornfields, stretching across the horizon like a golden sea. The only sounds are the gentle rustle of the corn stalks in the breeze, and the distant rumble of a tractor somewhere far away. This is the life I chose when I moved here from the bustling chaos of the city, seeking solitude and simplicity. Little did I know, the silence would soon be broken by something far more sinister than the noise I had left behind. It started with a package, an unassuming brown envelope, worn at the edges and sealed with a single strip of clear tape, found its way into my mailbox one crisp October morning. There was no return address, only my name, scrawled in dark ink, slightly smudged, as if by damp fingers. Curiosity overrode caution, and I took it inside, laying it on the kitchen table alongside the morning's coffee. Inside the package, wrapped in layers of old newspaper, was a videotape, a relic from the past, a black VHS cassette that felt oddly heavy in my hand. The handwriting on the label simply read, "Watch me." I couldn't recall the last time I had seen a VHS tape, let alone owned a player for one. It took some rummaging through the attic to find the dusty old VCR my grandmother had given me years ago, a relic I had kept more for sentiment than utility. The tape slid into the machine with a satisfying click, and I settled onto the couch, remote in hand. As the screen flickered to life, the room filled with a low, droning static before the image sharpened. Grainy footage of a house appeared, a typical Midwestern farmhouse not unlike my own. A wraparound porch, paint peeling in quaint neglect, a swing hanging slightly crooked from a single chain. It could have been any house, anywhere. But something about it felt unsettlingly familiar. The footage cut abruptly to the interior of the house, the camera panning slowly through dim rooms, as if someone were guiding it with cautious, deliberate steps. Shadows clung to the corners like living things, and an oppressive silence hung heavy in the air. Despite the poor quality of the tape, I could make out faint whispers, overlapping voices that seemed to ebb and flow with the movement of the camera. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the tape ended. The VCR clicked off, the screen went black, and the room was silent once more. But something lingered, an unease that settled into my bones and refused to leave. Days passed, and life carried on with its usual rhythm. But the image of that house haunted my thoughts. I would find myself staring out over the cornfields, expecting to see its shadow looming on the horizon. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was calling to me, beckoning with a promise of answers, or perhaps questions I was not ready to ask. Driven by a compulsion I couldn't understand, I decided to find the house. I spent hours poring over maps, scouring online databases, and flipping through local records. My search yielded nothing until a chance remark at the local diner, the kind of place where news travels faster than the speed of sound, led me to the old Donovan place. An abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, shrouded in stories and suspicion. The drive out to the Donovan house felt longer than it should have. The sky hung low and gray, a storm threatening on the horizon, casting the landscape in a monochrome gloom. The road narrowed as I approached, twin dirt tracks that carved a path through the fields, leading me to the house that seemed to have emerged from the very soil itself. Standing before it, I felt an odd sense of déjà vu. It was the same house from the tape, down to the last detail. The crooked swing, the peeling paint, the aura of neglect. I stepped out of the car, gravel crunching underfoot, and made my way to the porch, the wood creaking ominously with each step. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and echoes of the past. My footsteps disturbed the silence, sending faint whispers spiraling through the shadows. I moved from room to room, each one a reflection of the last, until I reached a door at the end of the hallway. It was slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. Pushing it open, I found a small room, empty save for a single chair and a television set, its screen dark and unyielding. On the floor beside the chair was a box of tapes, each labeled in the same smudged handwriting as the one I had received. My fingers hovered over them briefly before selecting one at random, sliding it into the player with a sense of inevitability. The screen flickered to life once more, and this time, the footage was different. The camera was stationary, fixed on a room I recognized as the one I stood in, but the house was alive with activity. People moved in and out of view, their faces blurred and indistinct, their movements stilted and strange. As I watched, one figure paused, turning directly towards the camera, and though the face was blurred, I felt the weight of their gaze settle on me, cold and knowing. A chill ran down my spine, and I turned away from the screen, instinctively reaching for the remote. But as I did, the whispers began again, louder now, a cacophony of voices that filled the room and my mind. They spoke over one another, an indecipherable tangle of words, until one voice rose above the rest, clear and commanding. "Leave," it said, and I felt the word vibrate through me, resonating with a truth I couldn't deny. I stumbled back, the room closing in around me. The whispers grew louder, the words repeating until they were an unbearable roar. I fled, my feet carrying me out of the house and into the dull afternoon light, my heart pounding in time with the thunder that rolled across the fields. Back home, I tried to put the experience behind me, to chalk it up to nerves and an overactive imagination. But the whispers followed me, haunting the corners of my mind, persistent as the autumn wind. I couldn't escape them, and as the days wore on, they grew stronger, their voices more distinct. Desperate for answers, I reached out to a psychic medium, a woman named Eleanor, who had a reputation for uncovering the hidden and the haunted. Her presence was a balm the moment she stepped into my home, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos in my mind. We sat together in my living room, the air thick with the scent of sage and the promise of revelation. Eleanor closed her eyes, her hands resting lightly on the table between us, and the room seemed to hold its breath. "The house calls to you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a place caught between worlds, a conduit for the restless and the lost." I watched her, mesmerized, as she spoke of energies and echoes, of spirits tethered to the earth by unfinished tales. She described the Donovan house as a mirror, reflecting the fears and desires of those who entered, feeding on their uncertainty and doubt. "But why me? Why now?" I asked, the questions tumbling out before I could stop them. Eleanor opened her eyes, meeting mine with a gaze that seemed to see beyond the surface. "Because you listened," she said simply. "Most ignore the call, dismiss it as mere imagination, but you opened the door." Her words settled heavily in the room, and I felt a shift within myself, a dawning realization that what I had thought was a curse might, in fact, be an invitation, an opportunity to confront the shadows I had long avoided, to bring light to the darkness that clung to the edges of my life. With Eleanor's guidance, I returned to the house. This time, I felt a sense of purpose, a determination to face whatever lay within. The air was thick with anticipation as I stepped inside, the whispers rising to meet me. But this time, they were clearer, a chorus of voices that guided my steps. In the room with the tapes, I stood before the television, the tapes laid out around me like offerings. Eleanor began to speak, her voice weaving through the whispers, a gentle counterpoint to their urgency. She called to the spirits, inviting them to share their stories, to release their hold on the house and find peace. One by one, the voices rose, each telling a tale of sorrow and regret, of moments lost and choices unmade. The air shimmered with emotion, the room alive with the weight of their collective grief. And as they spoke, I felt my own burdens lighten, the shadows within me receding in the face of their truth. The climax came with a single resounding word, a name, spoken with such clarity and force that it seemed to echo through the very fabric of the house. "Elijah," the voice said, and with it came a rush of memories, a flood of images that filled my mind. I saw a boy, young and earnest, his face alight with dreams and possibilities. I saw him wander through the house, his steps confident and sure, unseen by the others who moved through the rooms. And I saw him reach out, his hand brushing against the lens of the camera, as if seeking connection, understanding. The tape ended, the screen fading to black, and the room fell silent. The whispers were gone, their presence replaced by a profound stillness, and I felt a sense of peace settle over me, a peace that had been absent for far too long. Eleanor smiled, her eyes warm with understanding. "You have given them what they needed," she said, her voice soft with satisfaction. "And in doing so, you have found what you were seeking." As I left the house that day, the sky had cleared, the storm passing to reveal a brilliant sunset that painted the fields in hues of gold and amber. The wind whispered through the corn, a gentle reminder of the voices that had once filled my mind, but were now silent. The experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us, the stories that linger in the spaces between. Though the whispers had ceased, their impact remained, a quiet testament to the power of listening, of acknowledging what lies beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, life in rural Nebraska continued, the days unfolding with their typical rhythm. But now, I moved through them with a newfound awareness, attuned to the subtle currents that shaped the world around me. The haunted house on the outskirts of town stood as a silent witness, its secrets laid bare, its mysteries unraveled. And as for me, I had come to understand that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. But perhaps in that lies not fear, but an invitation to explore the depths of our own existence, to embrace the unknown with open arms and an open heart. The sun had begun its descent behind the endless cornfields of eastern Nebraska, casting long shadows across the farmhouse where I had lived all my life. The house, sturdy and timeless, had seen generations come and go, its wooden beams whispering the stories of the past to those who cared to listen. As the evening light bathed the land in a golden hue, I sat on the porch, nursing a mug of lukewarm coffee, reflecting on the uneventful days that made up the tapestry of my life. It was a life marked by routine and simplicity, where each day melded seamlessly into the next. Farming was my trade, and truth be told, it was all I had ever known. The soil was rich, and the harvests were plentiful, providing for me and my family as it had for those before us. The town, a small cluster of buildings a few miles down the road, was a quiet place, its people unassuming and content in their ways. Until recently, I had never imagined anything could disrupt the tranquility of our existence. The first sign of disturbance came in the form of an old VHS tape. It was a relic from the past, one that I stumbled upon while cleaning out the attic. Covered in dust, its label was faded and illegible. Curiosity piqued, I dug out the old player, and with a sense of nostalgia, I decided to see what this forgotten piece of history might reveal. As the tape began to play, the screen flickered to life with a grainy black and white image of the farmhouse. A chill ran down my spine as I recognized the familiar outline of the property. The footage was eerily silent, save for the faint hum of the wind captured by the microphone. In the video, the house looked different, older, and more imposing against the backdrop of the endless fields. There was something unsettling about the way it stood solitary and unyielding under the gray sky. I watched as the camera panned slowly, capturing the creaky swing set, the gnarled oak tree, and finally, the barn, its doors slightly ajar. The scene cut abruptly, replaced by static, before resuming with footage of a woman standing in the kitchen. She was a stranger to me, her face shadowed and indistinct. She moved with an ethereal grace, her actions deliberate and meticulous as she performed mundane tasks. What struck me most, however, was the way she seemed to pause, as if sensing the presence of the camera, her eyes gazing directly into the lens, or perhaps through it, as if she knew someone would be watching. The tape continued, progressing through various scenes around the house, each more unsettling than the last. There was something ethereal, yet profoundly disconcerting about the way the footage was shot, as if it captured not just images, but the very essence of the place in that moment. I found myself drawn in, unable to look away despite the growing unease that gnawed at the edges of my mind. The disturbance escalated when the dreams began. They were vivid and unsettling, filled with fragmented images of the woman from the tape and the house as it appeared in the footage. I saw myself wandering through the rooms, shadows shifting around me like living entities. The air was thick with an indescribable tension, and I felt as though I were being watched, every step echoed by an unseen presence. In one particularly vivid dream, I found myself standing in the kitchen, the same room where the woman had stood. The air was cold, and as I turned, I saw her again, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that rooted me to the spot. She spoke, her voice a haunting whisper that seemed to resonate within my very being, though I could not comprehend the words. I awoke with a start, my heart racing, and the lingering sense of her presence haunting me long after consciousness returned. It was during this time that I sought the help of a psychic medium. Her name was Evelyn, a woman whose reputation for connecting with the unseen had drawn both skeptics and believers to her door. I approached her with trepidation, unsure of what I hoped to find, yet desperate for answers to the unease that had settled over my life like a persistent fog. Evelyn arrived one afternoon, her demeanor calm and reassuring as she stepped into the house. There was an air of tranquility about her, a quiet confidence that seemed to fill the room. She moved through the spaces with an almost reverent awareness, pausing in certain areas as if listening to an unspoken dialogue. We began with the tape, which she watched in silence, her expression unreadable. When it ended, she turned to me, a hint of concern in her eyes as she spoke. "There's a presence here," she said softly, "one that is bound to this place by memory and emotion. The footage you found has awakened something long dormant." Her words, though expected, sent a shiver down my spine. We moved through the house together, Evelyn leading the way, her hand occasionally reaching out, as if to touch the very air around her. In the kitchen, she paused, her breath catching as she closed her eyes, seemingly enveloped by the atmosphere of the room. "This is where she lingers," Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible. "She is searching, reaching across the veil for something lost to her." I found myself inexplicably drawn to the same spot, an invisible force beckoning me closer. As I stood there, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over me, a profound longing that seemed to resonate from somewhere deep within the fabric of the house itself. Evelyn suggested a séance, a means of communicating with the presence that had become intertwined with my life. That night, under the pale light of the moon, we gathered in the living room, the air heavy with anticipation and an undercurrent of fear. Evelyn lit a series of candles and placed them in a circle, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. We joined hands, Evelyn's voice guiding us as she called out to the spirit, inviting it to speak. The room grew cold, the temperature dropping sharply as a chill settled over us. I felt a pressure building in my chest, an inexplicable weight that bore down upon me as if the house itself were holding its breath. The candles flickered violently, their flames sputtering as a faint whisper filled the air. It was the woman's voice, fractured and distant, yet unmistakably the same as in my dreams. She spoke in tones of desperation, her words fragmented and elusive, slipping through our grasp like grains of sand. Evelyn's eyes remained closed, her brow furrowed in concentration. "She wants you to see," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "There is something she needs you to understand." In that moment, the air became charged with energy, a palpable force that seemed to pulse within the confines of the room. I felt an overwhelming urge to move, to follow an unseen path that unfolded before me. I rose, my movements guided by an unseen hand, and made my way to the attic, Evelyn trailing silently behind. The attic was dimly lit, the single bulb casting long, eerie shadows across the stacks of forgotten memories. I felt a pull towards the far corner, where an old trunk lay half buried beneath a pile of dusty blankets. With trembling hands, I opened it, revealing a collection of photographs and letters, yellowed with age. As I sifted through them, a story began to unfold, one of love and loss, of a family torn apart by tragedy. The woman in the tape was there, her face now clear and familiar, captured in moments of joy and sorrow. Each photograph, each letter, seemed to pulse with the weight of her emotions, the lines between past and present blurring as I delved deeper into the narrative. It was then that I understood. The woman from the tape, the presence that had haunted my dreams, and the very walls of the house, was a part of this place. Her spirit bound by a need for closure, for recognition of a life once lived and a pain never reconciled. The séance concluded with a sense of peace, the oppressive atmosphere of the house lifting as if a long-held breath had finally been released. Evelyn left the next day, her work done, though she cautioned that the presence would remain, a silent witness to the passage of time. Life returned to its quiet rhythm, the days passing in a gentle current of normalcy. Yet, A part of me was forever changed by the experience, an awareness of the unseen lingering like a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. The tape remained in its place in the attic, a reminder of the past that had reached out across the years to touch my life. Even now, as I sit on the porch in the fading light of the day, I find myself reflecting on the events that unfolded in the quiet corners of my home. The farmhouse, with its storied past, had become a tapestry, woven with the threads of the living and the dead, a place where the boundaries between worlds had briefly blurred. I often feel the presence of the woman, a comforting shadow that lingers in the periphery of my vision. She does not intrude upon my life, but her essence is a quiet reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of the known. It is a presence that brings not fear, but a profound sense of connection, a reminder that we are all part of a larger tapestry, woven together by the threads of time and memory. And so, life goes on in this quiet corner of Nebraska, the land unchanged, yet forever marked by the ghostly echoes of the past. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, I find solace in the knowledge that the story of this place continues. The voices of the past whispering through the walls, an eternal part of the land I call home. The garden behind our home was not vast, but it had always felt like a world unto itself. Nestled between the old oak trees and the persistent hum of bees that flitted from blossom to blossom, it was a sanctuary of sorts. My mother had tended it with devotion, her hands nurturing life with a gentle touch. It was a place of sunlight and shadows, a mosaic of colors that shifted with the seasons. In spring, crocuses and daffodils announced the end of winter. In summer, roses flourished amidst the green. In this familiar embrace of nature, I spent countless hours as a child, dreaming up adventures and whispering secrets to the wind. Life continued its unhurried pace until the day I discovered an old book tucked away in the attic. It was bound in faded leather, its title illegible, but the illustrations inside captivated me. Each page portrayed a hidden world, fairies, tiny and delicate, inhabiting gardens much like ours. Their presence was said to bring prosperity and protection to the land they graced. Inspired by the book, I proposed to my mother that we create our very own fairy garden. She laughed softly, a melodic sound, and agreed, seeing it as another way to nurture my imagination. We began the project with enthusiasm, selecting a corner of the garden shielded by the oak's sprawling branches. It was a patch of earth that rarely drew attention, its soil fertile and dark, promising new beginnings. Together, we planted miniature flowers, laid out pebbles for pathways, and crafted tiny houses from twigs and bark. My mother even found small decorative lanterns, their glass panes colored and enchanting. As we worked, I felt a sense of purpose, a link to the whimsical world described in that forgotten book. The first sign of something amiss came with the chill of autumn, a season that draped the garden in russet and gold. I noticed it one afternoon while I sat reading by the fairy garden. A rustle that was not the wind, a movement at the edge of my vision. I looked up, expecting to see a bird or a squirrel, but there was nothing. The garden was still, the air heavy with the scent of fallen leaves. Dismissing it as my imagination, I returned to my book. But the disturbances persisted. At night, as I lay in bed, I heard sounds carried on the breeze, a whispering that seemed to rise from the shadows of the garden. It was a faint murmur, like voices carried over a great distance. I strained to hear, but the words were elusive, slipping away before I could grasp them. I told myself it was nothing, a quirk of the house settling or the wind playing tricks. Yet, doubt lingered, a shadow at the edge of reason. With each passing day, the garden grew quieter. The bees seemed to avoid the corner where the fairy garden lay, and even the birds that had once nested in the oak's branches kept their distance. I mentioned it to my mother, but she dismissed my concerns with a wave of her hand, attributing it to the changing seasons. Her assurances did little to quell the unease that curled in my stomach like smoke. The escalation was subtle, creeping in like the fog that sometimes blanketed the garden at dawn. It was the small things at first, objects in the fairy garden rearranging themselves, as if the figures had come alive while we slept. A twig house that faced east one day pointed north the next. The tiny lanterns flickered with an internal luminescence, even when unlit. My mother saw these things too, her brow furrowing with confusion. She accused me of playing tricks, but I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. One night, unable to sleep, I found myself drawn to the window overlooking the garden. The moon hung low in the sky, its light pale and ethereal. As I peered into the gloom, I saw movement, a gentle swaying rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth. I rubbed my eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light, but the movement persisted. Shapes, indistinct and wavering, danced among the shadows. Shapes that should not have been there. Driven by curiosity and a mounting sense of dread, I ventured outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The garden was still, the silence so profound it pressed against my ears. As I approached the fairy garden, I felt a peculiar shift in the air, a tingling that crawled across my skin. I hesitated, my breath visible in the moonlight, before crouching beside the twig houses. The world seemed to hold its breath, the moment suspended in an unnatural silence. And then I heard it, the whispering. No longer distant and indistinct, it was a chorus of voices, soft and melodic, yet filled with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. They spoke in a language I could not understand, yet their tone was pleading, imploring. I strained to listen, but the more I focused, the more elusive the words became, slipping through my grasp like water through fingers. I retreated to the house, my heart pounding in my chest. Sleep was elusive, haunted by dreams of eyes watching from the darkness, of hands reaching from the earth. For the first time, the garden felt like a stranger, its familiarity tainted by an undercurrent of menace. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling around the eaves and rain lashing against the windows. I lay awake, the house creaking and groaning with each gust. I felt a pull, an irresistible urge to check on the garden. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me through the corridors to the back door. I stepped into the garden, the rain soaking through my clothes, the wind tugging at my hair. The fairy garden was eerily luminescent in the storm, the lanterns casting a ghostly glow. I approached, drawn by the whispers that rose above the din of the storm. They were louder now, clearer, a cacophony of voices entwined in a mournful lament. As I reached the fairy garden, the ground seemed to shimmer, the soil shifting and undulating like the surface of a disturbed pond. Panic flared in my chest, but I could not move, rooted to the spot by a force beyond my understanding. The lanterns flickered wildly, casting shadows that danced and writhed across the ground. And then the earth opened. It was not a violent rupture, but a quiet, deliberate parting, as if the garden itself was breathing. From the depths emerged figures, small and slender, their skin the color of moonlight. They moved with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying, their eyes reflecting the storm's fury. They surrounded the garden, their presence commanding and ancient. I stood frozen, the rain mingling with tears as they began to sing. It was a song of sorrow and longing, a melody that resonated with the very essence of the garden. In that moment, I understood. They were not the benevolent creatures of fairy tales, but guardians of something older, something bound to the earth and the elements. The song grew in intensity, the air vibrating with its power. I felt it resonate in my bones, a primal call that demanded acknowledgement. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The figures retreated into the earth, the soil closing above them with a finality that echoed in the silence that followed. The storm abated, the wind dying to a whisper. I stood alone in the garden, my heart heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The fairy garden remained, unchanged, and yet irrevocably different, its innocence lost beneath the veil of night. In the days that followed, the garden returned to its tranquil state, the disturbances fading like the memory of a dream. My mother and I never spoke of the incident, an unspoken agreement to bury it as deeply as the secrets of the earth. Yet the experience lingered, a shadow that haunted the edges of my mind. Even now, as I wander through the garden, I feel their presence, the guardians of the fairy garden, watching from the shadows. Their whispers are gone, but their song remains, a haunting melody that plays in the stillness, a reminder of the forces that weave through the fabric of our world. I tread carefully, respectful of their domain, knowing that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, their secrets buried beneath the surface where they belong. The garden behind our family home was a place of unusual stillness. It lay nestled like a well-guarded secret at the end of our yard, where the chaos of the world seemed an echo from a distant realm. This was where my childhood and most of my waking thoughts converged, a place where ordinary days unfurled with the predictability of familiar rituals. The early mornings were spent watching sunlight ripple through leaves like whispers in a forgotten language, while the afternoons stretched lazily beneath the shade of ancient oak trees that stood sentinel around the garden's periphery. My parents had long ago nurtured this corner of our home into a haven lush with peonies and foxgloves, their floral perfume mingling with the loamy scent of the earth. In the beginning, The garden was simply a backdrop to endless summers of discovery. It was where my younger sister, Lily, and I would play hide and seek, her laughter a bright thread woven into the fabric of the garden's quietude. We would wander through the wild tangles of ivy and ferns, concocting tales of woodland creatures and enchanted lands. It was during one such afternoon, infused with the golden haze of late June, that Lily conceived the idea of building a fairy garden. The notion was innocent enough, a patch of the garden dedicated to the fantastical beings we'd read about in storybooks. We gathered stones to mark out a tiny path, fashioned a circular ring of twigs to serve as a fairy ring, and planted miniature flowers that we thought might appeal to these whimsical visitors. Lily, with her innate creativity, spent hours crafting tiny benches from bark and leaves, while I, applying a more scientific approach, ensured that each element was balanced and aesthetically pleasing. The first disturbance came subtly, as things often do when they intend to unsettle without revealing their true nature. It started with the unmistakable sensation of being watched, a prickling awareness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck whenever I was alone in the garden. The sensation was so fleeting and intangible that I dismissed it initially as the product of an overactive imagination. But it persisted, lurking at the edges of my consciousness like an unwanted shadow. Lily, perceptive as ever, noticed my discomfort. "The fairies are watching us," she declared one day, her words a peculiar blend of delight and seriousness. I laughed it off, attributing her remark to the playful fantasies of a child. Yet deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about our fairy garden was subtly amiss. The next few weeks unfolded with an uneasy escalation. Strange occurrences began to mar the tranquility of the garden. It started with the inexplicable movement of objects. The tiny benches would shift positions overnight, and the ring of twigs we'd carefully laid out seemed to rearrange itself without interference. I rationalized these oddities, perhaps the wind, perhaps nocturnal animals, but the garden had always been sheltered, and no tracks marred the soil. Then there were the sounds. At first, they were faint, a rustling among the leaves, the quiet tinkle of what could have been laughter carried on the breeze. But as the days wore on, they grew more distinct, more insistent, like a distant melody played just out of reach. At night, the whispers seemed to coalesce, forming an almost coherent chant that threaded through my dreams. I awoke each morning with fragments of those nocturnal lullabies clinging to my mind, dissolving into obscurity with the dawn. Lily, however, seemed unfazed by these happenings. She embraced them with the unshakable conviction of a true believer. "The fairies are happy," she insisted, her eyes gleaming with a fervor that bordered on unsettling. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and despite my growing unease, part of me wanted to believe in her world, a world where magic was real, and the garden was a gateway to something larger than ourselves. The climax arrived on a night heavy with anticipation, the air electric with an intensity that seemed to emanate from the garden itself. I found myself drawn to it, unable to resist the pull of the whispers that had become a nightly accompaniment. Lily was already there, standing in the center of the fairy ring, her silhouette a delicate shadow against the moonlit backdrop. "Come see," she beckoned, her voice carrying an edge of urgency that pierced through my apprehension. As I approached, the garden seemed to shift, the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurring under the silvery light. The whispers rose to a crescendo, swirling around us in an ethereal dance. It was then that I saw them. Tiny figures, barely perceptible, yet undeniably present. They shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, their forms flickering like candle flames in the breeze. For a moment, awe and terror coalesced within me, a visceral understanding that we had crossed a threshold into a realm both wondrous and perilous. "Lily," I breathed, torn between wonder and the instinct to flee. But she stood transfixed, her face alight with an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. The fairies, if indeed that was what they were, continued their dance, weaving patterns of light that ebbed and flowed with an unearthly grace. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the moment shattered. The figures dissolved into the night, leaving behind only the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Lily turned to me, her face radiant with an inner glow that seemed to linger in the air. "They're real," she whispered, and for the first time, I believed her, not just in the way a child believes in magic, but with a certainty that resonated deep within my soul. The garden never quite returned to normal after that night. Though the disturbances ceased, an inexplicable presence lingered in the air, a watchful awareness that I could feel but not see. It was as if the garden itself had absorbed the essence of that evening, transforming into a liminal space where the mundane and the mystical coexisted. Lily continued to visit the fairy garden, her faith unshaken, her laughter ringing out like a bell in the twilight. I, however, found myself avoiding it, haunted by the memory of what we had glimpsed. The garden had become a place of both enchantment and unease, a reminder of the fragile boundary between reality and the unknown. Even now, years later, the garden remains, its secrets tucked away beneath the canopy of leaves that rustle with every whisper of the breeze. I visit occasionally, drawn by a nostalgia tinged with apprehension, always aware of the unseen eyes that watch from the shadows. I've come to accept that the garden is a place of mystery, a testament to the enduring power of belief and the enchanting allure of the unseen. The fairy garden serves as a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, the world is filled with wonders and horrors, coiled like a serpent beneath the leaves, waiting to be discovered by those willing to look beyond the ordinary. As I stand on the threshold of the garden, the sun dipping below the horizon, I hear once more the faint tinkle of laughter, the whispers that sing on the edge of hearing. And though I cannot see them, I feel their presence, a lingering fear entwined with a strange sense of wonder, a testament to the magic that, once glimpsed, can never be entirely forgotten. The first time I saw her, she was playing in the garden, her back to the sun-drenched house that we had moved into only a week prior. Lillian was my wife, my companion through thick and thin, but lately she had become something else. The move to this isolated suburban neighborhood was meant to be a fresh start, an opportunity to leave behind the chaos of city life, and settle into a simpler rhythm. The house itself was charming, with its sprawling lawn and vine-covered trellis. It was the kind of place where you could imagine children playing pretend games, crafting entire worlds out of imagination and whispers. Lillian had taken to the garden immediately. She spent hours kneeling in the dirt, her hands stained with soil, planting flowers I couldn't name. She said it was therapeutic, a way to connect with the earth, to let go of the stress that had been clawing at her insides for years. As I watched her from the kitchen window, I couldn't help but smile. She seemed so at peace, so content in her own little world. But then, things began to change. At first, it was subtle, so subtle that I almost didn't notice. Lillian started talking to herself as she worked in the garden. Not just the occasional mutter or hum, but full conversations. I dismissed it as nothing more than a simple eccentricity, a harmless quirk. After all, wasn't this what she had been yearning for? A chance to let her mind wander freely? Yet, as the days passed, her behavior grew more concerning. She'd wake in the middle of the night, her eyes wide and unseeing, mumbling about voices in the garden. During the day, she seemed distracted, her gaze often drifting toward the windows, as if drawn by an invisible force. At night, she would slip out of bed and stand at the window, staring into the darkness, listening. It was during one of these nocturnal vigils that I first heard it, a soft, almost musical chime that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the garden. It was a sound both alien and alluring, a melody that lingered in the air long after it had ceased. Lillian had heard it too. Her eyes took on a distant look, her lips curving into a secretive smile. "Can you hear them?" she whispered, her voice laced with wonder and fear. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that it was the wind, or perhaps a distant wind chime swaying in the breeze. But deep down, I knew there was something unnatural about it. The unease that had begun to coil inside me tightened its grip. Over time, Lillian became more and more absorbed by the garden. She would spend entire afternoons crouched among the flowers, her hands moving with a delicate precision that was almost reverent. I would stand at the window, watching her, a part of me wanting to join her, but another part holding me back, tethered by an inexplicable dread. One evening, as I walked into the garden to call her in for dinner, I stopped short. The garden had transformed. The flowers were unnaturally vibrant, their colors almost too vivid to be real. They seemed to pulse with an inner light, casting strange shadows that danced across the ground. Lillian was sitting among them, her face serene, her eyes closed as she swayed gently to a rhythm only she could hear. "Lillian," I called softly, but she didn't respond. She simply sat there, a statue amidst the surreal beauty of the garden. I reached out to touch her shoulder, but the moment my fingers brushed against her skin, she gasped, eyes snapping open with a start. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice sharp and accusing. You seemed lost," I replied, taken aback by the hostility in her tone. "I'm not lost," she said, standing up abruptly. "I'm exactly where I need to be." Her words lingered in my mind long after we had returned to the house. That night, as we lay in bed, she turned to me, her eyes wide and earnest. "You have to let me go," she murmured, her voice a fragile whisper. "Go where?" I asked, confused. "Into the garden," she replied. "There's something there, something wonderful waiting for me." Despite the heaviness in my chest, I nodded, hoping that in the light of day, things would return to normal. But the garden had other plans. It began to exert a pull on Lillian, one that I couldn't understand. She spent more and more time outside, sometimes disappearing for hours on end, leaving me alone in the house with my thoughts and fears. One afternoon, while she was out in the garden, I decided to explore the area she frequented the most. The flowers seemed to part for me as I walked through them, their vibrant colors a blur in my peripheral vision. At the center of the garden, I found a small clearing, its edges lined with stones that seemed to hum softly under my touch. In the center of the clearing, there was a mound of earth, freshly disturbed. I hesitated, a chill running down my spine as I knelt to inspect it. As my fingers sifted through the soil, I uncovered something small and cold, a piece of metal, intricately carved, glinting in the sunlight. It was an amulet, unlike anything I had seen before, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. The moment my fingers closed around the amulet, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and I felt the world tilt slightly on its axis. I dropped it with a gasp, stumbling back as a strange voice echoed in my mind, a whisper that was both familiar and foreign. "Join us," it sang softly, the melody curling around me like a tendril of smoke. I left the garden in a daze, my heart pounding in my chest. That night, as Lillian lay sleeping beside me, I dreamed of a place that was both beautiful and terrifying, a realm of eternal twilight where shadows danced and whispered secrets. The days that followed were a blur of confusion and fear. Lillian was changing, becoming more and more enmeshed with the garden. Her skin took on a luminescent quality. Her eyes sparkled with an unnatural light. She moved with a grace that was almost otherworldly, her steps light and purposeful. I tried to talk to her about my fears, about the amulet and the strange voice, but she brushed me off with a smile, her expressions serene and unfathomable. "It's all part of the transformation," she said cryptically, leaving me no closer to understanding. And then, one night, it happened. I awoke to find the house eerily silent, my heart pounding with a sense of impending doom. I knew, without a doubt, that Lillian was in the garden. I hurried outside, my breath visible in the cool night air, the moon casting long, eerie shadows. I found her standing in the clearing, the amulet around her neck, glowing softly in the darkness. Her arms were raised to the sky, her face radiant with an ethereal light. The garden was alive with movement, the flowers swaying in unison, their colors shifting and blending in a hypnotic dance. "Lillian," I shouted, but the wind snatched my voice away, carrying it into the night. I reached out, desperate to pull her back, to save her from whatever terrible fate awaited her. But as I stepped into the clearing, the ground seemed to ripple beneath me, and I felt myself falling, spiraling down into an abyss of light and sound. I reached for Lillian, but she was already beyond my grasp, her form dissolving into the shimmering air. The world around me shifted, the garden fading away as new shapes and colors rushed in to fill the void. I found myself standing in the same twilight realm from my dreams, the air thick with the scent of flowers, and something else, something ancient and powerful. The shadows moved, coalescing into forms that were both beautiful and grotesque. They sang softly, their voices weaving a tapestry of sound that was both haunting and alluring. I felt drawn to them, my mind teetering on the edge of comprehension. And there was Lillian, her face calm and serene, her eyes filled with a light that was not her own. She held out her hand to me, her expression one of welcome and promise. "Come with me," she urged, her voice a soft, insistent murmur in my mind. I hesitated, the weight of the world tugging at my soul. But there was something in her gaze, something that promised freedom from the fears and doubts that had haunted me for so long. I took a step forward, my heart racing. But then, from somewhere deep within me, a voice, my own voice, broke through the haze. "No," it said firmly, a single word that shattered the illusion and brought everything crashing down. The twilight realm dissolved, replaced by the familiar sight of the garden in the harsh light of morning. I was alone, the clearing empty save for the amulet, which lay in the grass. Its glow faded to nothing more than a dull glint. Lillian was gone, and with her, the strange enchantment that had held our lives in its grasp. In the weeks that followed, I tried to make sense of it all, to piece together the fragments of what had happened, but the garden held its secrets close, and the amulet remained silent, its power spent. I sold the house and moved back to the city, hoping to leave behind the memories and the lingering sense of loss. But sometimes, in the quiet moments between wakefulness and sleep, I find myself thinking of Lillian, of the garden, and the strange beauty that had consumed us both. Even now, I can hear the faint echo of that eerie, haunting melody, a reminder of the world we had touched, but never truly understood. And I wonder if, somewhere out there, Lillian dances still, lost in a realm of dreams and whispers. The hum of normalcy was a comforting background noise in our lives. Life in the suburbs had settled into a predictable rhythm after all these years. Our home, a modest two-story house with ivy creeping over its red bricks, sat on a quiet cul-de-sac where the most exciting event was the weekly garbage collection. The house had seen better days, perhaps, but it was ours, a testament to the years spent together, raising our daughter, Emily, who had recently left for college. It was just me now, and the silence that filled the spaces between the walls. My days were spent tending to the garden or fixing whatever odd job needed my attention. It was in these activities that I found peace, a meditative escape from the memories that sometimes threatened to surface. Sarah, my wife, had left 5 years ago. Her departure was abrupt, a sudden fracture in the otherwise undisturbed fabric of our lives. She had walked out one evening, leaving only a terse note on the kitchen table. Not a word since then. The house, once filled with her presence, now felt like a hollow shell, echoing with the absence of her laughter and warmth. My evenings were quieter still. I would sit by the window, nursing a cup of tea and watching the neighborhood settle into night. The street lamp outside flickered occasionally, casting long shadows across the pavement, a metronome for the nocturnal creatures that stirred beyond its light. It was one such evening, as I sat enveloped in the glow of the dying sun, that I noticed something out of the ordinary. A silhouette stood at the end of the street, scarcely visible in the encroaching dusk. It was a woman, her form obscured by the twilight, but there was something familiar in her stance, a peculiar tilt of the head that sent a shiver down my spine. I rose, my heart inexplicably racing, and moved closer to the window. The figure remained unmoved, standing in silent vigil like a sentinel marking the boundary between light and shadow. There was an uncanny stillness to her presence, as if she were waiting for something or someone. I wanted to look away, to dismiss it as a trick of the failing light, but my gaze was fixed, drawn inexorably to the woman at the end of the street. The next morning, the figure was gone, but a single white lily lay on the sidewalk where she had stood, its petals glistening with dew in the morning light. A chill crept up my spine as I stooped to pick it up. The flower was fresh, too fresh, untouched by the dirt and grime of the street. I brought it inside, placing it in a vase on the kitchen table, a ghostly reminder of the previous night's encounter. Days passed, yet the image of the woman lingered in my mind like an unsolved puzzle. Who was she? And why did she feel so hauntingly familiar? I went about my routine, trying to shake the sense of unease that had settled over me like a shroud. Each evening, I found myself glancing towards the end of the street, half expecting her to return. Then, one night, as I was locking up, I heard a soft knock at the door. My heart stuttered in my chest, a discordant beat against the rhythm of the clock ticking on the mantel. I hesitated, the familiar dread prickling at the edge of my awareness. Slowly, I made my way to the door, half hoping, half dreading what I might find. I opened it to find Sarah standing there, her face illuminated by the dim porch light. She looked older than I remembered, wearier, but there was no mistaking those eyes, the same deep-set eyes that had once been my world. Her clothes hung loose on her frame, as though she had shrunk into herself, her skin pale and almost translucent under the light. "Sarah," I breathed, a mix of disbelief and the sudden, overwhelming rush of old emotions. She looked at me with an intensity that seemed to pierce through to my very soul. Before I could speak again, she stepped forward, crossing the threshold with a familiarity that was both comforting and unsettling. "I'm back," she said simply, her voice a ghostly whisper of its former vibrancy. Her return was like a stone dropped into still waters, sending ripples through the stagnant calm of my life. I wanted to ask where she had been, why she had left, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I led her to the kitchen, offering her the seat across from mine, the seat that had remained empty for far too long. We sat in silence, the air between us thick with words unspoken. Her gaze drifted to the flower on the table, the white lily now slightly wilted, its petals curling inward like fingers in a silent plea. "Do you remember?" she asked, her voice breaking through the quiet. "Do you remember the lilies?" I nodded. Lilies had been her favorite. I recalled the time we had planted them together in the garden, how she had laughed as dirt streaked her cheeks, her hands covered in earth and life. But there was something different now, a weight to her question that I couldn't quite grasp. Her presence in the house changed everything. I found myself watching her constantly, as if afraid she might vanish if I looked away for too long. She moved through our home with a sense of yearning, touching objects and surfaces as though refamiliarizing herself with the life she had left behind. At night, I would lie awake, listening to the sound of her breathing, trying to reconcile this fragile version of Sarah with the woman I had once known. Her sleep was restless, punctuated by whispers and mumbled fragments of dreams that I couldn't decipher. As the days turned into weeks, I began to notice the changes. At first, they were subtle. A new pallor to her skin, a slight tremor in her hands. But gradually, they became more pronounced. Her hair, once a lustrous shade of chestnut, seemed to lose its color, fading into a dull, lifeless gray. Her eyes, too, took on a strange, otherworldly sheen, as if she were caught somewhere between this world and another. She spent more time in the garden, tending to the lilies with an almost obsessive devotion. I would watch her from the window, my heart heavy with a mixture of love and unease. She would kneel among the flowers, her fingers caressing their delicate petals with an almost reverent care. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I joined her in the garden. The air was cool, carrying the scent of earth and blooming flowers. She was sitting among the lilies, her eyes closed, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. She opened her eyes slowly, turning her gaze towards me. For a moment, I glimpsed something behind her eyes, a flicker of fear, or perhaps pain. But then it was gone, replaced by a serene calm that seemed almost unnatural. "I am where I need to be," she replied softly. Her words lingered in my mind long after the night had swallowed the day. I wanted to believe her, to accept her return without question, but a nagging doubt gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. There was something she wasn't telling me, some unspoken truth that cast a shadow over her presence. The house, too, seemed to change. Shadows lengthened in the corners, and the air felt heavier, as if the walls themselves were drawing closer. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, shadows that danced just beyond the edge of sight. The familiar creaks and groans of the house at night took on a new, sinister quality, like whispers in a language I couldn't understand. One night, I awoke to find Sarah standing by the window, her silhouette framed against the moonlit sky. Her posture was rigid, her gaze fixed on something beyond the glass. "Sarah," I called softly, moving to stand beside her. She didn't respond, her eyes locked on the garden below. The lilies swayed gently in the breeze, their white blooms luminous in the darkness. I followed her gaze, searching for what held her attention, but saw nothing unusual. When she finally turned to me, her expression was one of profound sadness. "It's calling," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "What's calling?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. She shook her head, as if trying to dispel a thought she couldn't quite grasp. "The cradle," she said, her voice a fragile thread of sound. I didn't understand, but her words sent a shiver through me, a primal fear that settled deep in my bones. I wanted to hold her, to protect her from whatever haunted her, but she slipped from my grasp, retreating into the shadows. As the days wore on, her condition worsened. Her skin took on an ashen hue, her body growing frail and insubstantial. Her dreams became more vivid, more chaotic, and she would wake in the night, gasping for breath, her eyes wild and unfocused. I grew desperate, consulting doctors and specialists, but they could find no explanation for her decline. Her vitals were normal, her tests inconclusive. It was as though her very essence was being drawn away, leaving behind only a hollow shell. One night, as I sat by her bedside, she took my hand, her grip surprisingly strong despite her weakened state. Her eyes met mine, filled with a quiet urgency. "You have to let me go," she whispered, her voice a mere breath of sound. "I can't," I replied, my voice breaking. "I lost you once. I can't lose you again." Tears glistened in her eyes as she shook her head. "You never lost me," she said. "I was always here. But now, it's time." I didn't understand, but deep down, I knew she was right. Her return had been a gift, a fleeting moment borrowed from eternity. But it couldn't last. Whatever force had brought her back was now reclaiming her, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The night she left, the house was silent, the air heavy with anticipation. I watched as she rose from the bed, her movements slow and deliberate. She looked at me one last time, a soft smile playing on her lips. "I'll always love you," she said, her voice echoing in the stillness. Then she turned, walking towards the garden, her steps light and purposeful. I wanted to follow her, to hold her back, but something held me in place, a weight of inevitability that pressed down on my soul. I watched from the window as she knelt among the lilies, her hands brushing their petals one final time. The moon bathed her in silver light, and for a moment she seemed to shimmer, her form blurring at the edges as if she were becoming one with the night. And then she was gone, the lilies swaying gently in her wake. In the days that followed, the house felt emptier than it ever had before. But there was a peace to the silence, a sense of closure that had eluded me for so long. I tended to the garden, caring for the lilies with the same devotion she had shown, their blooms a living memory of the woman I had loved. But sometimes, late at night, I would hear a soft whisper on the wind, a familiar voice calling from the shadows. And I would smile, knowing that somewhere, beyond the veil of this world, she was waiting for me, Life had settled into a gentle routine after the storm. The chaos of the past year, the emotional wreckage of losing Sarah, my wife, had whittled away into a somber normalcy, a quiet acceptance that I wore like a second skin. Our home, the quaint little house on Sycamore Lane, was filled with echoes of memories that I had learned to live with. Each room whispered her name in soft breaths, while the garden she loved so dearly flourished with an unyielding vitality as if to spite her absence. I carried on, swept through the days by the relentless current of time until they blurred into a long streak of muted colors and indistinct shapes. It was a crisp autumn morning when the first disturbance shattered the fragile peace I had constructed. I was raking leaves in the backyard, a task that was once hers, when I noticed something peculiar. The garden, vibrant and lush, seemed to have changed overnight. The roses, which should have been wilting as the season turned, were in full bloom, their petals rich and red against the backdrop of fallen golden leaves. I paused, a shiver running down my spine, as if someone had walked over my grave. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, or perhaps an oversight, something I hadn't really noticed before. But then, other things began to happen. Little things. The front gate, which I always locked, was sometimes found swinging gently on its hinges in the morning. The scent of Sarah's favorite perfume, a subtle fragrance of lavender and vanilla, lingered in the air of the sitting room, though I had packed away her belongings months ago. And then, there were the soft footfalls I sometimes heard at night, a familiar rhythm that matched the cadence of Sarah's steps. I tried to rationalize every event, attributing them to my mind's penchant for cruelty, a desperate longing manifesting in illusions. Yet, the garden remained the most tangible evidence of something unusual. Its unnatural bloom, untouched by the encroaching cold, seemed to whisper secrets in the rustling of leaves and the hum of bees. It was as if Sarah's presence had sunk deep into the soil, nurturing life with a lover's tender care. As days passed, my unease grew, curling around me like a second shadow. The disturbances were escalating. I would find the kitchen door ajar in the mornings, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Sometimes, I would wake to find the bed covers pulled up to my chin, snug the way Sarah used to tuck me in on cold nights. It was comforting and unnerving in equal measure. One evening, as I sat in the living room, the television casting its flickering light across the room, I felt the unmistakable sensation of someone watching me. It was an unshakable feeling, a prickling awareness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I glanced towards the window and saw a silhouette standing just beyond the edge of the light, in the garden where shadows pooled like ink. I stood abruptly, my heart a drumbeat in my ears. My pulse quickened, a rush of adrenaline urging me towards the window to confront the intruder in my sanctuary. But as I approached, the figure dissipated into the night, as though it had never existed. I was left alone, staring out into the garden where the roses swayed gently, their blossoms luminous in the moonlight. It was then that the truth began to seep into my consciousness, insidious and undeniable. Sarah was here. Somehow, impossibly, she was here. an echo of the love we shared, an imprint left behind like a footprint in wet sand. The realization filled me with dread, a fear that seeped into my bones and settled there, heavy as granite. The climax of my ordeal came one stormy night. The wind howled around the house, rattling windows and doors with a fury that matched the turmoil inside me. I was in bed, the sheets cool against my skin, when I felt the bed shift. The mattress dipped as if someone had climbed in beside me. My breath caught in my throat, terror constricting my chest as I lay motionless, unable to move. I felt a hand, soft and familiar, glide over mine. It was a caress, a touch so intimate and gentle that tears sprang to my eyes. "Sarah?" I whispered into the darkness, my voice barely a breath. There was no reply, only the relentless drone of the storm and the warmth of her touch, a bittersweet reminder of what I had lost. The sensation lingered for what felt like hours, until exhaustion took me into a dreamless sleep. When I awoke, the house was silent. The storm had passed, leaving only a quiet, suffused with the scent of wet earth and roses. The garden was still vibrant, the roses standing as sentinels, guardians of a love that defied the grave. In the days that followed, I found a peculiar solace in the knowledge that Sarah was near, that she watched over the home we had built together. But with that solace came a lingering fear, a question that gnawed at me with an insidious persistence. If Sarah was here, what did that mean for her soul? Was she at peace, or had she been trapped in a liminal space, tethered to me by bonds neither of us could sever? My life continued in a semblance of normalcy, yet I moved through my days with a heightened awareness, attuned to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere, the signs that pointed to her presence. And each night, as I lay in bed, I waited for the familiar dip in the mattress, the gentle touch that would remind me I was not alone. In the quiet moments, when the world outside was still, I would speak to her. My voice a whisper in the darkness, I told her about my day, shared my thoughts as I once did when she was alive. And as I spoke, I could almost feel her listening, her presence a comforting weight in the room. The garden remained a testament to the love we shared, a vibrant living memory that flourished under her unseen care. It was both a comfort and a torment, a reminder of the life we had and the spectral echo that now haunted my existence. I tended to it with devotion, pruning the roses and keeping the beds free of weeds, as if by doing so, I was tending to Sarah herself. As time flowed on, my fear abated, replaced by a resigned acceptance. I was no longer alone, yet I was haunted by the transient nature of her presence, the knowledge that one day she might truly leave, and I would be left with only memories and a garden that bloomed unnaturally bright. The fear lingered in the corners of my mind, never fully dissipating, a shadow that followed me even in the light of day. It was the fear of loss, of being truly alone, severed from the spectral tether that bound us. As the seasons changed, I found myself visiting her grave more frequently, speaking to the earth, as if she could hear me through the layers of soil and time. And so, I lived in this strange limbo, caught between the living and the dead, in a house filled with memories and a garden that defied the seasons. It was a life marked by the extraordinary, a shadowed reality where love transcended the boundaries of mortality and lingered like a ghost, whispering in the leaves of the roses, in the rustle of the wind through the trees. I knew I would never truly be free, that my heart would forever yearn for the touch that haunted my nights, the presence that filled my days with an eerie comfort. But in that haunting, I found a peculiar peace, a solace that came from knowing that love, once given, never truly dies. It merely changes form, becoming something ethereal and enduring, a ghostly echo that stays with us, even as we move through the veils of time. The streetlights cast a warm, amber glow on the quiet suburban road, like sentinels watching over a realm that seemed, at least on the surface, untouched by the creeping shadows of the evening. Our house, nestled at the end of this cul-de-sac, exuded a sense of calm and comfort. Its white picket fence and carefully tended garden were the epitome of suburban tranquility. Inside, photographs lined the hallway, chronicling the years of our family history, my parents on their wedding day, my brother's graduation, my own childhood smiles. Life moved at a gentle pace here. There was a rhythm to the days, a predictability that was both comforting and mundane. I worked from home as a freelance writer, crafting stories that never quite captured the essence of that perfect, peaceful normalcy I experienced daily. My husband, Robert, a diligent and kind man, commuted to the city, returning each evening with tales of office antics and commuter trials. Our daughter, Emily, was the light of our lives, filling the house with her laughter and occasional tantrums, as children are wont to do. It had been nearly 10 years since my mother had passed, taken suddenly by a heart condition we never knew existed. Her absence left a void that none of us could fill, though we never spoke of it openly. We were a family that preferred the unspoken connection, the silent acknowledgement of shared loss and healing. Her memory lingered in the corners of my mind, surfacing during quiet moments, or hidden in the scent of her favorite jasmine tea. I first noticed the disturbance one crisp autumn morning. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves. Emily was at school, Robert at work. I had settled into my writing nook, an alcove near the kitchen, where the morning sun painted soft patterns on the walls. As my fingers danced over the keyboard, crafting a scene of suburban intrigue, a chill suddenly crept up my spine. It was a sensation I couldn't quite place, as though an unseen presence had brushed against my senses. Ignoring the chill, I returned to my work, brushing it off as a draft from an open window. The house was old after all, and prone to creaks and whispers when the wind picked up. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw her. Just a flicker at first, a shadow that didn't belong, a movement that defied the stability of the room. I looked up, expecting nothing, yet hoping for something inexplicably familiar. There was nothing there. I shook my head, dispelling the notion of my mother's spirit haunting our home. It was a comforting lie, I told myself, a trick of the mind yearning for her presence. I returned to my writing, immersing myself in the fictional worlds that offered a reprieve from reality. As days turned into weeks, these disturbances persisted. I would catch glimpses of her in mirrors and windows, her figure elusive, yet unmistakably hers. Always, her eyes seemed to be bleeding, not with actual blood, but with the haunting weight of unshed tears. It was as if the sorrow she had carried in life had transcended her death, imprinting itself on her spectral form. I didn't tell Robert at first. How could I explain it without sounding irrational, without invoking the skepticism that logical minds resort to when confronted by the supernatural? These experiences were mine alone, fragments of a shattered reality only I could piece together. They were moments of eerie reflection, a fusion of memory and imagination. But then, the disturbances escalated. The atmosphere in the house shifted, subtle at first, like a change in the wind. Doors creaked open when they should have been closed. Lights flickered as though in Morse code, signaling messages only I could interpret. It was as if the house itself had become a conduit, channeling messages from the beyond. It wasn't until one particularly restless night that I confided in Robert. We lay in bed, the room steeped in darkness, save for the gentle glow of the streetlights filtering through the curtains. "I've been seeing her," I whispered, my voice barely piercing the silence. "Who?" he asked, turning towards me, his eyes searching my face for answers. "My mother," I replied, feeling the words hang heavy in the air between us. But not as she was. Something's different. Her eyes, it's like they're bleeding. Robert was silent for a moment, processing my revelation. "You've been under a lot of stress," he finally said, his voice gentle, yet pragmatically dismissive. "Writing all day, being alone in the house, it's easy to let your imagination run wild." I nodded, grateful for his attempt at reassurance, but a gnawing at the back of my mind told me it was more than fatigue or imagination. These visions were a call, a plea from the past that demanded acknowledgement. Then came the night of the storm. The wind howled outside, a banshee's cry that rattled the windows and shivered through the trees. Emily was asleep, tucked safely in her bed, oblivious to the unnatural tension that hung in the air. Robert and I sat in the living room, the fire crackling in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. It was then that I felt it again, the presence, stronger than ever. The room dimmed, shadows lengthening on the walls, as if the very light had been siphoned away. My heart quickened, a drumbeat echoing in the silence. I turned to Robert, words poised on my lips, when a sudden chill enveloped me. A figure emerged from the shadows, her outline shimmering with an ethereal light. My mother stood before us, her gaze fixed on me. Her eyes were as I remembered, deep, expressive, but they wept phantom tears, an endless cascade that seemed to merge with the shadows. Her presence was both comforting and terrifying, a paradox I struggled to reconcile. Robert's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, and then to something akin to fear. He saw her too, I realized. This was no mere hallucination. It was a shared reality, a bridge between worlds. Why? I asked, my voice trembling. Why are you here? Her lips moved, forming words I could not hear, a silent dialogue between the living and the dead. I stepped closer, the need to understand driving me forward, though my limbs felt heavy, as if wading through water. Her form flickered, the image disrupted like a faulty signal, but her eyes remained fixed on mine, imploring. Robert reached for me, pulling me back as a sudden gust of wind extinguished the fire, plunging the room into darkness. The shadows swirled around us, a maelstrom of memories and fears. My mother's figure dissolved, leaving only a void that seemed to echo with unvoiced sorrows. In the aftermath, silence reigned. The storm abated, the house settling into a tense stillness. Robert held me close, his presence an anchor in the tumult of emotions. We didn't speak of what we had seen, the experience too fresh, too fragile to dissect with words. In the days that followed, a lingering fear took root, a shadow that clung to the corners of my mind. I avoided mirrors, wary of the reflections they might hold. Even the comforting normalcy of our home felt strained, as if the structure itself had shifted, accommodating a reality I couldn't fully comprehend. But life continued, driven by the relentless march of time. Emily laughed and played, her innocence a balm to my frayed nerves. Robert and I resumed our routines, though a tacit understanding had formed between us, an acknowledgement of the unseen forces that intertwined our lives. Sometimes, in the quiet moments just before sleep claimed me, I would feel my mother's presence again, not as a vision, but as a whisper in the wind, a gentle reminder of the ties that bind us, even beyond death. Her eyes, though absent, still wept in my dreams, a testament to the love and sorrow she had carried with her into the next life. In those moments, I found a strange comfort in the fear, an understanding that some connections are too profound to be severed, that the past is never truly gone. And as I lay in the darkness, I held on to that thought, a beacon against the shadows that danced on the edges of my perception. The sauna on our family estate had long been a point of pride and mystery. Nestled at the edge of a dense forest, its cedar walls absorbed the conversations and laughter of generations. As a child, I had felt a kind of enchanted reverence for it. It was a place where we shed the world's burdens, enveloped in steam and the comforting scent of birch. I had heard whispers among the elders about the Bannock, a spirit said to dwell in the depths of the bathhouse. The Bannock was considered a guardian, sometimes benevolent, sometimes not, who could decide whether your visit would be refreshing or terrifying. These tales were brushed aside as mere folklore, charming stories spun to keep children in line. I never gave them much thought, until that summer when my curiosity led me down a path I did not expect. It started as a typical summer afternoon. Golden light filtered through the canopy, casting intricate shadows on the forest floor. I had returned to the estate after several years away, driven by a restless hunger for the familiar yet enigmatic serenity of the woods. The estate was largely unchanged, a pocket of the past preserved amidst the constant flux of modern life. I spent my days meandering through the forest, reacquainting myself with every bend and nook. I was not alone in this endeavor. Two friends from the nearby village, Alexei and Mikhail, joined me in these explorations. They were fellow enthusiasts of the unknown, both eager to unearth local legends and cryptid lore. For us, the sauna held a kind of mythic status. It was the center of many tales, and we believed it might hold secrets of its own. We spoke often of wanting to experience something beyond the ordinary, to touch the supernatural that seemed just out of reach. And so, it was inevitable that we decided to pursue the Bannack legend. The first disturbance occurred on a humid evening when we gathered for a session in the sauna. The air was thick with heat, and the rhythmic sizzle of water on stones was a soothing soundtrack. Amidst the steam, we shared stories, our voices a low murmur. It was then that I first noticed the change, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as if the very walls were listening. The steam thickened in an unnatural way, clinging to our skin with a heaviness that defied explanation. As I blinked through the haze, I caught sight of Alexei's face, contorted in a mix of surprise and something resembling fear. He said he felt an unexpected chill, a cold draft weaving through the warmth. "Did you feel that?" he whispered, almost as if afraid to disturb whatever presence seemed to hover nearby. Mikhail and I exchanged bewildered glances, neither of us having sensed the same. We laughed it off as a trick of the mind, perhaps a result of the heat and our eagerness to find something otherworldly. Yet, the laughter felt uneasy, as if it were an inadequate defense against what we could not understand. Despite the disquieting experience, or perhaps because of it, our curiosity only grew. We returned the following evening, undeterred by the previous disturbance. We convinced ourselves that real evidence required perseverance and a willingness to confront fear head-on. The second visit was markedly different. As we settled onto the benches, the familiar warmth swaddling us like a well-worn blanket, there was a palpable tension in the air. It was as if the sauna itself held its breath, waiting. It wasn't long before the escalation came. The steam whirled with an unusual vigor, forming shapes that seemed almost deliberate in their design. My skin prickled, not from the heat, but from the sensation of being observed. I glanced around, half expecting to see some figure materializing from the vapor. Then we heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible chuckle. It was the kind of sound that sends an involuntary shiver down your spine, not from volume, but from the intimate proximity it suggests. It felt as if the sound came from within the very walls, an ethereal giggle playing with our nerves. We sat frozen, silence our only refuge. Alexei, usually the bravest among us, shifted uneasily. "Maybe we should leave," he suggested, his voice uncharacteristically small. But Mikhail, ever the skeptic, refused to yield. "It's just the wind," he insisted, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. Reluctantly we stayed, though our previous enthusiasm had waned to a cautious vigilance. The light-hearted adventure we envisioned had become something else entirely, a test of nerve and resolve. Our resolve was truly tested on the third night. As dusk fell, the estate grew quiet. the forest around it an ink-black sea. We approached the sauna with a trepidation that bordered on reverence. Each creak of the wooden floorboards, each hiss of steam, was magnified 100-fold in the stillness. We entered, finding the air already thick with tension. As we settled in, the familiar warmth wrapped around us, but it was a comfort laced with apprehension. The silence was absolute, pressing against us from all sides. The climax came suddenly, without warning. The room plunged into darkness, the flickering candle we had brought snuffed out as if pinched by invisible fingers. In the pitch black, the steam seemed to pulse with life, shifting and stirring as though driven by a will of its own. Then came the voice, unmistakable and clear, a soft murmur, unintelligible yet laden with intent. It was a voice like no other, ancient and knowing, with a timbre that resonated in the marrow of our bones. It was the Bannik, or so we believed, addressing us directly. We sat paralyzed, each of us held in thrall by the presence that filled the room. My heart thundered in my chest, my breath caught somewhere between disbelief and stark terror. There was no mistaking the sensation that we were no longer alone, that an unseen force had taken notice of our intrusion. As the voice faded, replaced by an oppressive silence, the darkness remained. We fumbled for the door, driven by a primal instinct to flee. The cool night air hit us like a wave as we burst from the sauna, our steps hurried and clumsy as we sought refuge in the familiar embrace of the estate. We did not speak of the encounter in those first moments. Instead, we sat in the kitchen, the warm glow of the lamp a beacon of sanity amidst the chaos of our thoughts. The experience had shaken us, stripping away the bravado that had lured us into the sauna's depths. Though the immediate danger had passed, the lingering fear remained. It followed us like a shadow, an insidious presence that seeped into our dreams and colored our waking moments with a persistent unease. We had sought the extraordinary, and it had found us, leaving behind a mark that would not easily fade. The estate, once a sanctuary of peace and nostalgia, now held an edge of foreboding. The forest paths seemed to whisper with secrets, the rustling leaves a tapestry of unseen watchers. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, alert to movements that might not have been. The sauna, too, was transformed in our eyes. It remained a fixture on the grounds, unchanged in appearance, yet fundamentally altered in meaning. We avoided it, respecting a boundary that we had once been too eager to cross. In time, the sharpness of that night dulled, becoming a memory we cautiously revisited only in the safety of daylight. We spoke of it less frequently, our words edged with a respect born of true understanding. The Bannik, whether real or imagined, had imparted a lesson, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond our comprehension, lurking in the quiet corners of the world. So we moved forward, carrying with us the echoes of that encounter, a cautionary tale for those who might follow in our footsteps. The estate remained, as it always had, a place suspended between the ordinary and the extraordinary. The Bannik's presence was unconfirmed, yet undeniable, a spectral guardian watching over the threshold of the sauna, waiting for the next unwary soul to seek what they might not be ready to find. The snow fell gently from the sky, blanketing the forest in a thick, muffling layer of white. I had always found solace in the woods, especially in winter when the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the crunch of snow beneath my boots. The sauna, a weathered wooden structure nestled between towering pine trees, was my retreat from the noise and haste of everyday life. Its worn cedar planks and smoke-stained chimney spoke of years of use, a sanctuary offering warmth amid the chill. It was a place where I could be alone with my thoughts, letting the steam soothe away my worries. The first time I noticed something was amiss, it was barely perceptible. A whisper carried on the wind, a shadow flitting across the corner of my eye. I dismissed it as imagination, the kind of fancy that often accompanies solitude in the wilderness. Yet, as I sat inside the sauna, the heat enveloping me like a comforting shroud, I couldn't shake the sensation that I was not alone. I tried to rationalize it, attributing my unease to the creaking of the wooden beams as they expanded in the heat. But deep down, I knew there was more to it. It wasn't long before the disturbances became impossible to ignore. The whispers grew in number and intensity, threading through the trees like a chorus of invisible voices. At times, I could almost discern words, though they were in no language I recognized. The shadows, too, became bolder, forming shapes that danced just beyond the reach of the sauna's warm glow. They seemed to beckon, inviting me into the heart of the forest, where light was a stranger and the snow an eternal guest. Driven by a curiosity mingled with a sense of impending dread, I ventured deeper into the woods. The air was sharp with cold, each breath I took crystallizing in the air before me. The path was difficult to navigate, the snow covering familiar landmarks and leaving me disoriented. The whispers had grown louder, resonating within my mind, guiding my steps with an insistent urgency. It was there, in a clearing blanketed in pristine snow, that I encountered them. They were creatures of myth and lore, their forms shifting and ethereal, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. They circled me, their movements graceful and deliberate, as if participating in some ancient dance. I should have been afraid, yet there was a strange tranquility in their presence, a calm that belied the danger I instinctively felt. One among them stepped forward, its form more distinct than the others. It regarded me with a penetrating gaze that seemed to peer into the very depths of my soul. There was an intelligence there, an awareness beyond human comprehension. It spoke without words, a communication of thought and feeling that transcended language. I understood that they were entities bound to the forest, spirits of the land who had existed long before humankind walked the earth. They were guardians, protectors of a realm that defied the encroaching modern world. Yet, there was something more, a presence among them that held a darker aspect. A figure emerged, its features obscured by shadow, a palpable aura of malevolence clinging to it like a second skin. The others regarded it with a wary deference, a respect born of fear. This was no guardian, but a creature of ancient evil, a being of immense power, bound by an age-old pact. In that moment, I realized that I had trespassed upon sacred ground, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, and the creatures here were not merely spirits, but beings capable of terrible acts. The dark figure approached, its intentions clear in the way it carried itself, a predator seeking prey. Yet, it did not attack. Instead, it offered a deal, a bargain whispered through my mind, promising power and knowledge in exchange for a simple pledge. The temptation was palpable, a siren call that resonated with the deepest parts of my ambition. But I knew the stories, the tales of deals struck with such creatures, bargains that always ended in ruin. The forest seemed to hold its breath as I pondered, the spirits watching in silent judgment. I refused. My voice was steady despite the fear that gripped my heart. The figure paused, its expression inscrutable. For a moment, I thought it might strike me down where I stood, but instead, it nodded slowly and faded back into the shadows, leaving me alone with the guardians who watched with eyes full of knowing. Relief washed over me, though it was tinged with an unshakable sense of foreboding. I knew that I had narrowly escaped a fate that would have bound me irrevocably to the forest and its dark secrets. The spirits remained, their presence a reminder of the delicate balance between light and darkness that my refusal had maintained. But something had changed. The whispers followed me back to the sauna, their tone less insistent, yet ever present, a constant reminder of the choice I had made. The shadows were less pronounced, but they lingered in the corners of my vision, a testament to the otherworldly eyes that watched over the forest. The sauna no longer felt like a sanctuary. The warmth was no longer comforting, but oppressive. The steam a veil that obscured what lay beyond its walls. I could sense the spirits outside, their presence a gentle pressure against my mind, a reminder of their eternal vigilance. Time passed, and the forest remained unchanged, a timeless expanse of snow and silence. Yet, I was not the same. The encounter had marked me, a subtle shift in perception that altered the way I saw the world. I was aware of the spirits now, felt their presence in the rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind through the trees. They were part of the landscape, as intrinsic as the snow and the cold. The forest had become a place of both wonder and unease, a reminder of what lay beyond the realm of human understanding. I still visited, drawn by its beauty and the sense of peace that lingered beneath the surface. But I was careful to remain within the boundaries, wary of the darkness that lurked at the edges of perception. The spirits allowed me to pass, neither welcoming nor hostile, simply present. I had become part of their world, an observer granted a glimpse into the mysteries that lay beyond the human realm. The whispers still accompanied me, a haunting melody that echoed through my thoughts, a connection to the unseen. I had survived my encounter with the spirits, but the forest would never release its hold on me. Its mysteries were woven into my soul, a tapestry of light and shadow that colored my dreams and haunted my waking hours. The deal I had refused lingered in my mind, a testament to the power of temptation and the strength required to resist it. In the end, the forest was unchanged, its secrets intact. But I had been altered. My perspective widened to encompass the unseen world, that lay just beyond the veil. The sauna remained, a beacon of warmth in the cold, a reminder of the place where I had faced the darkness and emerged unscathed. Yet even in the safety of my home, far from the haunting beauty of the forest, I could feel it. The whispers and shadows were never far, a constant presence that reminded me of the world beyond. I had survived, but the spirits were always with me, their watchful eyes a silent testament to the bargain I had refused and the life I had chosen to lead. The sky above the lake mirrored the mood I carried in my heart, gray and indifferent, with a touch of melancholy blue. It was my annual trip to the secluded lake, nestled within the arms of a vast, whispering forest. I liked the isolation, the solace it provided me from the humdrum of my life back in the city. The trees here were ancient, standing like guardians of secrets long forgotten, their branches twisting in silent conversations with the wind. This year felt different, though. There was a heaviness in the air, an unspoken anticipation that tugged at the edges of my consciousness, like the faintest whisper of a breeze nudging a curtain. As always, I pitched my tent a safe distance from the lake's edge, careful to respect the boundary where land met water, a ritual I had followed since the first visit. The first disturbance came on the second night. I sat by the crackling campfire, its flames casting flickering shadows that danced among the towering trees. It was there, beside the comforting warmth of the fire, that I first felt the eyes upon me. It was a sensation inexplicable, as if the forest itself had grown an awareness that was now solely focused on my presence. I shrugged it off as an effect of the solitude, the way solitude sometimes plays tricks on the mind. Yet, the feeling persisted. Even as I retreated into the tent, zipping myself into its cocoon, the sensation of being watched clung to me like an unwanted guest. Sleep was elusive, flitting just out of reach, leaving me with restless thoughts that swirled like leaves in an autumn wind. The following day, I ventured deeper into the woods, hoping that the hike would clear my mind. The forest was dense, its canopy a mosaic of greens and browns, the earthy scent of damp leaves enveloping me. But as I traversed the familiar paths, I noticed the uncanny silence. The forest, usually vibrant with the symphony of nature, was now mute, as if holding its breath for something to unfold. It was then that I stumbled upon the path I had never taken before. Narrow and overgrown, it beckoned with a strange allure, a siren call to the adventurer within. Curiosity piqued, I veered off my usual route, each step deeper into the unknown, echoing in the silence. The path led me to a clearing, a circle of space devoid of trees, where an old stone well stood at its center. Time had not been kind to the structure. Moss clung to its stones, and vines wove a tangled embrace around its circumference. Yet there was an undeniable presence about it, a gravity that seemed to draw me closer. As I approached, a chill wrapped around me, though the day was warm. I peered into the well, its depths shrouded in darkness that seemed to stretch infinitely. And then, as if the shadows themselves murmured, I heard it. A voice, soft yet distinct, emanating from the abyss below. "Make a wish," it coaxed, the words barely more than a breath. Startled, I stepped back, my rational mind scrambling for explanations. It was impossible, I told myself. A trick of acoustics, perhaps, or the wind playing games with my senses. Yet, the voice continued, insistent, offering promises of dreams fulfilled, of burdens lifted, for just a simple promise in return. I hesitated, the rational part of me locked in battle with a burgeoning curiosity. But then, like a dam breaking, the words spilled forth, a wish formed from the depths of my own desires, a wish for freedom from the constraints and monotony of my life, from the invisible chains that bound me. The moment the wish left my lips, the air shifted. The forest seemed to exhale, its silence broken by the rustle of leaves stirred by a sudden breeze. The voice from the well faded, leaving only the echo of its promise lingering in my mind. Returning to my camp, I found myself enveloped in a surreal calm. The heaviness that had accompanied me since my arrival seemed to dissipate, replaced by a clarity that felt almost euphoric. I spent the rest of the day in an unusual state of peace, thoughts of the voice and the well gradually receding into the background of my consciousness. But with nightfall came a change, subtle yet profound. The air grew thick with a palpable tension, a sense of anticipation that hung heavily. As darkness deepened, the familiar unease returned, more intense than before. The forest around me seemed alive with whispers, voices that thrummed at the edge of hearing. In the stillness of the night, I heard it. Footsteps crunching on leaves, deliberate and purposeful, approaching steadily. My heart thudded in my chest, a drumbeat of growing fear. Grabbing a flashlight, I unzipped the tent and stepped out, the beam cutting through the darkness, revealing nothing. The footsteps stopped, leaving the oppressive silence in their wake. Yet the feeling of being watched, of an unseen presence lurking just out of sight, remained. Unable to shake the unease, I spent the night by the fire, its warmth a fragile barrier against the encroaching dread. As dawn broke, I found myself questioning the events of the previous day. Had it been real, or merely a creation of an overactive imagination, spurred by isolation? The rational part of me clung to skepticism, yet a deeper instinct warned otherwise. Determined to confront whatever haunted these woods, I returned to the clearing, the path more familiar, yet no less foreboding. The well stood as before, its presence both invisible and undeniable. I approached cautiously, the memory of the voice a chilling reminder of the bargain I had entered. I called out, my voice steady despite the fear coiling within me. There was no response, only the oppressive silence of the forest. But as I turned to leave, the wind rose, swirling leaves in a vortex that seemed to dance around the well. And then, like an echo from the depths, the voice returned, colder now, its promises laced with menace. You wished for freedom, it intoned, and freedom you shall have. With those words, the ground beneath me trembled, and the world seemed to shift, the outlines of reality blurring like a painting caught in the rain. Panic surged as I tried to flee, but my limbs felt heavy, tethered by unseen chains. The forest closed in, its shadows enveloping me, and for an agonizing moment, I was lost in a swath of darkness. When the world righted itself, I found myself back at the campsite, disoriented and drenched in sweat. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows that crept toward the tent. The day had slipped away, lost in the haze of whatever had transpired. That night, the woods thrummed with life, an eerie vibrancy that set my nerves on edge. Every rustle, every crack of a twig seemed amplified, a sinister symphony conducted by unseen hands. Sleep was an impossibility, every attempt thwarted by the creeping dread that coiled around me. And then the dreams came, vivid, haunting landscapes, where the forest was alive with malevolent intent. I wandered through these dreams, pursued by phantoms that whispered promises of escape, of freedom bought with a price I dared not contemplate. When morning light finally broke, it brought little comfort. Exhaustion weighed heavy, and the realization dawned that I was ensnared in a pact that transcended comprehension. The freedom I sought twisted into a cage of shadows, binding me to the forest and its haunting whispers. Determined to break the cycle, I resolved to confront the source of my torment. Returning to the clearing, I stood before the well, defiant yet fearful, demanding release from the bargain that bound me. The forest responded, its voice a cacophony of wind and leaves, the well at its epicenter a dark maw that seemed to swallow hope. The voice emerged once more, cold as the grave, each word a death knell to my aspirations. Freedom comes at a cost, it declared, and your debt remains unpaid. With those words, the forest came alive, a storm of shadows and sound that enveloped me, tearing at the fabric of my sanity. I fought against the tide, struggling to reclaim myself from the grip of the pact I'd unwittingly forged. Time lost its meaning as I wrestled with the malevolent force. My world narrowed to the struggle against the darkness that sought to devour me. But as the storm raged, a realization dawned, a flicker of understanding that the true prison was the one I'd built within my mind. With a final desperate effort, I reached into the depths of my own will, summoning the strength to confront the fear that bound me. The forest's clamor faded, the shadows retreating as the weight of the pact lifted, leaving me breathless and alone in the clearing. The well stood silent, its presence diminished, a relic of a story it had once held. I turned away, the forest vibrant once more, its whispers tempered by an understanding that transcended words. As I made my way back to the campsite, the air felt lighter, the forest a familiar companion rather than a specter of dread. Yet, the memory lingered, a quiet reminder of the boundaries crossed, the supernatural pact that had both ensnared and liberated me. Packing up my belongings, I prepared to leave the lake and its surrounding woods, my heart a blend of relief and trepidation. This place had changed me, its secrets indelibly carved into the fabric of my being. As I left, I cast one final glance at the forest, a silent acknowledgement of the pact's lasting imprint. And though I returned to my life, the experience haunted my dreams. The line between reality and the otherworldly forever blurred. The forest remained with me, its whispers a lingering presence that echoed in the quiet moments. a reminder of the deal that in the depths of a shadowed well. The world moved on, but I remained tethered to that place, a subtle pull that promised both wonder and terror. And as I lay in the stillness of night, I knew that my last trip to the lake had left me forever altered, bound by a pact that defied the bounds of reason, a pact that whispered promises of freedom entwined with shadows. The house stood as it always had, nestled at the edge of a sprawling woodland that seemed to cradle it with age-old arms. Its white Victorian facade gleamed in the dimming light of dusk, and the surrounding gardens were meticulously kept, as my mother would have them. She loved her home, the way it existed in harmony with the encroaching wild, as if it were the last bastion of something human before nature reclaimed what was rightfully hers. For as long as I could remember, those woods had been both sanctuary and mystery to me. They were a place where I could escape the sometimes stifling air of family obligations and expectations. My walks through the trees were meditative, a chance to breathe deeply of pine and earth and forget the weight of being the daughter expected to uphold all my parents had built. Evening had just begun to settle like a soft, silken curtain when the first disturbance whispered through our lives. It was a night much like any other, with the chorus of crickets rising in the warm air, their cadence a lullaby that eased us into complacency. I had come in from one of my walks, shaking off the shadows of the forest, and was greeted by the familiar warmth of home. My father was in his study as usual, a solitary figure hunched over his work. My mother flitted about in the kitchen, preparing dinner with a practiced ease that made me think she could do it in her sleep. Dinner was a quiet affair, punctuated by the usual small talk. My father commented on the latest town gossip. My mother on the state of her garden. I contributed little, as was my habit, preferring to observe the dynamic between them. It was comfortable, predictable, the kind of normalcy that felt like an old, worn sweater. But later that night, as I lay in bed, a strange sensation settled over me, prickling my skin as if the air itself had shifted. I dreamt of the woods. In my dreams, they were alive, the trees whispering secrets I could almost understand. I wandered through them, feeling an unnerving presence just beyond the edges of my vision, a shadow that promised both fear and fascination. When I awoke, the feeling lingered, a heavy weight pressing against my chest. The first real sign that something was amiss came the next evening. I was on one of my habitual walks, the path winding through the underbrush, when I heard the unmistakable sound of someone following me. It was subtle at first, the soft crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves. I turned several times, expecting to see a deer or perhaps a stray dog, but the woods were empty, holding their breath in anticipation. The sensation of being watched was palpable, a prickling awareness that made the hair at the nape of my neck stand on end. Despite my unease, I chalked it up to an overactive imagination. I returned home, trying to shake off the anxiety that clung to me like cobwebs. My parents noticed my distraction, of course, but I assured them I was just tired. Little did I know that this was only the beginning. Over the following days, the disturbances became more pronounced. Objects in the house were misplaced, though none of us could recall moving them. Shadows danced at the corners of my vision, flickering like candle flames in a draft. And always, whenever I ventured into the woods, I felt that same presence, as if the trees themselves had eyes, watching, waiting. Then one evening, my suspicions took a more tangible form. I had wandered deeper into the forest, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, and the moon's pale light cast an eerie glow through the trees. It was there, in a small clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, that I saw her. She stood at the edge of the clearing, her silhouette sharp against the shadows. Her skin was pale, almost luminous, and her dark hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of night. Her eyes met mine, and I was caught, unable to look away. There was something familiar about her, a whisper of recognition that tugged at my memory. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, a slow, knowing smile that chilled me despite its warmth. "A friend," she replied, her voice low and musical. I should have been afraid, should have turned and run back to the safety of my home. But instead, I found myself drawn toward her, the distance between us closing as if compelled by some unseen force. Her presence was magnetic, a pull that resonated deep within the marrow of my bones. We talked for what felt like hours, though time seemed to lose all meaning in her presence. She spoke of the forest, of its secrets and its history, and I listened, entranced. Her name, she told me, was Lilith, a name that seemed to echo with ancient power. Our conversation was intimate, as if we were two souls who had known each other for lifetimes. When I finally returned home, it was with the dawn, the first light of morning spilling over the horizon. My parents were frantic with worry, their relief palpable when I walked through the door. I offered no explanation for my absence, mumbling only that I had lost track of time. My mother, though clearly concerned, let the matter drop, perhaps sensing that my silence was a wall she could not breach. Yet, I could not keep Lilith a secret for long. My encounters with her continued, each meeting deepening the sense of connection between us. In her presence, I felt alive, in a way I had never known, as if she awakened a part of me that had long lain dormant. But with her came a shadow, a growing unease that seeped into the fabric of my life. I began to notice changes, subtle at first, but impossible to ignore. Sleep eluded me, my dreams filled with visions of the forest and Lilith's haunting eyes. My appetite waned, replaced by a hunger I couldn't quite satisfy. And more disturbingly, I found myself withdrawing from my family, my interactions with them feeling increasingly strained and hollow. My father was the first to confront me, his voice gentle but firm. "Is there something you're not telling us?" he asked one evening, his eyes searching mine for answers I wasn't ready to give. "I'm fine," I replied, forcing a smile that felt brittle. "Just tired." He nodded, but his expression remained troubled, as if he could see through the veneer of normalcy I struggled to maintain. The tension at home grew, a silent undercurrent that threatened to pull us all under. My mother, always sensitive to shifts in the emotional landscape, took to watching me with a quiet intensity, her concern a palpable presence in the room. I felt trapped, caught between the world I had always known and the mysterious allure of the woods and Lilith. The nights grew darker, the forest more forbidding, yet I was drawn to it, to her. Each meeting with Lilith was a dance on the edge of something dangerous, a thrill that both terrified and exhilarated me. She spoke of things I could barely comprehend, of worlds beyond my understanding, and her words wove a tapestry of enchantment that held me captive. But with every encounter, the reality I returned to felt more distant, more fragile. My family, once my anchor, became a distant echo, their voices muffled by the weight of secrets I carried. I was two people, divided between the girl I had been and the woman I was becoming, a transformation I neither asked for nor fully understood. The climax came without warning, a night when the air was thick with the scent of rain. I had wandered into the forest, driven by a restlessness that refused to be tamed. Lilith was waiting, her presence a beacon in the dark. But this time, there was something different about her, an intensity that crackled in the space between us. "You have to choose," she said, her voice soft yet commanding. "Choose?" The words seemed to echo in the stillness, a question that carried the weight of destiny. She stepped closer, her eyes searching mine. "Stay with me, or return to them. You cannot have both." The choice was impossible, a chasm too wide to bridge. I loved my family, yet the call of the forest and Lilith was a siren song I couldn't ignore. Torn, I hesitated, feeling the weight of her gaze upon me. In that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The forest, the very earth beneath my feet, waited for my decision. The path I chose would define me, shape the course of my life in ways I couldn't yet imagine. I turned, stepping back from the edge of the clearing, my heart heavy with the decision I had made. It was then that the forest erupted in sound, a cacophony of rustling leaves and snapping branches. The presence I had felt all those nights revealed itself, shadowy figures emerging from the trees, their eyes glinting in the moonlight. Lilith reached for me, her hand cold and comforting. "Come with me," she urged, her voice a lifeline thrown into the dark. But I hesitated, my mind a storm of conflicting desires. My family, my home, these were the ties that bound me, yet the taste of freedom, of something other, was intoxicating. The figures drew closer, a pack of wolves descending upon their prey. In the end, it was the thought of my parents, their love a steadfast light in the chaos of my world, that anchored me. I tore myself away from Lilith, my heart breaking with the effort. Her expression was unreadable, a mask that hid whatever emotions she might have felt. I ran, the forest a blur of shadows and fear, the sound of pursuit echoing in my ears. But when I burst from the trees, stumbling into the light of our garden, I found only silence behind me. No footsteps, no eyes watching from the dark. Only the quiet hum of the world resuming its normal course. My parents were waiting, their relief a palpable wave that swept over me as I fell into their arms. There were no questions, no accusations, only the warmth of their embrace, grounding me in a reality I had nearly lost. In the days that followed, the woods seemed to retreat, the presence that had haunted me dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Lilith was gone, her absence a dull ache that lingered in my chest. Yet, as the days turned to weeks, I found solace in the rhythm of life, in the steady beat of normalcy re-establishing itself. But the forest never truly left me. It remains, a lingering whisper at the edge of consciousness, a reminder of choices made and paths untaken. And sometimes, when the night is deep and the wind murmurs secrets through the trees, I feel her presence, a shadow that flickers at the edge of memory, waiting for the day I might return. The forest seemed to hold its breath that evening, as if anticipating my arrival back to the house, nestled deep within its embrace. I hadn't been here in years, but the path to the front door was as familiar as the steady beat of my heart. Pine needles crunched underfoot, releasing the scent of reassurance and homecoming. The house stood steadfast among towering trees, its wooden exterior worn yet welcoming, like an old friend, reluctant to let go of shared memories. Inside, the rooms were silent, dust motes dancing lazily in the shafts of late afternoon light. It felt strange to be back after all this time. I had inherited this secluded sanctuary from my late grandmother, and though I had often been drawn to its solitude, life in the city had kept me away. Now, with a recent breakup looming over my sense of self, the call of the forest had become impossible to ignore. As I settled in, the house felt both mine and yet, eerily, someone else's. Shadows stretched long across the floorboards, whispering secrets from the past. An old photograph on the mantel caught my eye, a snapshot of my grandmother with me as a child, our faces lit with laughter and the sun of a summer long gone. It was comforting to see her, to remember the warmth of her presence, though it did little to dispel the strange sensation that the house was holding something back, something just out of reach. The first night was restless. Sleep eluded me as an unsettling stillness wrapped around the house. The sounds of the forest, usually a symphony of life, seemed muted, as if the trees were conspiring in hushed tones. I told myself it was just the unfamiliarity, the disquiet of being alone in a space once filled with life. The second day dawned with a crisp chill in the air. I busied myself with chores, clearing out cobwebs and opening windows to let the forest breathe within the walls. It was during one of these unassuming moments, while I was sweeping the kitchen floor, that I first sensed it. A peculiar shift in the air, like a breath on the back of my neck. I turned sharply, the broom clattering to the floor. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw a shadow moving against the grain of sunlight streaming through the window. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving only the rustle of leaves outside as evidence that anything had been there at all. Brushing it off as a trick of the light, I continued with my day, though a shiver of unease lingered beneath my skin. I spent the afternoon walking through the forest, the autumn leaves crunching beneath my boots in a satisfying rhythm. The familiarity of the trails was soothing, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, as if the forest itself was a thing alive, observing my every move with ancient, knowing eyes. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I heard a knock at the door. The sound was unexpected, startling in the serenity of the forest. Who could be visiting at this hour, here in the middle of nowhere? With a cautious curiosity, I approached the door and opened it to find Alex, standing on the threshold. Alex, my ex, whose departure had been as sudden as our love had once been deep, a whirlwind romance that had ended in a storm of silence and unanswered questions. And now, here they stood, a sheepish smile playing on their lips, eyes that once held promises, now shadowed with something I couldn't quite read. "I heard you were back," Alex said, their voice familiar yet carrying an undercurrent of something darker, unspoken. "I needed some time away," I replied, trying to keep my tone light, though my heart drummed a frantic beat against my ribs. "Mind if I come in?" There was an almost imperceptible hesitation in their request, a flicker in their gaze that sent a chill racing down my spine. I nodded, stepping aside to let them enter, the warmth of their presence unsettling in the cold confines of the house. We talked in the living room, skirting around the reasons for their sudden visit. It felt surreal, sitting here with them, the weight of the past pressing between us like a tangible thing. As the conversation meandered, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, that the person sitting across from me wasn't entirely the Alex I had known. Their laughter carried an edge, their eyes too often gazing past me into the shadows that seemed to lengthen with each passing moment. When they finally left, the night seemed darker, the silence heavier. The forest pressed close against the windows, a looming presence that watched with patient, inscrutable eyes. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by dreams of shadowy figures and whispered voices that faded with the dawn. Days passed, and the sense of unease grew. Alex began visiting regularly, each encounter adding another layer to the creeping disquiet that had settled in my bones. Our conversations danced around familiar topics, yet there was a distance between us, as if a veil had been drawn over their intentions, obscuring them from view. It was during one such visit that the veil began to slip. We were seated in the kitchen, sunlight streaming through the window, when Alex reached for my hand. Their touch was cold, a chill that seemed to seep into my skin, and I pulled back instinctively. "What's wrong?" they asked, a frown creasing their brow. "It's nothing," I replied, though the lie tasted bitter on my tongue. "Is it?" They pressed, their gaze piercing, as if searching for answers in the depths of my eyes. I hesitated, the words tangled in my throat. How could I explain the sense of wrongness that seemed to cling to them, to us? Instead, I forced a smile, deflecting with practiced ease. Later, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the shadows lengthened once more, I found myself drawn to the attic. It was a place I had rarely ventured, a repository for forgotten memories and childhood fears. The stairs creaked beneath my weight, each step a testament to the passage of time. The attic was filled with dust and relics of the past, boxes stacked haphazardly against the walls. I sifted through them, curiosity mingling with a sense of trepidation. It was there, buried beneath old photo albums and moth-eaten blankets, that I found it. A journal, its leather cover worn and cracked with age. The entries were penned in my grandmother's distinctive script, the words a window into a life filled with joys and sorrows, hopes and fears. But it was the final entry that caught my breath. The ink smudged, as if hastily written. "They are here," it read, "the hidden ones. They watch and wait, wrapped in shadows and secrets. Beware their touch, their whispered lies. They come with faces familiar, yet not, seeking what is not theirs to take." The words echoed in my mind, a chilling premonition that settled around me like a shroud. I closed the journal with trembling hands, the weight of its warning pressing heavily on my heart. Could it be true? Had the forest's whispers reached my grandmother, as they now reached me? And what of Alex, whose presence seemed ever more like a specter haunting the edges of my reality? The following days were a blur, my mind racing with questions and half-formed theories. I began to notice things I had overlooked before. The way Alex's reflection seemed to linger a moment too long in mirrors. The coldness that seeped from their touch, like a warning. The shadows in the house seemed to stretch and curl, taking on shapes that dissolved when I tried to focus on them. It all came to a head one stormy night. The wind howled through the trees, rattling the windows with a ferocity that spoke of the chaos within. Alex arrived unexpectedly, their demeanor more urgent, their eyes wild with an intensity that bordered on desperation. "We need to talk," they said, their voice a low rumble beneath the storm's roar. I nodded, fear threading through my veins with icy fingers. We retreated to the living room, the fire crackling in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the walls. "I know you feel it," Alex began, their gaze locked on mine. "The forest, the house. They're alive in a way that's more than just trees and stone." I swallowed hard, the truth of their words settling like stones in my stomach. "What do you mean?" "I didn't come here by accident," they continued, their voice strained. "Something brought me back. A force, an energy that wants to claim what it believes is its own." "Claim what?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. "You," Alex said, the word a cold blade between us. "And me." The revelation struck like a thunderclap, the pieces falling into place with a sickening clarity. The forest, the hidden ones my grandmother had warned of. They were real, and they had set their sights on us. But why? I demanded, my voice rising with a mix of anger and fear. "The forest holds power," Alex explained, their eyes flickering with an emotion I couldn't name. "It draws on the energy of those it ensnares, feeding on their essence. My return was no coincidence. It wants us both, because we are connected, because our past binds us to this place." A silence fell between us, the crackling of the fire the only sound in the room. I felt a chill sweep through me, as if the shadows themselves were closing in. "So what do we do?" I asked, the weight of our predicament settling heavily on my shoulders. "We fight," Alex said, their voice firm with determination. "We can't let it take us." Throughout the night we worked, our efforts guided by the words of my grandmother's journal and the instincts that had been honed by years of living in the shadow of the forest. We gathered items of protection, salt, candles, symbols carved into wood, each a talisman against the darkness that sought to claim us. As dawn approached, we stood in the clearing behind the house, the first rays of light creeping through the trees. The air was charged with an unsettling energy, a crackling tension that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. "I don't know if we can do this," I admitted, fear threatening to choke my voice. "We have to try," Alex replied, their grip on my hand a lifeline tethering me to the moment. Together, we formed a circle of salt around us, the ground beneath our feet solid, yet filled with an undercurrent of anticipation. The forest watched, its branches swaying in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere, carrying with it the murmured voices of the hidden ones. As we chanted the old incantations, the air shimmered, the shadows around us deepening with a life of their own. I felt the forest's presence keenly, its ancient power pressing against our defenses, testing the strength of our resolve. For a moment, I feared we had failed, that the force we faced was too great to overcome. But then, as the sun broke free of the horizon, a radiant light washed over the clearing, dispelling the darkness in a blinding surge of warmth and clarity. The shadows receded, their whispers fading into the rustle of leaves, and the forest exhaled, as if releasing a long-held breath. We stood together, our hearts pounding with exhilaration and relief, the bond between us renewed in the face of a shared victory. As the day brightened, the forest around us seemed transformed, its watchful presence now a comforting embrace rather than a threatening specter. We returned to the house, the weight of the past lifted, though the memory of our ordeal remained etched in our minds. Days turned to weeks, and the forest continued to watch, a silent guardian of the secrets it held. Alex and I lingered, our bond strengthened by the trials we had faced, though the shadow of the hidden ones never truly vanished. Even now, as I wander the familiar paths beneath the canopy, I feel their presence, a reminder of the forces that lurk at the edges of our understanding, ever watchful, ever waiting. The forest holds its secrets close, its whispers a part of me, entwined with the memories of a haunting welcome that will linger long after the echoes of that stormy night have faded. I always thought of Maine as a quiet sanctuary, a place where the whisper of pine trees and the gentle crash of ocean waves could lull even the most troubled soul into a state of tranquility. It was here, nestled among the rugged cliffs and serene beaches, that I spent my childhood. Growing up, I would lose myself in the rhythm of the sea, the hypnotic ebb and flow that promised constancy in a world that seemed to be spinning ever faster. My parents, Ellen and David, were the stalwart anchors of my life. Their love was a beacon, guiding me through the choppy waters of adolescence. They weren't perfect, but their imperfections were as familiar to me as the worn grooves of the kitchen table where we shared countless meals. My father, with his penchant for late-night philosophical debates, and my mother, whose laughter could chase away even the darkest clouds, wove together a tapestry of normalcy that I clung to with both hands. It was a crisp autumn morning when the first threads of that tapestry began to unravel. I remember the chill in the air, the way it nipped at my skin as I pulled my jacket tighter around me. I was in my final year of college in Florida, savoring the last few months of freedom before the world expected me to don the mantle of adulthood. My phone buzzed, slicing through the tranquil morning with an urgency that was palpable even through the digital screen. A Florida number, unfamiliar, glaring at me from my phone. Hesitant but curious, I answered, "Is this Alex?" The voice on the other end was curt, official, and lacking in the warmth I had come to associate with greetings. My heart skipped a beat, a premonition of the storm yet to come. "This is Officer Reynolds with the Maine State Police. I'm afraid I have some troubling news regarding your parents." In a breath, my idyllic world cracked. Words like arrest and investigation blurred into a cacophony of disbelief. My parents? Involved in criminal activities? It was as if the ground had opened beneath me. They were accused of being involved in a series of unsolved burglaries along the coast, a claim that felt alien and absurd. I hung up the call, my mind a whirlpool of confusion and anxiety. The Maine I knew, the safe haven I cherished, now felt tainted, foreign. I booked a flight home. The hours until my departure stretched thin with tension, each second an eternity. Back in Maine, the golden leaves fell like silent witnesses to the chaos unfolding in my life. As I approached our home, a quaint cottage overlooking the Atlantic, I was met with the sight of police tape and unfamiliar faces. It was a scene from a movie, surreal and detached from reality. Inside, the house bore the marks of a recent search. Drawers left ajar, papers scattered like leaves, photographs turned face down, as if ashamed. I felt a deep, hollow emptiness, like the echo of a memory fading into oblivion. Determined to make sense of the madness, I sought out Officer Reynolds. He was a stocky man, with kind eyes that seemed at odds with his professional demeanor. "Alex, your parents are being held pending further investigation. We understand this is difficult, but we need your cooperation." "What did they actually do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper amidst the roaring sea of uncertainty that filled my mind. Reynolds sighed, his expression softening. "We received an anonymous tip linking them to a string of burglaries. Items from recent thefts were found in your house during the search. I know this is hard to understand, but everything points to their involvement." It was then that the first seed of doubt took root. My mind, once a fortress of certainty, now felt like a shifting landscape of shadows and suspicion. Could it be possible? My parents, who had taught me the difference between right and wrong, now standing accused of crimes I couldn't fathom. Despite the evidence, I clung to the belief in their innocence. I spent days combing through their belongings, desperate to find any clue that might vindicate them. As the hours ticked by, I began to notice things, small inconsistencies that whispered of a deeper mystery. My father's study, once a place of comfort with its warm mahogany and soft leather, now seemed to pulse with an undercurrent of secrets. I discovered a set of receipts tucked into the pages of a book on philosophy, dated around the times of the burglaries. The purchases were mundane on the surface, groceries, gas, but taken together, They formed a pattern of movements that matched the timeline of the crimes. My mother's diary, a private sanctuary of her thoughts, revealed entries that hinted at late-night outings and clandestine meetings. Yet, even as suspicion grew, so did my resolve to prove their innocence. It was a contradiction that gnawed at me, the duality of wanting to believe in them and facing the mounting evidence. As I delved deeper, I began to question not only their actions, but my own perceptions. Memories of my childhood, once clear and vivid, became murky, tainted by doubt. Had I missed something fundamental about them? Was I an unreliable narrator in my own life story? My friends in Florida reached out, their voices a lifeline amid the chaos. They tried to offer comfort, but I could hear the hesitation, the doubt that crept into their words like a shadow. I found myself withdrawing, the fear of judgment and misunderstanding too great a burden to bear. Days turned into weeks, and the investigation continued, a relentless tide that eroded my faith. The media caught wind of the story, their sensational headlines casting my parents as villains in a drama that seemed to have no end. I was a captive audience, watching as their lives, and mine, were dissected and displayed for the world to see. As Christmas approached, the festive cheer felt like a cruel joke. The lights and decorations, once a source of joy, now mocked me with their brightness. It was in this state of mind that I journeyed once more to Florida, seeking refuge in the familiar warmth and sunshine. Yet, even there, the specter of doubt followed me. I was haunted by a recurring dream, a twisted version of my childhood home, where rooms shifted and walls whispered secrets I couldn't quite grasp. I would wake in a cold sweat, the feeling of being watched, lingering long after the dream had faded. It was during one of these restless nights that I received a call from Officer Reynolds. "We've made a breakthrough," he said, his voice tinged with excitement but tempered with caution. "We've identified the true culprits, your parents. They're innocent." The relief that washed over me was overwhelming, a flood of emotion that left me shaking. Reynolds explained that a group of criminals had used our house as a base, planting evidence to throw off suspicion. My parents, in their unknowing trust, had been caught in the web of deceit. I returned to Maine, my heart buoyed by the news. But as I stepped into our home, I found that the shadows were not so easily dispelled. The ordeal had left scars, invisible yet profound. My parents were free, their names cleared, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The question that haunted me was simple yet profound. Could I trust my own perceptions? Had the fear and doubt been a product of my mind, or had the world truly shifted beneath my feet? I found myself questioning everything, from the solidity of the ground beneath me to the faces of those I loved. The world outside seemed unchanged. The sea continued its ceaseless dance against the shore, and the trees stood tall and unbending. Yet, I had been altered, my innocence lost to the shadows that now lingered at the edges of my vision. Even as my parents resumed their lives, the fear remained, a constant companion whispering what ifs, and could it happen again? In quiet moments, I would catch a glimpse of something in their eyes, a shared understanding of the fragility of trust. and the weight of unfounded suspicion. And so, I learned to navigate this new reality, aware that the mind can be as much a prison as a haven. I returned to Florida to complete my studies, carrying with me the shadows of doubt that had become as much a part of me as my own skin. My friends, sensing the change in me, tread carefully, offering support without probing too deeply into wounds that had yet to heal. With time, the memories of that tumultuous period began to fade, yet the lessons lingered, etched into my consciousness like the grooves on that old kitchen table. I realized that trust, once broken, could be rebuilt, but it would never be as pristine as it once was. In the end, it was the sea that offered the most solace, its eternal rhythm a reminder of continuity amid chaos. Standing on the cliffs overlooking the Atlantic, I let the wind carry away my fears, leaving behind a sense of acceptance. The shadows might never fully disappear, but I could learn to live with them, to find peace in their presence. Life moved on, as it always does, yet I remained vigilant, aware that beneath the veneer of normalcy, the world was a place of infinite complexity and unseen dangers. And as I walked the line between certainty and doubt, I knew that the true horror lay not in the shadows themselves, but in our inability to see them for what they truly were. The house sat at the end of a winding gravel road, nestled amidst the towering trees of the dense Virginian woods. It was an old structure, full of character and stories that were never told. For as long as I could remember, the house had been my world, my prison, and my sanctuary in equal measure. Mother said it was for my own good, that the world outside was a ferocious beast, waiting to devour those who dared to roam too far from shelter. The windows were framed with heavy dark curtains, keeping the outside world at bay. I could hear the birds singing and the wind rustling through the leaves. Yet, I had never felt the sunlight on my skin without the glass barrier. My life was a tapestry of routines, woven with careful precision by my mother. Each morning, I would wake to her melodic voice, calling me for breakfast. The rest of the day was a predictable cycle of chores, reading, and learning. My lessons were comprehensive, covering an array of subjects deemed necessary by Mother to prepare me for a world I was never allowed to see. I was not unhappy, at least not in a way I could comprehend. The familiarity of my life brought a certain comfort, and the stories Mother told at night, of heroes and villains, of love and betrayal, colored my dreams with vivid hues. Yet, there was a nagging in the back of my mind, a whisper of curiosity about the world beyond the thick forest. It came unexpectedly, like the first cold wind of autumn, the disturbance that unraveled the fabric of my carefully constructed life. On a particularly drab day, I was in the attic, rummaging through boxes of forgotten trinkets. Mother rarely let me explore there, but she was out in the garden, her back turned as she tended to her plants. My fingers brushed against an old leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. It was tucked away beneath a stack of dusty books. Opening the journal, I was greeted by a scrawl that I recognized as my father's. He had left when I was very young, and memories of him were like fleeting shadows. The pages were filled with entries about his life in the house, musings about a world I knew only from books. But then, there were entries that spoke of a different life, beyond the confines of the trees, in bustling towns and vast cities. His words painted a picture of freedom, of a life unshackled by the chains of isolation. I read with rapt attention, page after page, until a coughing fit from downstairs broke my concentration. Hastily, I replaced the journal and dusted off my clothes. Mother never spoke of father, and I had learned not to ask, her eyes always hardening at his mention. Yet, that evening, as she prepared dinner, her face etched with concentration, I couldn't help myself. "Mother," I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, "why did father leave?" She paused, her hands momentarily stilling over the cutting board. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment, there was a flicker of something, fear, perhaps, or regret. But then it was gone, replaced by the familiar warmth she always wore, like a mask. "He had dreams, my dear," she said softly. "Dreams that took him away from us." The answer was vague, yet it stirred something within me. That night, as sleep eluded me, I thought of father's dreams, of the world he had once been a part of, and a seed of yearning took root in my heart. The following days were a blur of restlessness. The routines that once grounded me now felt suffocating. I found myself returning to the attic, poring over father's journal whenever I could steal a moment. Each entry was a window to a world I longed to experience, but with each secretive reading, the weight of my guilt grew heavier. Mother had sacrificed everything to keep me safe, and yet here I was, pining for what lay beyond. The escalation was inevitable. Curiosity, like a flame, is not easily extinguished. One morning, as the first light of dawn peeked through the trees, I found myself standing at the edge of the property, the forest looming before me like an ancient sentinel. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. My heart raced, a cacophony in my chest, as I took a tentative step forward, and then another. The world outside was both frightening and exhilarating. The forest was alive, teeming with life I had only read about. As I wandered deeper, the trees became my companions, their whispers urging me onward. Hours passed in a blink, the sun tracing its arc across the sky, and soon I realized I had ventured farther than ever before. Panic gripped me, a cold hand around my heart as I turned to retrace my steps. It was then that I saw it, an old, forgotten path, barely visible beneath the underbrush. It called to me, like a siren from a sailor's tale, and before I knew it, my feet were moving of their own accord. The path wound through the forest, leading to a clearing where a dilapidated cabin stood, its roof sagging and windows shattered. Curiosity outweighed caution as I approached. The cabin was a relic, a testament to time's relentless march. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and memories. I wandered through the rooms, each filled with remnants of a life once lived. In the corner of what might have been a living room, I found a photograph, faded and creased, yet unmistakable. It was of my father, standing beside a woman I did not recognize. The discovery turned my world upside down. Who was she? And why was this photograph hidden here, in a place I was never meant to find? The questions swirled in my mind, a tempest of confusion and betrayal. The journey back home was a blur, my thoughts racing like a tempest. I returned just as dusk fell, the house bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Mother was waiting, her face a mask of worry that quickly transformed into relief as she saw me. She pulled me into a tight embrace, her arms trembling. "Where have you been?" she demanded, her voice quaking with a mixture of anger and fear. I got lost," I lied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Her eyes searched mine, and for a moment, I feared she saw through the deception. But she only sighed, her expression softening as she brushed a stray leaf from my hair. "Promise me you'll never do that again," she whispered, and I nodded, the weight of my secret pressing heavily on my conscience. That night, as the house settled into silence, I lay awake, the photograph burning a hole in my thoughts. Who was the woman? Was she the reason Father had left? As the clock ticked away the hours, I resolved to find answers. The following days were filled with a tension that lay thick in the air. Mother watched me closely, her gaze like a hawk, yet I persisted in my search for the truth. My mind was a whirl of possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. And then, one evening, as I helped Mother prepare dinner, I finally gathered the courage to ask. "Mother," I began, my voice barely more than a whisper, "who was the woman in Father's photograph?" Her reaction was immediate, her hand freezing mid-motion, the knife slipping from her grasp and clattering onto the floor. Her face drained of color, leaving her looking ghostly in the dim kitchen light. "Where did you see that?" she demanded, her voice sharp and edged with something I couldn't quite place. "I found it in the old cabin," I confessed, bracing myself for her reaction. Her eyes narrowed, and for the first time in my life, I saw anger in her gaze. Not the gentle frustration I occasionally invoked, but a fiery, unrestrained anger. "You had no right to go there," she said, each word clipped and precise. "I just wanted to know the truth," I implored, my voice breaking. "The truth?" She laughed then, a hollow, bitter sound. "The truth is, some doors are better left unopened." I didn't understand, but I knew better than to press further. The conversation ended abruptly, the silence between us a chasm. Yet, the seed of doubt had been planted, and it grew, flowering into a resolve to uncover the life my father had left behind. As the days passed, Mother's demeanor softened, but the unspoken tension remained. I continued to wander the woods, drawn back to the cabin time and again. Each visit unearthed new fragments of a life I had never known. Letters, photographs, trinkets, and with each discovery, my picture of Father and his mysterious companion grew clearer. The climax came on a stormy night, the sky a tumult of thunder and lightning. I awoke to the sound of wind howling through the trees, rattling the windows with a fury that mirrored the tempest within me. Unable to sleep, I found myself drawn once more to the attic, to Father's journal. As the storm raged outside, I read through his entries, the words a balm to my restless mind. And there, Between the well-thumbed pages, I found it. A letter addressed to me. My hands trembled as I unfolded it, the paper fragile with age. His words were a revelation, explaining his decision to leave, his love for me, and his hope that one day I would understand. The storm had subsided by morning, leaving the world washed clean and new. I descended the attic steps, the letter clutched tightly in my hand. Mother was waiting, her expression weary, yet resigned. She must have seen the change in my demeanor, the newfound resolve that burned within me. "I know," I said simply, holding out the letter. Her eyes scanned the page, and as she read, her shoulders sagged, the fight leaving her in a rush. "I only wanted to protect you," she murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. "I know," I replied, understanding dawning, yet the yearning for freedom remained undiminished. In the weeks that followed, a new understanding bloomed between us. Mother began to share stories of her own, of the life she had once dreamed of sacrifices made in the name of love. The house, once a cage, now felt like a cocoon, a place of healing and transformation. Yet, the forest still called to me, a siren song that promised adventure and discovery. And though I knew I would one day answer its call, for now, I found solace in the knowledge that my father's dreams lived on in me. Lingering fear remained, a shadow that clung to the edges of my consciousness. The fear of the unknown, of stepping beyond the safety of the trees. But it was tempered by hope, by the belief that I could forge my own path, unbound by the chains of the past. And so, life continued, a delicate balance between the world as it was and the world as it could be. I was no longer the sheltered child, ignorant of the world beyond. Instead, I stood on the precipice of possibility. The horizon stretched out before me, waiting to be explored. I was born in a world that never saw the light of day. From my earliest memories, my existence was confined to the thick concrete walls of our underground bunker. My entire universe was dim and narrow, punctuated only by the electric hum of fluorescent lights that hung like dull stars above our heads. Here, reality was defined by the echoing footsteps on cold floors and the persistent, unchanging air that had long since lost any hint of freshness. Despite the oppressive nature of our home, I had never questioned its purpose. Mother was our guide, our protector, our world. She was everything to us, her voice a constant echo that shaped the very fabric of our daily lives. Her rules were simple, her expectations clear. She provided for us with an unwavering devotion that was as steady and immovable as the walls around us. In her presence, there was safety. In her embrace, there was warmth. Outside, Mother said, the world was a savage place. She spoke of chaos and ruin, of toxic skies and merciless storms that ravaged the surface. We were sheltered from this hellish landscape, safeguarded by her love and our subterranean refuge. It was a comfort and a burden, knowing nothing beyond what she allowed us to see. Life followed a predictable routine. Breakfast was at dawn, the hours marked by the rhythmic ticking of the old clock perched above the mantel in our common room. We learned what Mother taught us, which was mostly about survival, manners, and the history of the world outside, as she framed it. Our lessons were interspersed with chores that kept the bunker tidy and operational. We occupied our evenings with stories, tales of heroes and myths, carefully selected by Mother to instill lessons of obedience and caution. I was content, or at the very least resigned. The others, 3 siblings, all younger, seemed to share my acceptance. They knew as little of the outside as I did. Occasionally, a flicker of curiosity would spark in their eyes, but it was quickly extinguished by a stern glance or a softly spoken word from Mother. Curiosity, she warned, was dangerous, a whisper of the chaos from which she had saved us. Then, the first disturbance came. It was a small thing, really, a crack in our perfect routine. I found it one day in the form of a book, wedged behind a loose brick in the wall near the storeroom. Its cover was dusty, the title obscured by years of neglect. Mother hadn't chosen this book for us. It was outside the scope of her curated library. With trembling hands, I turned the pages, my eyes drinking in the strange, exhilarating words that painted pictures of landscapes unknown and skies untainted by toxic storms. I hid the book away, returning to it in secret moments when Mother was occupied. Each time I read, the world Mother described seemed to fracture slightly, revealing glimpses of something more vibrant, more alive than the drab monotony of concrete and artificial light. I began to wonder, to question. Was it possible that Mother might be wrong? The escalation was gradual. I started to notice things, small discrepancies in Mother's teachings. Her stories of ruin and danger clashed with the vibrant imagery from my secret book. I began to feel a subtle shift in our interactions, an underlying tension I hadn't perceived before. Mother's gaze lingered a moment too long. Her smiles seemed strained, as if holding back something she dared not reveal. The others noticed my distraction. They asked questions I couldn't answer, their innocent inquiries stoking the embers of my doubt. I tried to keep them from the book, fearing what might happen if Mother discovered our transgression. But curiosity, once ignited, is a difficult flame to extinguish. One evening, as we sat around the table for dinner, the air seemed to thicken with unspoken words. Mother talked as usual, her voice smooth and even, but there was an edge to it, a sharpness that cut through the familiar cadence. Her eyes met mine, lingering with a weight I couldn't decipher. I felt exposed, as if she could see through me, see the forbidden knowledge I harbored. That night, the walls of our sanctuary seemed closer, more confining. I lay awake, listening to the soft breathing of my siblings, fighting an internal battle between my loyalty to Mother and the unsettling truths I'd uncovered. The climax came swiftly, a crescendo of events that shattered the fragile peace of our existence. It began with a simple question, one my youngest sibling posed as we gathered for our morning lessons. "Mother," he asked, his voice guileless and clear, "why can't we ever go outside?" The room fell silent, the question hanging in the air like smoke. Mother paused, her expression unreadable, before she responded. Her answer was the same one she'd always given, a rehearsed reassurance of danger and protection. But this time, for the first time, it felt like a lie. Emboldened by his bravery, I found my voice. "But what if it's not like you say?" The words were out before I could stop them, echoing off the walls, bouncing back at me with a force that took my breath away. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Mother's face betrayed nothing, but her eyes darkened, her mouth a thin line of disapproval. "The world is not for you," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "I am your world. I decide what is safe, what is right. But how can we know if enough?" Her voice cracked like a whip, silencing my protest. "You will obey, or you will face the consequences." The air was electric with tension, the threat palpable. My siblings withdrew, cowed by the sudden shift in her demeanor. I too sank back, my heart pounding. The conversation was over, but the war within me raged on. The days that followed were marked by a strained civility. Mother watched us with a hawk's vigilance, her presence a looming shadow. I clung to the book, my secret talisman, drawing strength from its pages, even as fear of discovery gnawed at me. I knew something had to change. The walls were closing in, suffocating me with their solidity. I could no longer reconcile my growing need for truth with the confines of our sheltered life. The time had come to act, to seek answers I feared and desired in equal measure. Late one night, when the house was still and Mother slumbered, I crept from my bed. The others slept soundly, their dreams undisturbed by the turmoil that had become my constant companion. I moved, with practiced stealth, inching toward the corridor that led to the outer door, the door that, in all my years, I had never crossed. The handle was cold under my fingers, a tangible connection to the unknown. My heart thundered in my chest as I turned it, the mechanism clicking softly in the silence. The door swung open with a reluctant creak, revealing a passageway that stretched into darkness. I hesitated, fear clawing at my resolve. But the promise of discovery was too powerful, too compelling to ignore. I stepped forward, leaving behind the safety of Mother's world, propelled by a need that had become as vital as air. The passage was narrow, the walls rough against my skin. I felt my way forward, guided by the faintest sliver of light that beckoned from the far end. Time blurred, my senses heightened by the thrill of my rebellion. At last, I emerged into a small chamber, lit by a single dim bulb. It was here that the full weight of Mother's deception revealed itself. The chamber was filled with supplies, a testament to her meticulous planning, and there, against one wall, was a ladder leading upward, toward a hatch that surely opened to the surface. I paused, my breath catching in my throat. The moment of truth was upon me, a decision that would alter the course of my life forever. I placed a hand on the first rung, my resolve solidifying with each steady breath. And then, from the shadows behind me, came a voice. "I see you found it." I spun around, my heart plummeting. Mother stood in the entrance, her silhouette framed by the pale light of the corridor. Her expression was unreadable, her presence both a comfort and a threat. "You were never meant to see this," she said softly, stepping into the room. Her gaze was intense, a mixture of sorrow and something else, something that might have been regret. I backed away, my resolve faltering under the weight of her gaze. "Why, Mother? Why keep us here?" She sighed, a weary sound that told of burdens long carried. "For your safety, for your future. The world is harsh, uncaring. Here, I can protect you." "But at what cost?" I retorted, gesturing to the ladder, to the freedom it represented. "We deserve to know the truth." Her eyes flickered, a flash of pain that cut through her composure. "Truth is a cruel thing," she said, almost to herself. "I wanted to spare you from it." Silence fell, heavy and unyielding. We stood on the precipice of change, each waiting for the other to make the next move. I felt the weight of my decision, the path before me fraught with uncertainty and potential. Finally, I spoke, my voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I need to see for myself, Mother. I need to know." Her expression softened, and for a moment, I saw not the stern guardian of my childhood, but a woman fraught with the impossible task of protecting her children from the world. She nodded, a slow, reluctant acceptance of what must come next. "Then go," she whispered, stepping aside. Her voice was a benediction, a release. "But remember, you will always have a place here, should you choose to return." I nodded, unable to trust my voice. With a final glance, I turned to the ladder, my heart aching with the weight of my choice. I ascended, each step a step away from the only life I had ever known. As I reached the top, the hatch opened with a groan, revealing a night sky studded with stars, bright and untainted by the horrors Mother had described. The air was cool and fresh, a balm against my skin. Freedom was intoxicating, the vastness of the world unfolding before me. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the promise of the unknown. Fear and exhilaration warred within me, but beneath it all, a quiet certainty took root. I had taken the first step into a world that was mine to discover, mine to understand. The lingering fear remained, a shadow of doubt that would follow me into this new life. But it was tempered by hope, by the promise of truth, and the freedom to choose my own path. As I stood beneath the night sky, the bunker behind me, I understood the power of my choice. I had been imprisoned by Mother, but now I was free. The world awaited, vast and mysterious, and I was ready to meet it head on. I awoke to the familiar smell of damp earth and the metallic tang of old air, the same scent that had dominated my senses for as long as I could remember. The underground bunker had been my home, my refuge, and my prison for all the years since Mother decided the world above was too dangerous for me. She had always said that she was protecting me, that out there lurked threats I could not begin to comprehend. I believed her because there was nothing else to believe. My daily routine unfolded like clockwork. Every morning, I would rise from my cot and shuffle over to the small basin to wash up with the tepid water Mother collected from a rusted spigot. Meals were sparse, but Mother always ensured we had enough to subsist. She cultivated a small garden of pale vegetables under artificial lights, and there were canned goods stored in neat rows against one wall. My tasks were to tend to the plants, monitor the air filtration system, and keep our small space clean. In between, I would read from the small collection of books Mother had allowed. Books filled with stories of faraway places and fantastical adventures. They were my window to a world I had never seen, a world that existed beyond the thick steel door that sealed us from the outside. Life in the bunker was a slow, almost meditative rhythm. There was comfort in its predictability, but there was also a lingering unease, something I could not quite place until the first disturbance shattered my complacency. It began with a subtle change in the air, a faint whiff of something foreign and unsettling. At first, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, a product of too many nights spent dreaming of open skies and fresh breezes. But the scent persisted, a creeping invasion that gnawed at the edges of my awareness. I mentioned it to Mother, expecting her to dismiss my concern. Instead, she stiffened, her eyes narrowing as though I had uttered a forbidden word. She spent the next hours checking every corner of the bunker, her movements quick and precise, a silent testament to her own mounting anxiety. The air felt thick with unspoken fears, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Days passed, and the disturbances grew. Strange noises echoed through the bunker at odd hours, metallic clangs and whispers that seemed to originate from the very walls. Mother told me it was just the old structure settling, nothing to worry about. But her eyes told a different story, a flicker of doubt and fear that I had never seen before. My once peaceful dreams were soon invaded by nightmares. Flashes of shadowy figures and urgent whispers that twisted my sleep into restless torment. I would wake drenched in sweat, my heart racing as if trying to escape my chest. Each morning, Mother looked at me with a mix of concern and something else, something that might have been guilt. The escalation came swiftly, an avalanche of revelations that buried my sense of reality beneath its weight. It started with a discovery, a small hidden compartment in the corner of the bunker that I stumbled upon while cleaning. Inside, I found a collection of photographs and documents, relics of a life I had never known. There were pictures of us before the bunker, outside under the sun, our faces lit with smiles I barely recognized. And then there were other pictures, ones that showed a different side of Mother, engaged in secretive meetings with strangers, their faces obscured, but their intent clear. The documents spoke of experiments and control, of a child, me, who had to be hidden away for my own protection. Confronting Mother was not a choice. It was an inevitability, driven by the storm of doubt and betrayal that raged within me. Her response was both calm and chilling, a quiet affirmation of everything I feared. She admitted to taking me away from the world, to shielding me from truths I wasn't ready to face. She spoke of dangers that lurked outside, of people who wanted to exploit us both. Her words wove a web of half-truths and justifications, each thread tightening around my throat. But there was something new in her demeanor, a desperation that underscored her every word. It was as if the carefully constructed facade she had maintained for so long was beginning to crumble, and with it, her control over me. I realized then that my isolation had never been about protection. It had been about power, her power over me. Determined to break free from the chains of the bunker, I began to plan my escape. I knew it would not be easy. Mother was always watching, her eyes sharp with vigilance. But the need for freedom burned within me, a flame that refused to be extinguished. My opportunity came one night when the strange noises returned with renewed intensity. Mother was distracted, her attention focused on the source of the disturbance. I seized the moment, slipping out of her watchful gaze and towards the door that had kept me captive for so long. I had only ever seen it open a handful of times, always under her supervision. But I had watched carefully, memorized the sequence of locks and codes. My hands trembled as I worked, the metallic clicks echoing in the silence that enveloped us. I half expected Mother to appear at any moment, to drag me back into the shadows of the bunker. But she didn't, and with a final twist, the door swung open. The world outside was not what I expected. Darkness reigned, a heavy cloak that wrapped around me as I stepped out into the unknown. The air was fresher than I had imagined, sharp and invigorating, filling my lungs with a sense of life I had never known. The ground was uneven beneath my feet, a far cry from the smooth floors of the bunker. But I reveled in the sensation, the freedom to move, to choose my path. I ran, propelled by fear and exhilaration, away from the bunker and the life I had left behind. The night was silent save for the distant rustling of leaves and the whisper of the wind. It felt as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting to see what I would do next. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop, my legs trembling as I sank to the ground. I was free, but the cost of that freedom weighed heavily upon me. I had left behind everything I had ever known, stepping into a world that was both wondrous and terrifying in its vastness. The night passed slowly, the stars above watching over me with an indifferent gaze. I wondered if Mother had discovered my absence yet, if she was searching for me, a specter haunting the shadows. As dawn broke, I took in the landscape around me. Fields stretched out in every direction, a patchwork of greens and browns that spoke of fertility and life. In the distance, I could make out the silhouette of a farmhouse, its outline stark against the rising sun. I felt drawn to it, a beacon of hope in an otherwise uncertain world. Approaching the farmhouse, I was cautious, my instincts honed by years of careful observation. I wasn't sure what I would find, a family perhaps, or signs of life that I could join or avoid. As I neared, the place appeared deserted, an air of abandonment clinging to its weathered walls. I hesitated, unsure of what to do next. I had escaped the bunker, but the world was vast and unfamiliar, filled with the dangers Mother had warned me about. Yet, in that uncertainty lay a flicker of hope, a chance to forge a new path, free from control. I decided to explore the farmhouse, to see if it held answers, or merely more questions. The door creaked open under my touch, revealing a dusty interior bathed in the soft light of morning. It was a place frozen in time, remnants of a life once lived scattered throughout. As I wandered, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. The house seemed to breathe with me, its walls whispering secrets I couldn't quite decipher. I found myself drawn to a small study, its shelves lined with books and papers, much like the bunker, but filled with a different kind of knowledge. I spent the day there, poring over the texts, trying to piece together the story of the place and its former inhabitants. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I realized I had not felt this alive in years, the thrill of discovery coursing through me. But with the night came the fear, creeping back like an old acquaintance. The shadows deepened and the silence grew oppressive, as if the house itself was watching, waiting. I reminded myself that I was free, that I had chosen this path. Yet, the specter of Mother's control lingered, a shadow I could not yet shake. I decided to stay the night, to face whatever fears the darkness might bring. As I settled down, I felt a curious mix of dread and anticipation, the realization that I was finally living on my own terms. Sleep came fitfully, my dreams filled with images of the bunker and Mother's piercing gaze. But as the first light of dawn filtered through the windows, I awoke with a sense of clarity. The fear would linger, a reminder of where I had come from, but it would not define me. I had escaped, and the world lay open before me, a horizon filled with possibilities. And so, I made a promise to myself. I would embrace the unknown, find my own way, and leave the shadows of my past behind. The journey would not be easy, but for the first time, I felt truly alive, ready to face whatever lay ahead. I was born into a world that was meticulously confined, though I didn't realize it for the longest time. Our compound was a pastoral haven, separated from the outside world by towering oaks and a sense of serene isolation. In the heart of this enclave stood the communal hall, its weathered wooden beams bearing witness to countless rituals and gatherings. My earliest memories are woven into the fabric of this austere place, where everyone dressed in muted tones and spoke in hushed voices of reverence and destiny. Life within the compound was dictated by the seasons, an endless cycle of planting and harvest, overseen by the elders, our guides, our protectors. They spoke of a higher purpose, a calling that set us apart from those who roamed aimlessly beyond the trees. Their teachings were our truth, our comfort in the simplicity of our existence. Yet even within this cloistered life, my senses prickled with a vague unease that I couldn't quite name. One morning, a chill wind whispered through the gaps in the wooden slats of our dormitory. I rose early to fetch water from the well, the air crisp and biting against my skin. As my hand grasped the iron handle of the bucket, a sharp clang echoed from the depths below. The sound was foreign, unsettling, a disturbance in the rhythm of our predictable life. I peered into the well, craning my neck to see what had caused the noise, but all that greeted me was darkness and the faint, echoing drip of water. Returning to my chores, I could not shake the feeling that something lay beyond the limits of our understanding, something that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness like a shadow in a sunlit room. I decided to speak to Mara, my closest friend, whose curiosity often mirrored my own. Her eyes widened as I recounted the morning's oddity, and she nodded slowly, as if aligning pieces of a puzzle only she could see. "There's something they aren't telling us," Mara whispered, glancing around to ensure we were alone. "Something beneath the surface of all this." Her words lingered with me, an echo that refused to fade. The days passed, but the normalcy of our community felt brittle, as if one push would send it shattering into 100 pieces. I noticed the elders more frequently convening behind closed doors, their faces etched with lines of worry that belied their serene smiles. Mara and I began meeting in secret, driven by a shared compulsion to pry open the world we had known since birth. Our clandestine discussions filled us with a reckless kind of hope, and it wasn't long before we devised a plan to explore beyond the boundaries of our compound. One moonlit night, when silence wrapped the grounds like a thick blanket, we slipped away from our dormitory, hearts pounding in tandem with our footsteps. The path through the woods was one we had never taken, a trail obscured by undergrowth and the whisper of leaves. As we stepped through the veil of trees, the air seemed to change, charged with a palpable tension. The forest opened up before us, revealing a landscape both alien and achingly familiar. We hurried, driven by fear and exhilaration, until we stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the ghostly light of the moon. In the center stood an old oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like beseeching arms. We stopped, breathless, as a figure emerged from behind the tree. It was a man, tall and thin, draped in a cloak that caught the moonlight in ghostly ripples. His eyes were deep set, gleaming with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the night. "Welcome, wanderers." He spoke with an accent that was hard to place, each word carefully enunciated. "I've been expecting you." Mara and I exchanged a glance, our resolve faltering under the weight of an unknown fate. The man gestured for us to follow, his manner both commanding and strangely reassuring. Compelled by a mixture of fear and curiosity, we trailed behind him, deeper into the forest. We eventually emerged into another clearing, larger than the first and bustling with activity. People moved about, their faces a blend of concentration and contentment, as they constructed what appeared to be a new community. In the center rose a structure, half-built yet already imposing, its architecture a harmonious blend of wood and stone. "This shall be our sanctuary," the man announced, his voice carrying through the air with a resonant authority. "A place where the old ways give rise to a new understanding." Mara and I were led among the bustling throng, our senses assaulted by the vibrant life that thrummed through this burgeoning commune. We were welcomed with open arms, the inhabitants eager to share their vision, their purpose. They spoke of harmony and enlightenment, of breaking free from the shackles of ignorance. It was intoxicating, and yet a small voice within me whispered caution. The days unfolded in a blur of activity and indoctrination. We were taught the tenets of this new community, rituals both foreign and familiar, echoing yet distinct from those we had known. The leader, known simply as Aiden, was a charismatic figure whose words filled us with a sense of belonging and hope. However, it wasn't long before Mara and I began to sense the underlying currents that mirrored the life we had left behind. Aiden's gaze lingered too long on those who questioned, his words delivered with a precision that brooked no dissent. Shadows lingered in the corners of our new home, creeping forth in moments of doubt and silence. Mara grew quiet, her once bright eyes clouded with confusion, as if torn between the allure of this new life and an instinctive wariness. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the compound in an auburn glow, I found Mara at the edge of the clearing, her eyes fixed on the distant line of trees. She seemed far away, her thoughts adrift on a current I could not see. "We left one cage for another," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the breeze. The words hit me like a blow, resonating with a truth I had tried to ignore. The realization was stark and unyielding. We had not escaped. We had merely traded one illusion for another. The veneer of freedom, carefully painted and polished, had begun to crack, revealing the same rigid structures we thought we had left behind. Determined to understand the depth of our predicament, I began observing the community with new eyes, scrutinizing the interactions, the unspoken rules that governed our lives. I sensed the same undercurrents of control, the same hushed whispers that swirled around the elders in my childhood home. The more I listened, the more I realized how deeply entrenched this cycle of entrapment ran. Mara and I convened once more, determined to find a way out of the labyrinth we had unwittingly entered. We spoke in hurried whispers, careful to avoid the ever-watchful eyes of Aiden and his loyal followers. Our plan was simple: to slip into the forest under the cover of darkness and seek the world beyond. But escape proved more daunting than anticipated. On the night of our intended departure, as the sky stretched dark and endless above us, Aiden appeared, his presence commanding and inescapable. He stood before us, flanked by two of his closest adherents, his expression a mask of disappointment. "I had hoped you would see the potential in our endeavor," he intoned, his voice a blend of sadness and resolve. "But it seems your journey must continue elsewhere." We were escorted back to our quarters, our dreams of freedom slipping like sand through our fingers. I lay awake that night, the shadows looming large against the walls. Each creak and rustle seemed amplified in the silence, a reminder of the vigilance that surrounded us. Over the following days, our movements were subtly restricted, our conversations gently guided towards topics that resonated with Aiden's teachings. The community's warmth began to feel like a clammy grip, a stranglehold on our autonomy. Yet in this constriction, my resolve hardened, the flicker of defiance burning brighter with each passing day. It was Mara who, with a quiet determination, rekindled our hope. She had found a map, tucked within the pages of an old book in the communal library. It detailed the surrounding landscape, the contours of the forest, and most importantly, the path leading to the nearest town. Together, we studied the map in secret, tracing routes and marking points of interest. Our plan began to take shape once more, this time with the precision of those who have tasted the bitterness of captivity and long for freedom. The night of our second escape attempt arrived with an air of electrifying anticipation. We moved silently, our steps careful and deliberate, as we navigated the shadows of our surroundings. This time, no one intercepted us as we slipped past the edge of the compound, the forest swallowing us in its inky embrace. We followed the path outlined on the map, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, a symphony that buoyed our spirits. As dawn began to break, casting tendrils of light through the canopy, we finally emerged from the woods, the sight of a small town sprawled out below us. The town was a patchwork of red rooftops and winding streets, a beacon of promise against the silhouette of the hills. As we descended toward it, a sense of liberation unfurled within me, a feeling I hadn't realized I'd missed until it returned. Yet, even as the town drew closer, the memory of Aiden's gaze haunted me, a lingering reminder of the chains we had left behind. As Mara and I stepped onto the cobblestone streets, we were greeted by the bustling energy of morning life. People moved with purpose, their faces open and unguarded, a stark contrast to the guarded expressions of those we had known. Yet, amid this vibrant tapestry of humanity, I couldn't shake the wariness that had taken root within me. We found work and shelter with a kindly older couple, their home a quaint cottage on the outskirts of town. They welcomed us without question, asking only that we contribute to the upkeep of their small farm. The days passed in a haze of simple tasks and quiet reflection, the unfamiliarity of our new surroundings gradually giving way to a semblance of peace. But beneath the surface, shadows lurked, the ghosts of our past life refusing to be silenced. Mara and I often shared our thoughts in the quiet moments before sleep, our conversations tinged with an unspoken dread that something would come to reclaim us. Then, one evening, as we sat in the warmth of the cottage's small kitchen, Mara voiced the fear that had been gnawing at the edges of my mind. What if they're searching for us? The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of our shared history. I had no answer, no reassurance to offer. All I could do was take her hand and squeeze it, a silent vow that we would face whatever came together. In the weeks that followed, we remained vigilant, our eyes constantly scanning the faces of those we encountered, our ears attuned to any hint of pursuit. The town, once a haven, began to feel like a stage set for an unseen audience, its streets echoing with the specter of our past. One night, as a storm raged outside, lightning illuminating the landscape in stark relief, I awoke to find Mara standing at the window, her silhouette tense and alert. She turned to me, her expression clouded with worry. "I saw someone," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the wind, "standing by the gate." Heart pounding, I joined her at the window, peering into the darkness. The rain lashed against the glass, obscuring the view, but the unease that gripped me was undeniable. It was as though the past had found us, its presence felt in every shadow, every rustle of the trees. Sleep eluded us that night, the storm outside mirroring the turmoil within. When morning came, it brought with it a sense of resolve. We could not live in fear of a specter that may or may not exist. Our lives, our freedom, depended on our ability to confront the shadows and emerge on the other side, unscathed and unafraid. As the sun rose, casting an amber glow over the damp earth, Mara and I ventured into town, determined to reclaim the sense of control we had lost. We sought out the town's library, a sanctuary of knowledge and history, hoping to find insights that might guide us. Within the library's hushed confines, we delved into the town's archives, unearthing records and stories of those who had come before us. The tales were a tapestry of hope and despair, of lives touched by the same forces that had shaped our own. It was here, amid the dust-laden shelves, that we stumbled upon a journal, its pages yellowed with age and filled with the musings of a soul who had once sought freedom as desperately as we did. The writer spoke of the cycle of entrapment, the way in which one prison could so easily be replaced by another, each more insidious in its guise of liberation. Their words resonated deeply with us, a mirror held up to our own experiences. With this newfound understanding, Mara and I returned home, our spirits fortified by the knowledge that we were not alone in our struggle. The cycle could be broken, the chains shattered by the simple act of defying fate. As we settled into the rhythm of our new life, the shadows slowly receded, their grip loosening with each passing day. The specter that had haunted us became a reminder of our resilience, a testament to the strength we had found within ourselves. Together, we forged a path forward, embracing the uncertainty of the unknown with open hearts and steady hands. Our journey was far from over, but we faced it with the knowledge that the past, no matter how persistent, could not define us. We were free, and in that freedom lay the power to shape our own destiny.